starting shortly.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for your patience.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And every action has to be announced, the amount of the bet. So if you bet, just kind of, I'm gonna have to count everything. So just kind of.
Do we have to announce it?
No,
or
no, I'm gonna do it.
Oh,
Just
okay.
make it, just kind of push it because I'm have to say what the amount of the raise. Every little thing has to be announced, so they know what's going on. Yeah, yeah. Every little, like even check has to be announced. I mean, you guys do play like I have to. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, just like if I'm announcing check, that's why. Normally, I real I wouldn't.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour online live stream. I'm Tony Dunst, joined today by Michael Puja and Jason Kuhn. Guys, thanks for coming in the booth with me. We are coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida for the WPT Lucky Hearts Open. We've got our final table here. As you can see, there's our final six taking their seats. Seat 1 through 6 is, well, actually, we're going to start with seat 1. Is Brian Altman, I believe our current chip leader, and he is all the way from Longmeadow, Massachusetts. He's a 26-year-old who was, Jason, you're saying he was going to, he was becoming a pharmacist at the same time he was grinding online, yes?
Yeah, that was Muckle.
Oh, that was Muckle, excuse me.
Yeah.
Muckle, you're telling us about him a little bit, because I don't know Brian, but you were saying a little bit about his history.
Yeah, we learned a little bit about a couple of these guys just from the Northeast, where a bunch of my friends and original grinders know, and he was grinding. He won the TOB in PokerStar as well. I think getting his pharmacy. I know he got his degree to be a pharmacist, I believe.
Gotcha. And there's Mark Dube. He's our actual chip leader. Excuse me. Mark Dube is our chip leader. Brian Altman is second in chips. Dube, also Northeasterner. He has been an online grinder in the United States since the days of Black Friday. We'll be talking about his history in a little bit. Sanjay Gehi, he's from Birmingham, Alabama. He's coming in with $2.5 million in chips for about 31 big blinds. He is a married 36-year-old who just became a CPA but also plays some poker on the side. There's Kelly Minkin, a lawyer from Wisconsin who is at her first WPT final table but has had some recent scores on the tournament circuit, including a second, I want to say it was a World Series circuit in Arizona, to Joe Kuthru we were talking about before. So Kelly's got a very aggressive style here we'll be looking for today. She's coming in third in chips at just below 3.8 million today, and we have a lot to look forward to her. She has the opportunity to become the first female winner of an open WPT event. We've had some second place finishes, but not a winner so far, so we'll see if she can pull it off today. Sitting on her left is Greg Rosen from New Jersey. He's a 48-year-old who grew up here in Fort Lauderdale and works in security. Was asking us before if you come back to the booth, check all the wiring, make sure it was good. He's in sixth place. He is our short stack for the day, and hopefully he's going to try and run it up a little bit. Otherwise, he is going to be here rather briefly. And then in our sixth seat is Jon Graham from Adamante Springs, Florida. He's a 24-year-old who currently plays online poker. He's been playing for about 10 years, so, man, he's been at it since he was a kid. Wow. And this is his second WPT event. His biggest previous cash was $28,000. So, all these guys have got a decent amount of experience, but we're looking at a lot of people whose largest tournament cash is 4 or smaller 5 figures. Guys for a final table that's going to all have an opportunity at getting their career largest cash. We've been looking at the payouts and noticed that from, as you can see there, 6th to 3rd, there's not a huge jump at any particular juncture. Yeah. So would you guys say that this is a instance where a lot of these people should be playing for first or playing to get heads up?
Well, I think, and I'd like to see the payouts again, but I was pretty, like, if I was in Kelly's spot where she definitely should try to outlast the 14 and 18 big blind spot, or the 18 big blind jumps. But, yeah, once you get to four-handed, it's just kind of like, let's go to war and play for the win or second place of this thing. The bubble from third to second is quite significant. So I think that there's a good chance the table plays out where someone has all the chips three-handed and just sits there and crushes the other two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a very good chance for that as well. These two chip leaders are not prone to sitting back and making jumps, even though, like you said, their prior scores would dictate that we'd expect some tight action and pay jumps and whatnot, just based on the fact that these pay jumps, these 40K pay jumps to start, are probably more significant than a lot of their biggest scores. But from some of the hands I've seen and from some of the history from Mark and Brian, I think we're going to see each guy try to jockey to be that guy shorthanded, where they can dictate the action.
Yeah, both these guys essentially tied for the chip lead, and then Kelly is kind of alone there in third, and then everyone else has got a short stack where it might go in rather quickly.
Cheer for your favorite. The only thing that I do ask, I know some of you are enjoying some beverages. Some of them have labels on it. Just make sure that you don't put anything on the top rail there, and it stays down below, and we're all set. Great. Everybody have a great time. Cheer on your favorite. And I'm going to turn it over to the tournament director now.
So we'll have our tournament director here at the Seminole Hard Rock announce shuffle up and deal, and then we'll get cards in the air. We are playing hour levels until we reach heads up, at which point the levels become 30 minutes.
Chips-wise, Mark has the advantage, I think, on Brian, but also more importantly, he has the seat. And Kelly in third chips has, probably arguably one of the better seats at the table overall.
Yeah,
she's in a great spot.
Well positioned to take advantage
All right,
of the
we're gonna
aggression of
shuffle
the
up
two
and
chip
deal.
leaders.
And she's proven
gonna
not
be
to,
at a
not to
$10,000
sit back
ante.
either and wait for
Blinds
other
are
people. I think
40
she was,
and 80,000.
towards the end of the final table bubble last night, she was
Mark's
shoving.
going to start off with the button in seat
Brian
number 2.
open, Mark 3-bet, and then all in from Kelly with 2 short stacks still at the table. We don't know the hand, but there was action leading up to the final 6. So we'll see. This is a really cool dynamic between the difference in seats, chips, and also the pay jumps and what they might mean to these 6. You can really make an argument for fast-paced play, or people sitting back and waiting.
Yeah, I'm guessing the real shorties are going to be playing quite tight.
Yeah.
And I also think that there's a chance that 1 and 2 and chips go to war a little early, which I think wouldn't be necessary, but seems like since they're directly beside each other and both of them like to play frisky. I know I've played with Alti a ton back in the day in online tournaments, and he is one that has a lot of heart.
John folds.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Brian around in the tournaments. I think that I've played some live cash with him, and I remember thinking that, okay, there's definitely a guy who's very competent and comfortable at the table. I don't really know a ton about his playing style. We see here he's going to open ace-4 offsuit on the cutoff.
175.
Mark right behind him.
175,000. Mark folds on the button.
Sanjay with an ace-7 in the small blind. 2.5 million. Kind of an awkward stack to play here out of the small blind, guys. I can't imagine you'd be playing many hands light
Sanjay
here.
folds, Kelly folds.
Yeah, I agree. Awkward stack, awkward position right now as far as chips in accordance with everyone else at the table. I think he's in the middle. He's in 4th.
Yes.
So there's 2 shorties behind him. Awkward hand, awkward position. Pretty easy getaway.
There is our payouts. We were talking about the fact that there's fairly small jumps from 6th to 3rd, and then a rather large one from 3rd to 2nd. And our top prize is $723,000 today, including a $15,000 seat to the WPT Championship at the end of April at the Borgata in Atlantic City. Guys, I imagine we'll see both of you there this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be there.
I'll be there.
For another great tournament at the Borgata. We, of course, were just there for the Winter Poker Open last week. Our winner, Aaron Mermelstein, took home about $700,000 himself. Beat Eugene Todd heads up.
It's pretty nice. Second final table in a row, we have a sweat for history and
That's right.
see a female champion. I think it's you're only going to keep seeing it more and more often. The opportunity there, and eventually we'll get there. And today could be the day, but it's really, really cool. I think that first way DT just a little while ago, and there's always that sweat, and I think it's going to continue to be more of a sweat, and can't wait till it gets there.
So you can see here, this is a really, really loose open
Yeah.
from the hijack. I mean, I'm not surprised at all that 10-7 off is quite loose, and I think you're just going to see this nonstop. I'm wondering if Dube will start
Coming
going to
after
war.
him.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he should. He definitely should. If Altman's just going to sit there and open like 60% of hands or whatever.
Maybe it'll be Sanjay here who comes after Altman.
Yeah, I don't think he should call here. I think it's a
Yeah.
pretty sweet spot to 3-bet.
I agree. This is a nice spot, a nice hand. He's against an opponent who seemingly is opening very frequently. Of course, he doesn't know anything yet.
And
But-
in that position, I mean, opening these blinds with,
Yeah.
with Kelly in the small blind, this is a great
Yeah, that's a great spot.
snap fold with King Jack from the big blind.
Kelly and Greg both fold.
Which is totally fine. But this is a great spot to 3-bet, I agree.
Nice healthy 3-bet as well to 475, and Sanjay's going to take that one down. So a nicely executed light 3-bet in the early going by Sanjay Gehi from Birmingham, Alabama. And he played $385 satellites trying to get into this event, busted them all, and then decided to buy in. And this is his first WPT, so really exciting opportunity for him as well. His largest tournament cash was $6,700 going into this, and he's locked up 6 figures already today. So encouraging to see that the stakes are not overwhelming Sanjay, and that he's already making some plays that are going to help him advance up that pay ladder.
Yeah, satellite sounds like my my satellite career.
Yeah.
Spending 3 buy-ins to get into a tournament.
Brian reluctantly passes up Queen 7 offsuit there. First to
Yeah.
act, you could see he wanted it. Sanjay here with Queen 5 of spades on the cutoff.
Opening Queen 5 suitor from the cut.
Sanjay raises to 160,000. Kelly folds a button. Greg folds out of the small blind.
Over to John, our short stack. Well, one of our short stacks.
Definitely will be calling this, I imagine. He says on his information that he's a math-based player, so he's a math-based player. He's definitely going to be defending against Minrez, yeah. So that's math went out the
There we
window
go.
there.
4 to 5.
Are you surprised to see that fold there, Jason?
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad, even against a really tight range. You're getting a 4.5 to 1, and being the short stack with not really having to worry about a ladder jump, you can defend and stack off just basically perfectly because position's not relevant when you have 13 big blinds or whatever. Like, you're not worried about flopping top pair and getting blown off of it by the second and third street because you're going to flop top pair and check raise all in.
Right.
So yeah, having 10-8, I think it's much too good of a hand to fold, getting 4.5 to 1.
I like what I'm seeing from Sanjay so far. I didn't
Same.
expect him to be as
active.
just considering his history and the stacks right now. But I like what I'm seeing, and looks like he's in between careers actually.
Yeah.
Just became a CPA after
Sanjay and Kelly both
a dozen
fold.
plus years in IT, and just trying to splash around some poker and
Folds on the button.
5
This is
satellite bust.
The
out
neatest
to-
handwriting I've ever seen. of
Yeah.
anyone.
Yep.
Immaculate.
Here, Jon Graham with pair of 7s in the small blind.
Yeah, he's just going to shove
All
here.
in.
Yep.
John goes all in.
Brian with King 3 not going to be able to make the call. I don't believe.
No, he's not going to call. I like Alti's pacing, though. He's
Yeah.
making the guy hurt a little bit before he folds. I think that's a good thing to do.
Really? You buy into that type of thing? Because I
Yeah.
often just kind of snap fold and want the hands to move
No,
quickly.
I don't. I think that this is a human game, and these guys are playing the highest stakes they've ever played their entire life. If you sit there and you look at him and you make his heart rate start pacing, he's not going to like that feeling, and you're going to kind of reinforce to him in future spots. Like, okay, I might need to think about this before I just automatically. I think if you're just always an easy walk or an easy fold, like I was surprised Kelly folded so quickly, regardless what her cards were, to Sanjay's cutoff open, just because I would kind of want to establish to him that I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, like, this is my button and this guy's just opening here. I want to let him know that this is kind of a personal thing. Like,
You're a
this is my
possessive man.
Well, I think it needs to be established in a poker tournament.
I'll do it once in a while. I'll
Yeah?
definitely snap muck a lot
Okay.
because I think there are hands. I think when you play at a certain level, I would imagine most people understand that there are going to be certain hands that are just easy decisions. But there are times where I would like to be more balanced and think about a hand that I might know I'm folding right away
Right.
if I'm Kelly in the button spot, for
Sure.
example.
So would you guys say you're more likely to, balance your tanking against casual or semi-professional players in a situation like this where they're playing outside of their usual comfort level, and then when you're against professionals, you would just be more immediate in your actions, or do you do it both ways?
I think poker takes time, and I think that a lot of decisions that may seem automatic at first just aren't, and you need to give yourself time to think about those genuine spots, and why not balance that out once in a while and just sit there and kind of relax and
Take a
think
beat.
stuff through, and
Sure.
let other people kind of let feelings resonate inside them,
Yeah, it can never hurt to take time and think over your decision. Like, it can only hurt the other way if you act too quickly.
This is a spot where Kelly is pretty comfortably in third, and I expect 1 and 2 to leverage her a lot.
Blind folds a small blind.
Dube here with a 10-8 offsuit in the big blind.
I really like that she's not min-raising into these
Same.
two stacks in the blinds.
Just about to say something.
I like her sizing here.
Wow.
Mark folds
Interesting.
out the big blind,
Just
down
blown
to
away by
1-5.
these big blind folds.
What is the worst hand you would call a 2.5x with there, guys?
She
Out
has
of the big blind.
45 big blinds to start the hand when we
Ish,
cover in the
yeah.
big.
What are among the worst hands, I guess, is what I'm
definitely
saying.
peeling that hand. Among the worst that I would peel with.
You peeling 10-6 off?
Right. No, I'm not.
10-7?
Yeah, I think we're close. Are you peeling 10-6 off?
Yeah, I'm peeling a
Is
lot
it
wider.
2.5x?
I'm peeling a lot wider than that for a couple of reasons. The only reason I wouldn't be is if I think that she's opening really tight, and I don't think you have any reason to believe that since she's played pretty aggressively the entire way. And I just think that you get to put her in a lot of bad spots covering her, and her being in third place around a bunch of guys with 12 and 13 bigs. And I think that that's something that I would widen my calling range with, and I would a lot of the hands that are just too weak for me to call with, I would 3-bet her. I just, even if she does make a
Sure.
stand, I want her to prove to me, like, okay, you're going to make a stand against me and risk your tournament life, risk busking your comfortable 50 big blind stack or whatever with all these shorties. Show me,
Okay.
I'm down with that. I'm more likely to 3-bet like 9-5 off you peeling.
Yeah.
Or you're 3-betting.
Yeah, that
you
seems
know?
pretty loose. I
Yeah.
think that'd be a fun candidate, or any kind of bad blocker hand, king
So-
deuce off, something
Right.
like that.
Basically, the hands that are just slightly too bad to call, you would place in your 3-betting as a bluff range and then apply extra pressure on her.
Yeah, I think I
Okay.
would just be, especially out of the gates. In this spot, I don't even know if I would look at my hand.
And if you're with Dube's stack or Altman's stack, you would essentially pick her out and pick out, I'm trying to think who it is that's in fourth, Sanjay, as your
they-
go-to target.
From both of them, their perspective,
Yeah.
I'd be looking at those two for sure. And I love that spot to 3-bet out of the big against her.
Absolutely, and even like we were saying that the first two jumps don't really matter that much.
Yeah.
They certainly matter to
These players.
people.
You know,
Yeah.
$40,000 is a lot of
Exactly.
money when your largest previous cash was $30,000.
Yeah.
Greg Rosen there moved all in with ace-9 for a little over 10 bigs and did not find any takers, so he'll collect that pot.
I played with him yesterday. He played pretty well. Also played with Kelly and Dube were at my table, and they seem to know each other pretty well.
Okay.
So that may be something too. It might. I'm not. Obviously, they're not going to soft play each other or anything, but knowing each other, they might keep it a little more cordial and not try to start a war with one another. But we'll see.
Greg folds under the gun.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of the hands leading up to it, but I would, there is something to say maybe she's a little bit more narrow than she might normally be with these two stacks right behind her, but that might not be the case. I mean, she could easily raise fold. If I was raise folding to these stacks, I wouldn't be exactly be going 2.5 every time though. But with the stacks that were in the big blind, it's a weird spot for her to be opening really wide.
Yes.
I think.
Now, guys, if you're in John's position here, maybe a little over 15, 16 blinds, what do you do with a king-queen on the hijack? You just open like he did and then watch the action unfold behind you? Do you open shove? What's your move?
Well, I think it depends on how confident I think the two big stacks are of ICM, and how much they're going to punish me whenever I open. This hand's so good, and these guys are so aggro. I might just open rip, even though it's not something that I would standardly do. I just think that their calling ranges are going to be really tight.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And if something like what's about to happen happens, it's very awkward facing that 3-bet with king-queen because you know you're not going to get a fold very often. And when you put it in against these ace-medium type hands, you're technically behind.
Yeah, he definitely gets a fold out of ace-9
Yeah.
off, ripping it.
And Mark right behind him with King Jack suited on the button. Going to pass that one up.
Mark is going to fold on the button.
Does not cold call to the 3-bet. Sanjay here with ace 5 suited in the small blind. Lets it go.
Sanjay and Kelly both fold out of the blinds.
And now we return to John with his rather frustrating situation.
Yeah, I think he's going to fold.
And it was something like this is why I asked that question. Normally, if, there aren't any extra circumstances, I just open king-queen for the minimum and then watch what happens behind me. With the 2 chip leaders who are likely to apply extra pressure on me, but with my not wanting to get it in against ace medium, I might just open shove the king-queen here.
Yeah, it's a very awkward situation, but I've had a lot of the hands that I've been discussing with friends and I think good players, we often kind of hinge on this, easier to play the hand route versus what might be more optimal.
Yes.
And so this is like a really good example of that. It might be more optimal to open the hand and extract value from the big blind. Sanjay might peel, the ace 5 suited or whatever's going on in the blinds, and there's a lot of merit to opening the hand, but there's also a lot of merit to open shoving, and it's a thin line to try to figure out what is most optimal versus.
In this spot, too, though, the short stack actually gets to punish the 2 big stacks, which is the cool, rare situation that comes up in sit-and-goes or final tables, or satellites even, whenever basically the 2 big stacks are locked up to get third or better.
Yeah.
The shorties then kind of get to take the role of, all right, I get to punish you a little bit. And in those spots, I think just open ripping king-queen would be better because they just don't get to call off. They have to call very tight.
Yes.
Yeah.
You definitely cannot call that shove with ace
Especially
9.
knowing he's shoving
Yeah.
with the short stack on his right. It was in play. It's you have to fold a lot of hands if you're them for sure. And it just stinks going from 15 bigs to 13 when you have to raise fold.
Yeah.
You're not going to get many better hands than that with the stack.
John is going to fold under the gun.
Brian thinking it over with 7-4 offsuit.
That'd be very optimistic, but
Blind fold.
if these people keep playing their blinds so tightly, though, it doesn't really matter what you're opening.
We're definitely
people
see
are
an open here.
Yeah.
Mark going to open his 10-7 of hearts here.
Mark is going to raise to 160K.
From what we've already seen from Brian, I imagine this exact position with Sanjay on the button, this is going to be a very popular spot to get after the blinds. Just because Kelly's one of the more aggressive, but she's in the small, so it's going to handcuff her a lot, and you have probably who's the most conservative player on the short stack in the big blind. This is just going to be a popular spot to go after the blinds.
I'm pretty sure he's just going to call here.
Yeah, I think I like calling more than 3-betting. You open yourself
Absolutely.
up to a re-raise that you can't really call, and
You dominate all of his crappy kings and queens that he's opening. It's just
exactly
a really
it.
sweet spot.
I'm calling here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The big blind has how many blinds, though?
12-ish.
Okay, so
If it shoves, then you're going to have to call
we
your
have to
king-queen.
call, side call. Against his range.
And it looks
Against
like
a lot of people
Sanjay.
happy to call, but
Going to go with a 3-bet here. There are situations I would prefer 3-betting the king-queen here as opposed to flatting. This is just one of those circumstance type situations I prefer the flat, and it sounds like you guys feel the same.
this
Yeah,
is
I
that
think
part of the range. You're just, this is kind of like what I like to say is mashing a little bit. You're just
Yep.
it's a part of the range where you should be pretty happy to see 3, and like for what Jason was already starting to get to, just all the hands that are dominated staying in. Now they're folding, and you're effectively almost turning your hand into a bluff
That's right.
when
Yeah.
you do this.
I think
'cause
you do, really.
You can't really. It's just, what are you going to do when you get 4-bet?
Yeah, you're gonna fold, and
Yeah.
and the thing is, if this was an under the gun open or something, this hand would play great as a 3-bet.
I will say if Mark calls here and Sanjay knows he has a tendency to raise call wide out of position, then he can 3-bet a hand like this for value, but it's still not something that I default to. It's typical for me to just call, but seeing that Mark is calling 10-7 suited there, if Sanjay is aware of those type of plays, I like his 3-bet more than I did previously.
Yeah.
Agreed. He's almost justifying this 3-bet by peeling this hand. I mean, I don't love this peel. for what
Yeah,
it's
if
worth.
stuff like this starts happening, then you're definitely get the 3-bet all this for value. You just basically take a linear range, which is just a value-heavy range, rather than a range that has very good hands and very bad hands in them, which is called a polarized range. And you just 3-bet it all because you know they're just going to call your 3-bet, and you get to play bigger pots with hands that have them dominated.
Mark has yet to check, may lead out here, which doesn't really represent very much. Oh, I'm sorry, he did check.
He
I,
did
did- I
check.
missed it.
Yeah.
Sanjay, and I
Block
like
bet
that he's
here.
betting small here, guys.
Yeah,
The
definitely.
sizing looks good.
330,000.
Yeah, I'm pretty up in the air between
But betting and checking?
betting and checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both are fine. But I don't think he ever bets this flop with aces or kings.
Right.
Um,
He also doesn't necessarily get ace high to fold here, which is unfortunate when you have king queen.
yeah, it looks like he's going to get floated here.
Mark is definitely not one to give up on pots.
Yeah.
That's from the history. That, from what I've heard, this is very in line with his play.
And if you know that Mark doesn't like folding flops, then you can definitely check the flop, call a bet on future streets,
Yeah.
and then hopefully not face
Or
two bets with an
even-
unpaired hand.
Or even, I think if you check the flop, your line's so credible that
Yeah.
he's just going to play more face up. Even.
I agree.
Way
He's playing
more
a
in
balanced
line with-
strategy.
A bunch of your pairs and your jacks would check that flop.
Absolutely,
so
yeah. You
Agreed.
just never want to get check raised where aces has 2 outs. You know.
do you guys think Mark will lead out on this heart turn?
That's not a line that's very.
You don't see it very often, first of all.
It's the 6 of hearts really doesn't improve his range at
Right.
all. So I can't imagine him taking lead unless, it wouldn't make any sense to
It
me.
wouldn't
I
make
agree. It
much
wouldn't make any
sense.
sense.
At all.
But he does have a flush draw.
But he might want to do it just to go bet shove.
Yeah.
You know, he is almost just slightly over 1-to-1, one stack to pot bet for Sanjay with 2.1 back with 1.6 in there.
But I agree that it's a more credible bluff to let the turn go check, check, and then bet the river.
So this is a spot where if he does bet, he should bet absolutely enormous.
I agree. You should just probably shove on him, right?
Like even let's say he check called the flop with ace queen. I don't think he should ever bet the river with it because it's a better card for Sanjay's range, and
Yeah,
you would
to
want
bluff
him
it.
to bluff it.
Yeah.
So if he leads the river, it's just bluffs or jack X, which is almost always the nuts. So I think he should just go all in if he decides to bet.
Sanjay with about 25% more than the pot behind.
Yeah, if Sanjay really thinks this through, there's very few hands he's going to bet like this for value.
Yeah, I could see a hero call with king queen. You do block his 2 most relevant jacks, so you block him having king jack suited or queen jack suited, which is a very big deal.
But it's also one of those boards where it's difficult to put your opponent on a float because he doesn't have a ton of equity with whatever it is he called you with on the flop.
Yeah, this guy's repping so thin though.
Yeah.
But
and
Mark's style is he's in every hand, hanging on in every hand. That he,
Yeah, I think
he
that-
should know that he would float
yeah,
this flop with a lot of
yeah,
hands.
I think he should have put a lot more stock into that river decision. I think that you have the best bluff catcher possible.
Yep.
Especially if he's playing his ace X as we think that he should be.
Which would be
And-
checking the river.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think like having king queen as a call in that river is equally as good as having most pairs of aces. I think king queen's just as good. I don't think the guy bluffs with like pocket 3s on the river or something
No,
like that.
he'll just try and get the showdown.
Yeah, and it looked like I wasn't paying too much attention to the suit runouts, but it looked like he could only have one combination of both king jack and queen jack suited because he had an offsuit king queen, and I think there was 2 offsuit jacks on the board that didn't
Yep.
match his suits. So I think just like basic hand reading, since he's repping jack X, all of which you beat, and if he has ace jack, he's going to check raise all in on the river. I don't think he's going to lead all in with
The nuts.
with the virtual nuts. Yeah. So I think your bluff catcher's so good there, and this guy's so aggro that would be a spot to kind of nut up and think real hard and maybe put the hero card on and call with king high.
Easier said than done when you're at your
Absolutely.
first major final table. Call off most of your stack with king high there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. It's not like a decision I fault him or I
Yeah.
would expect him to think
Exactly.
that through properly. But
Yeah.
I think the flop is something he has played enough and should think about a little bit more. Like, what would I do here with my strong part of my range? And I think
Right.
you would check back very often.
That's
So
exactly right.
That's something he can come to the conclusion of and really play the hand a little bit better. He might still lose the hand because he might face 2 barrels, but I think he's a much higher chance of winning the hand.
Brian has opened here, first act with 6-4 suited. Now to John with ace-10 off in the big blind. Of course, if he knows the frequency that Brian is opening, this is a pretty easy shove.
Yep.
We don't know what Brian was playing like last night, but it seems that John is quite comfortable getting his chips in here.
Yeah.
And he should take down this pot in a moment.
Brian's going to fold, John will win the pot.
Seeing spots like that, those spots are automatic. You either
Yeah.
know you're calling or folding. I don't think you should ever
Okay.
think there. I was talking specifically about like if someone opens and you're on the button, maybe
Right.
it looks like you're conjuring up a light 3-bet, and then you decide to not do it, but they know that things are scheming in your head.
That you showed some restraint
Yeah,
this time.
exactly. Yeah, but maybe next. You know,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first situation he was actually trying to get a real count and think about calling with a king high, but then he realized he had too much probably and just.
Well, guys, we want to take a moment to tell you about our sponsor here on the World Poker Tour, DraftKings, the daily fantasy sports site where you can win your packages to both World Poker Tour main events as well as the World Series main event this summer. There's a great slate of NBA action coming up tonight, including a $300 tournament with a $60K prize pool and a whole bunch of other games. Tonight they also have a World Series satellite. There's going to be a WPT satellite back later this week. Those packages, very obtainable. I was able to lock one up the other night.
Are they very
They're
obtainable?
very obtainable.
They are.
You know, I built 4 teams the other night, fired it in a $50 satellite, and won an $11,000 package to the LAPC. So I'll be seeing you guys there. I'll be seeing our other DraftKings qualifiers there. One of the DraftKings Team DraftKings players, Al Zinfeld, is going to be there as well, and we'll be attending a Clippers game. So definitely, if you are interested in sports and enjoy having a little bit of money on it at the same time, make sure to check out DraftKings. They have a ton of sports going on there, including the NBA that we talked about, but also hockey. Football season is, of course, over. There's a golf tournament coming up this weekend. They have European Soccer League. Pretty much anything you want is on there on DraftKings, so make sure to check it out. And there is a shot of our payouts today. First place taking home $723,000 on a $3,500 buy-in that got pretty close to. I don't know what the total field was. It was
Over 1,000.
just over 1,000, right?
1,090 maybe. Something like that.
And it was a $3 million guarantee, which was surpassed here at Seminole Hard Rock. They've done an awesome job at building their prize pools over the years. This event has grown in size every single year during a period in which we have been concerned in poker about tournaments becoming too saturated across the globe, really, or too many tournaments going on at the same time, and so fields are diminishing. But here at Seminole Hard Rock, they just keep building big prize pools, and that has been the case this week. Meanwhile, Greg is all in with ace-king. Nobody with a reasonable hand to call with yet. Mark with ace-6 in the big, not going to think it over too long. Greg takes that down.
Shows.
Ace of spade, king of clubs.
Got lucky the first one I
Keep
looked at
that
was
credibility in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say this, guys. My tables during this event were amazing. Now, I know, Jason, you got a ton of chips in this event. It really looked like you were going to make a run for a while, and then you took another unfortunate hand. But what were your guys' reflection of the quality of field here?
It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe some of the things that I was seeing. It's
Yeah.
pretty hopeful for the game.
I think my day 1C table, it was me and 8 players I didn't know, was unfamiliar with. Many of them were clearly casual players. Looking around the room, it seemed like there was a lot of tables with only 1 or 2 professionals. Great stuff down here in Florida. And, of course, we'll be having our $5 million guarantee coming up in early April. Well, Kelly here with a pair of queens under the gun.
I'm going to see 200 again, maybe even a little bit more cheese, considering she's under the gun.
Kelly has a
210.
bachelor's degree in molecular and cellular biology. This girl's a total beast.
Incredibly
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a law degree.
She's literally
Yeah.
been a lawyer for
Yeah.
over a year now.
That's unbelievable.
Only 27 years old as well, you know.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
This is a spot.
Ooh, it is a spot, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly's only opened 1 hand so far this final table, though. But yeah, this would be a close one.
All
John's
in.
going
John's
for it.
going to make the
16 big
move.
blinds
Goes
about
all
right.
in.
Again, this is one of those situations where having a read coming in from last night's very relevant within the first couple of orbits here. Of course, we know that Kelly's going to snap in a moment.
Yeah, I don't think you can really fault them. If she's still playing pretty aggressively.
Sanjay
Yeah.
walks out of the big.
We have a
I think
call.
it's pretty loose. I think I'd.
Kelly calls. Kelly turns
Default
over
fold,
queen of
probably
hearts,
I think my
shove
king of
suited.
clubs
I
for
agree.
pair queens.
Yeah, I think my default is fold.
John
Yeah.
turns
actually.
over queen
Yeah,
of
but I don't
diamonds.
think it's a total punt or
King
anything.
No, nothing like that. It's a very close one.
Yeah, I wish I had seen more of the hand leading up to this, but I would imagine with her seat from early position at
Mhm.
least,
Yeah,
she wouldn't
she's-
be going crazy with these two guys on her left.
That's my
and
inclination.
those guys in position.
Yeah.
Alti has the button in his hand.
Yeah.
You know, so I think she's a bit more narrow than we'd like her to be in order to justify shoving king.
John is going to be all
You'd
in
shove
for
king, queen suited for sure, but-
I peel those two pretty
115,000.
spades. I don't think they're.
Yeah, you're right. It's that close. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't
You
fault
peel
them.
those, you'd say you'd peel king, queen
No, I'm
suited?
saying if I look down at king, queen of spades or something, I couldn't imagine folding.
Oh,
on
okay. I
17.
was like, oh, I go all in, but maybe
Five
I'm
of
being dumb.
diamond, 10 of hearts, 5 of hearts. Kelly's still in the lead.
No, John. Still
Bummer
with his
we
3
didn't-
outs.
Didn't get to see his GTO play. I
No,
really,
we
I really
didn't.
wanted to see it.
Well,
Jack
that
of
10-8 off
hearts.
fold.
Oh, hold
Jack
up.
of hearts adds some draws in
Hold
the
up,
turn.
yeah, maybe
Kelly
we
with the
do.
flush draw. John with the straight draw needs an ace, 9, or king, not of
All right,
hearts.
here comes the river.
It is a 6 of spades. John Graham is our 6th place finisher. You know, for a guy whose previous high score was 28,000 and having come in with the short stack today, hopefully he can feel pretty good about his efforts this week. But he's going to be taking home 6 figures, $146,245 for his 2nd WPT event. So congrats to him.
It's a fantastic finish. 6 out of 1,000 plus.
Yep.
I mean,
3,500 too. That's a big payday. 143K profit.
it's a win in a lot of tournaments. Yeah.
And so the campaign to become the first female winner of an open WPT event continues for Kelly Minkin. Strong start for her with queens over king queen. Still 3rd in chips, but moving on up.
Wow, it's amazing how deep they are. It's really, really, really good.
Mhm.
66 blinds in 3rd place.
Yep.
Going to be some long short-handed play or a really big hand. One or
Yeah,
the
and the
other.
most conservative player in the short stack, I would imagine.
Yep.
So it's not like his chips are getting in super quick.
Right now it's sizing up to be 3-handed between our 2 chip leaders and Kelly, you know, if nothing else changes. And I could see that being a 3-handed match with some serious fireworks. All of them seem like they're willing to mix it up.
I agree.
Oh, okay.
Greg folds under the gun.
Heck of a beard.
Heck of a beard, isn't it? It's a playoff beard is what that is.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Althea craft beer lover, wrestler. I think he's an assistant wrestler coach
Bet he wears a lot of plaid.
to his brothers. Hey, it's cold up in Maryland. Got a lot of snow up there right now.
175 raise.
Mark is going to raise 175,000.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts. I mean.
You had me going there. I was like, is MA Maryland and not
It's
Massachusetts?
not
I
near-
read Massachusetts
and
before.
it's not nearly as cold in Maryland as it is in Mass. I meant Mass.
I was like, I'm just going to say nothing and hope nobody notices. Well, Mark there takes down the pot opening what I believe was 8-6 of spades. We were having such a good time in the booth, I was barely looking. There you can see Greg Rosen and Sanjay Gehi, our 2 short stacks. Mark and Brian way ahead of the pack, and Kelly still in the middle.
There's just so many chips.
A lot of chips in play. This was a great structure. I thought getting through the day one a little bit quicker than some of the other 3,500 re-entries was nice. You get a little bit closer to the money. You don't need to wait until day 3, I think, to get on the money.
I think it was
as-
end of day 2 or something,
It was end
right?
of day 2, right?
Hour levels through the course of the event, but there was
Yeah.
so many chips in play that, you know, it never became shallow.
But then juiced up to
Brian is
90
gonna
in the
raise
final few days.
175,000.
Oh, did they?
Oh yeah, you played 90-minute levels on 3 and 4,
Mark
right?
folds.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it
So-
stayed 60.
That's why we have so many chips in play. The structure's pretty incredible for
A 3,500
a 3,500.
and a non-televised
Yeah, to get
3,500.
so many people make the
Mhm.
guarantee and still have this kind of play at the final. It's
Really
I mean,
encouraging.
kudos to
Yeah.
my home casino. I I love what they're doing here, and they're always adjusting structures and guarantees to what they think is going to work well, and
Mhm.
not just staying kind of rigid on what they thought might have worked a few years ago. They're constantly adjusting, which is nice to see.
And one thing we know for sure about this property is in the event of overlay, they will make good on it, as we can remember the $2.5 million in overlay that players saw in the 10 mil guaranteed 5K event back in August.
Yep.
Won by Phenom Dan Coleman, who just won everything in 2014. Sanjay here releases ace-7, facing a raise from Brian.
I like that fold. I like that he's thinking about it, though.
Yeah.
You know, that's it was definitely worthwhile to think about what you want to do there.
All in.
Greg here coming over the top with
He's going
ace-7.
to have fold equity, too. It's
Wow.
pretty nice.
Making a nice adjustment against Brian's opening
Yeah,
frequency.
that would not be my default play there.
No.
In the big blind.
Oh, you peeling here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if Altman keeps opening every single hand,
Yeah.
you got to go for it.
Yeah, it's not. It's, I love the play from him. I didn't think that. I didn't think we would see that.
Nobody's
matchup.
playing scared today.
No.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah, I played with him yesterday, and he was splashing around. He definitely wasn't sitting there playing scared money.
It's a shot of our WPT Champions Cup and the Royal Flush Girl sitting beside it. It's Tuba and Kat with us on this stop. Of course, the cup contains the name of every WPT champion on there,
Including Tony Dunst.
including Tony Dunst, yes. Now I'm trying to get the diamond that you get, if you win 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, they
Nice.
attach a little diamond to your name, so we're on the diamond grind now.
They just keep adding a stone every time you get one.
Yeah, they do.
Wow.
I think there's, I don't know, I think there's a 3-time winner, right? And he'd have 2 stones. Is Carlos Mortensen the 3-time winner? Maybe Gus Hansen as well? Does that sound right?
Gus
Yeah.
had one, right? Daniel, no, he didn't win just 2.
Gus definitely had 2 because he had 2 the first season or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember if he got a 3rd one at some point. Mark here opening King Queen under the gun. Gus had a rough 2014.
Yeah,
You know?
I know. The kid I live with brought the pain on him.
Really? That was your boy playing him.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gus lost most of his stuff playing deuce to 7, but every time he played PLO against Ben just annihilated him. He
Yeah.
didn't have an alarm clock set, if
Right,
Gus was
yeah.
online, it was time
There's
to-
there's a lot of people giving interviews lately talking about how they had the Gus
Oh, yeah.
alarm.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's a brilliant guy, too, and a great poker player.
Very
but,
much so.
Yeah. Just,
It's just, it's hard. You might be the 15th best in the world at something, but if you're playing the 5 best in the world at it, it's going to go very poorly for you.
yeah, he's going to get beat up.
Game selection is important.
Mm-hmm.
But Gus strikes me as someone who strives to be the best at whatever he wants to compete in, and
Yep.
sometimes you gotta take your take your lumps in order to learn and try to be the best.
To defend with
8-5.
off, yeah. Expect this to go check, but
I think so as well.
yeah, but I don't know. People in tournaments like to bet every time, so you might just see that. I think betting as a default is okay.
Yeah.
You obviously have good equity with this hand, and you deny the free 6 outs to a hand like 8-5 off or whatever on turns and rivers. But if you're playing against someone who's good and aggressive, and you just auto bet every single board that's paired, they can just crush you. You literally just start check raising a bunch of draws and a bunch of trips, and what are they going to do? Just get stacked every single time they have aces or whatever? And if they're only betting the flop with their bluffs and then checking all their overpairs and all that, they just never have a good hand.
They're playing very exploitably.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's going to be especially easy to exploit someone when you get to find out their hand 30 minutes after the fact, as these players have the option to do today.
Yeah, I mean, betting the flop is fine. I mean, you put pressure on his weak ace-x and his hands like pocket fours or whatever. But I think as generally against the other chip leader in a tournament where I do not want to play a huge pot against him, I'm going to size all my bets down, and I'm going to bet a lot less frequently. I would just check there and try to get the hand to showdown.
Right.
That's where you and Mark definitely differ, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Mark,
think he's comfortable betting there, and he might even be comfortable calling a check raise.
Yeah,
To be
yeah.
honest.
Yeah,
He
that's
played
true.
some hands where he's hanging on, and he's just gonna try to. He's a bulldog in every pot, but
I just think overall that's a terrible strategy against the other chip leader.
I would agree. ICM wise and everything, I would totally agree. And the way I've approached any big final table has definitely been careful against the guys that can really hurt me in a big way, and just understanding who and where to apply pressure.
Exactly.
And Mark isn't really kind of diversify where he applies his pressure. He's just kind of full blast, I think, in a lot of ways. But We'll see. It could work out for him. Sometimes
it does
blasting
work
away
out.
works
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, oftentimes that works out.
Yeah.
Kelly here opening a pair of deuces.
Wow.
Final
that's
fold, out of
succeeded.
the small blind.
Wow. I didn't
Final
think about
fold,
it.
Kelly
Blown
with a
away.
pot.
I'm just absolutely blown away.
I'm kind of blown away by that.
I'm
too.
surprised. I'm really surprised Altman didn't 3-bet there.
The king
honestly.
6 suited there.
Yeah.
It's a pretty ideal hand to be
Yeah,
3
the
betting.
one guy's got 10 blinds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's very comfortably in third. I mean, maybe they expect her to play back.
It's fine. You have
Yeah.
king 6 suited.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, play back. She might peel. Like, I don't know. You're just gonna.
It's still not the end of the world.
I
is
like
it?
that hand to do it with for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, guys, you can hit us up on Twitter during the broadcast. We'll be able to reply to you and see you in real time. We've got our phones with us today. We're on a 30-minute delay, so no concern about being quarantined up here the entire time. I'm at Bond_18. I believe Muckle Pahuja is just at Muckle Pahuja, right? And
Yeah.
Jason Kuhn, are you just at
Same.
Jason Kuhn?
Yeah, I'm saying.
So you guys can tweet at us individually. You can tweet at the at WPT handle, and we should be able to see that as well. So if you have questions, comments, jokes, anecdotes you want to tell about the players, let us know.
So
And
this
if-
is a oh, sorry. to
Go
interrupt.
ahead, go ahead,
I was just
Jason.
saying, I think that this is a spot where Mark will choose to 3-bet, and I don't like it. I think that obviously it's a very easy value 3-bet spot
Right.
in most circumstances, but you're 3-betting the other chip leader, and I think cold calling. I think he did just call.
He did just call.
I really like that.
I agree.
There's just absolutely no need to.
Oh wow.
Wow, this is going to go shove and
Fold call.
Yeah, fold call. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fold call, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I don't love. I'm not like excited to snap off with ace jack off.
No, of
No.
course not. But
Not
Sanjay's
folding.
been really aggressive
Yeah.
in these spots, and
He should have every pair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and maybe
and
an
ace
10
4 suited and whatnot. I mean,
yeah.
if I have
Yeah.
ace 4 suited there, I'm never calling and I'm never folding. I'm all
Yeah.
in there all day. I think the small blind's calling range. Like I expected him to 3-bet ace jack even.
Especially with how Mark plays, I would be pretty comfortable shoving
You're
my
just-
medium
you're just
aces.
Printing.
Yeah.
You're printing money. I mean, Brian's button range is like 85% of hands or something.
Yeah.
Sunday's all in.
Sanjay does go all in as expected. Brian will fold. And Mark presumably will call.
No, I lay even money for a lot.
And he calls.
All right, Mark,
So let's
Mark,
have a flip.
Exactly the kind of call I
Mark turns
expected. I don't
Sanjay
love
Gehi at
it,
risk.
but I'm putting it
Jack
in.
of hearts. Sanjay has 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds.
All the brown magic enthusiasts are hoping we keep some magic at the table now.
He seemed like a really nice guy.
It did.
too.
He
Yeah.
really did.
And all of his spots have been really. I mean, I think
Yeah.
he's been playing the short stack very well so far.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very impressed by the spots he's taken already.
Yeah.
Only 17 hands in, and this is pretty much
Sanjay's
cooler.
gonna be
This
all
is
in for
get your chips in
1,000,000.
and hope.
Yeah, I think the only thing that hurt him was 3-betting that
880,000.
king queen earlier. I think that's a spot where you just call 2 blinds,
Yeah,
float
agreed.
Sure.
the flop, c-bet, and maybe
Yeah.
show it down.
Agreed.
All
Your
right,
hand's
here
very
comes the
strong and
flop.
be comfortable playing
Flop
that
comes
pre
down.
and flop a little bit more where you just
Queen of diamonds.
Oh, there is an
Jack of
ace on the
hearts,
flop for Mark.
six of clubs.
So Sanjay down to 2 outs or
Mark
a
is in the
running
lead.
straight to save his tournament.
Comes the turn.
King on the turn does give him an additional 3 outs to the jack. Almost said 4, but one's gone.
I got one more out, don't I?
7's better than 5.
But a 10 no longer good for him.
A 10 or a
Jack.
So I guess he had picked up 1 out, really. 8 on the river.
All right. Marco with the
He's
pot.
going to eliminate Sanjay Gehi. He's going to be our 5th place finisher today. Again, we were talking about the fact that this was his first WPT, so getting 5th place for $180,752. I'm sure it feels pretty good once the sting of elimination wears off.
Yeah, think about what a victory this has been so far for Greg, who's just
Yeah.
been sitting here on 10 blinds, playing pretty tight, just got 2 pay jumps.
Yeah, Greg feels like a genius
yeah,
right
he's-
now. He's just
Great.
hanging out.
He got that A7 shoved through
Yeah.
and watched the bust out, and
Yeah.
he's chilling.
And he's made like, what, $90,000 watching people bust?
Yeah.
Either way, if I 3-bet, he's probably shoving anyway and I'm calling.
Kelly's got to be feeling really good too.
Yep.
This is
But yeah, I think
this
so.
we're definitely on pace for
Without you actually
really
knowing the
deep
math,
three-handed
And I think,
match.
and I think that it's going to be. My guess is going to be a long,
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered.
long three and heads up.
Yeah. Well, heads up will never take that long because of the half-hour levels. You know, that will force
there's
the play.
half-hour levels.
Half-hour
Yeah.
levels heads up. But I do agree that three-handed could take quite a while if there's not some kind of cooler.
But still, if for some reason they get like heads up with 100+ bigs each, which is very possible, you're still going to be playing heads up for, you know, at least 3, 4 level, 5 levels at half-hour each. And that's...
Ooh,
Hair queens for Brian.
that's a real one.
Going up.
175.
175.
I like that he's adjusting no matter what the strength of my hand here in this position, now that these stacks are what they are right behind him. Oh, wait, no, you still have the short stack in the big. I thought it was just, okay.
Mark right behind with a pair of fours. I would assume he was going to call, but it's starting to look like he's going to 3-bet. Are you guys surprised to see that?
Yes, I am.
I'm not surprised, but I don't think it's good.
Yeah, I'm not shocked, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
85,000. Kelly,
I don't think it's.
I don't think it's crazy or
terrible.
anything.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
It's a pretty hard hand to play post flop. I think
Yeah.
you do have a lot of immediate fold equity or whatever, but the problem you're gonna get yourself into is now you're gonna get 4-bet at least. I don't even think it's out of line at all for Alti to call. It's probably the standard play if you were talking just strictly ICM, but I think that you're probably gonna get 4-bet here, and now you're gonna be sitting there with a pretty awesome 5-bet hand, and it's gonna get ugly. But if you know that Alti's gonna call like he does here and play correct, I think.
I don't hate this, though, to be honest, just given stacks. I think Brian's going to have a much better sense of ICM and these kind of things.
Yeah,
and
that's
play
what I'm
hands
saying.
very well
If he's
close.
calling, then it's a much better spot than
To
if he's
3-bet the
4-betting you
fours?
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you want to 5-bet all in. At least that way you're. You know, I think you should cold call 6s through 9s, basically all the time. Maybe even 6s through 10s. But 4s are a pretty good bluff. They're pretty garbage hand.
Yeah.
They do have.
I just trust my post flop on the button playing position, even with 4s. I mean,
I just trust my flop setting.
that too.
Set
I'm
flopping.
pretty good at that.
Yeah,
as well.
and you also got to think about one other thing that's kind of cool with the 4s. Like, if it's an awesome hand that if the big blind goes all in for whatever 13 or 14 big blinds, you have a lot of equity against their range,
Yes,
which
correct.
is pretty handy rather than just 3-betting a hand like whatever king 7 off or something like that against his open. You have a
Yeah,
lot more
it
equity.
feels
against-
gross when you have to call off at this
Yeah.
huge price.
Yeah.
Well, Marcus followed through with a bet of 450. Guys, are you also surprised that he's followed through on this flop particularly?
Yeah, I don't think it's a good bet. I think that most of Altman's range is suited broadways.
Yeah.
And, your standard 3-bet calling range, and I really don't think it's good.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting many hands to fold that flop at all. And king on the turn will give Brian a straight draw. It makes you wonder whether this is a card Mark will consider barreling. I'm not sure. It's a pretty good card for Brian's range as well, is the
Definitely gonna
problem.
Consider doing it.
Yeah.
Whether
I
he
don't think
should
it's
or
a good
not
play.
Yeah.
is different. Yeah, I think everything he's going to consider doing it. I think he will, given his own hand strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an awful barrel. I think Altman has all the combos of Jack-10 suited. He has King-Jack, King-Queen, which isn't folding, all of the Ace-Queen, sets of 10s,
Queen-Jack.
sets of 6s. Like, the only part of his range that you're trying to fold him off is, like, a pair open-ender or, like, maybe a 10-9 suited hand, which is pair gutter.
But these are all the great reasons to not bet the flop. And
Yes,
he did. That's
exactly.
why I
Yeah,
agree. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, but you're saying he probably will.
I
keep
think
betting.
he will.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
which will be reinforcing how bad this flop bet was,
Yes,
basically.
agreed.
Yeah, this is an awful spot.
Literally, when you have
Yeah.
4-4 and Jack 6-10 rainbow and a 3-bet pot, and you know you're like never getting through, it's not a good bet.
Yeah, this
And now you're compounding.
I think pre-flop was fine. I'm not going to beat him up too bad for his pre-flop.
Yeah,
three-bet.
pre-flop
like I said,
is-
it might even be slightly better. But the flop bet and turn bet are awful. But we've seen that all he does is bet. I mean, he
Yeah.
doesn't check. I think his flop C bet so far has been 100, even in 3-bet pot. He just keeps going. And Altman here is
Never folding.
never folding and also quite happy. Like, he's
Yeah.
very happy. I don't think that Mark would continue betting Ace-King here, which makes this turn bet even worse.
Yeah, that's another issue.
Yeah, I think he just always checks Ace-King. So this is just, he's basically polarized here to a set or Ace-Queen. And who even knows if he 3-bets Ace-Queen? He just showed that he cold called Ace-Jack against a button open from the small blind. So he's like, okay, I'm repping top set here. That's about it. I don't even think he bets aces on the
Yeah.
turn.
He might
He
bet
might,
ace king,
and
which
he-
I wouldn't like
right.
either, but I think he might.
He
I think he
specifically.
Would. I think
Yeah.
he might, but like, which is wouldn't love that.
Strategically,
in
though,
that
it's all
either.
really bad.
I agree. Like, yeah, I would try to just evaluate river, get the showdown with my one pair hands in a lot of my one pair hands, and
The funny thing is, the way that this hand may play out is if he really decides to nut
To go
up,
for it on the
there's a
river, he
chance-
might get away with it.
No, I think there's a chance that Altman bluff shoves with the best hand.
Which is a sick
blocker.
play here
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah, if the board doesn't pair,
Yeah.
I think that there's a very good chance that Altman check shoves all in over any bet. And I think it would be a pretty awesome play with that hand.
Yeah.
If the assumptions are right that he's betting ace king,
I haven't seen.
which I don't
Mark
think
play,
he should be.
I haven't seen Mark play enough rivers and to know how thin he goes.
He's
Right.
really ag.
Yeah, and he goes very, very
And
thin.
he's got a lot of heart.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking Dube. I think it just goes check here. But if he bets,
I would assume
No, I'm
so.
saying if he goes thin to justify check shoving queen like here.
Well, when
I
you
mean,
check shove, I think you're only repping ace queen, but
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
significant part of your range. I mean,
Yeah.
you have 16 combinations of it.
Yeah.
You know, having 16 combos of a hand by the river that's the nuts in a spot where your opponent probably never can even have the hand. Maybe
Yeah.
3-bets the 4 combos of ace queen suited. It's just a pretty sweet spot to have 2 queens in your hand and go all in my opinion.
Now, is Mark going to fire a third time here, or is he going to give up on the river?
I don't think he gives up. I don't think he loves to give up in general.
You see how intense Alti's
Staring him down.
Yeah.
Mark's going to check.
And they do both check, so Brian will win with a pair of queens.
Yeah, that was a very, very big mistake.
Mhm.
Especially, I mean, you just basically dusted off $2.5 million in
Yep.
a spot where you have 0 equity. 3-bet spot's fine. I think 3-bet, you get called, you check and give up.
Try and get the showdown,
Yeah,
essentially.
sure, whatever. You put in 5.5 blinds or whatever, big deal.
Yep.
But you start compounding your pre-flop aggression in spots like that, you're going to dust off a chip lead stack real quick.
So Brian now, our chip leader, after a well-played pair of queens.
Yeah.
Still
I like Brian's line a lot. Do you think about 4-betting there ever?
I don't know, because I don't know how Mark is going to react to it. If Mark was the type of player where I was just like, if I thought he was a very clicky pre-flop
Right.
type player, then I just would and be okay getting it in. It's just, again, ICM-wise, it's a little scary because you pretty much have second locked up, and there's a pretty big jump between fourth and third and second.
Yeah.
And maybe against Mark specifically, you do better by calling pre because he's going to make some ill-advised bluffs post-flop that, you know, guys like you and I would not
exactly. It's one thing to know that he can be bluffy with his 3-bets and
Yeah.
take certain spots and bluffy posts, but clicky post and spewy
Right.
post. But it's a whole other thing to get on this leveling war where we think you're just getting it in
Right.
an appropriate amount of time with queens there against the chip leader to justify 4-bet getting it in.
Yeah.
For that much. So I really like Brian's line in that hand. And
Yeah,
overall.
I think you have to call. And I mean, it's so cool too. You have a lot of his hands that are just 2 undercard hands that you just
Also,
gotta
with,
lock down.
And if
with the
he's gonna
chip
do
stacks
that
the way they
post-
are, I feel like you have to broaden your calling range against him pre-flop, so you might as well have some really good hands in it
The
to
only
protect
hands
those
that
calls.
you're getting all in pre
Yeah.
there with is kings and aces.
Yeah.
And you might not even be getting getting. I'd say that like if we were looking at software would say get in kings, get in aces. It definitely wouldn't say get in queens for that amount.
Right.
There's
Oh,
no
guys.
way.
That's a great point too, though.
Yeah.
It's just kind of just balancing all the other hands that he will be calling out of position, that he will feel comfortable sustaining to a 3-bet.
Guys, Mark opened the button here for the minimum. Kelly just called out of the small blind, which is pretty surprising to
I
me.
love it. I love it.
But you think that she's laying a bit of a trap for Greg there to come over the top?
Greg's sitting there with 13 blinds. I mean, we just saw him ship it in with ace-7 off. I guarantee if he looked down at any ace, he would have just gone all in.
Yeah.
And then she's got a sweet spot where the button has to
Break check.
call or ISO, and she's sitting there with 2 queens and is like, all right, let's run it, you know?
Pretty decent flop for Mark here. He's got a gut shot. He's got backdoor diamonds. He's got a board where he can expect a fold from both opponents fairly frequently, so no surprise that he follows through with a bet. Presumably Kelly will call and Greg will fold.
Yeah. And in this spot, she doesn't really get to get all in that much with the. I mean, maybe she does. I haven't looked at the payouts from 4 to 3, but it's like a pretty cool spot because I do think that she calls the button with the majority of her hands. And it's nice to have this one in there too once in a while for a trap for that squeeze.
Kelly calls.
It's like
Greg
another
from
40K, I think. I think they were pretty consistently 35-ish to 40K until second and third.
Oh, wow.
If the-
Calls on the turn.
Mark drills a straight on the turn.
Yeah, she's just gonna check fold the turn, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, she shouldn't lose too much. I don't think she calls again, but I could honestly see her maybe calling once more and then being done with the hand.
Yeah, I don't know how much she thinks about blockers, and blockers isn't completely relevant, but having Queen of Diamonds blockers kind of
relevant here.
knowing that you block him having barreling his flush draws,
Yeah.
it makes it more likely he has a made hand.
Yeah.
Well, Mark really couldn't have asked for a better card.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool too. Here's a spot where Kelly's value range is almost all like, okay, maybe she has a set of 7s. I don't think she calls 4s or 5s. So she's a bunch of 1 pair. So his sizing should be huge on the turn, mainly because she's capped at a 1 pair hand, and he has like all the 2 pairs, all the straights. And that's a spot where you really just want to crush her. He might just make like an exploitive bet to just try to get paid off by a weak ace though, which I think is fine strategically at a final table just to try to chip up. But if, like, in a vacuum in this spot, this is all of his semi-bluffing range and made hands should be very big polarized bets because she's capped.
It's 535 into a pot of a little over 900,000 from Mark. Kelly here facing the decision.
Yeah, I would have said I don't hate that sizing, but after you put it that way, I agree. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's go bigger.
Yeah. I just think it's awesome. It's like you make the most with your.
She's gonna make this mistake.
You make
with
the
this
most
hand,
with
though.
your. Yeah, I think that
I don't
this is
love
this is a turn fold.
I thought she might call again, just playing with her and knowing about her style a little bit.
It is close though because
Yeah.
this guy is just he's
He's
a
so
bomber.
barely.
Yeah, he's
He
just a
is.
bomber.
But
you
it's
know?
also like, is he going to give up
But
on
then what do you do
this?
in the river?
Exactly.
Yeah, the problem is even against somebody who is as barely and spewy as him, it's just gross this spot.
Well, 6 cards straight for Mark
how
now.
much does she have in her stack at this point?
Like 4.2, and the pot is 2.
I think that's accurate to 4.2
Yep.
to what she in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your bet
I mean,
size there, Jason?
I mean, I think optimally the bet's all in, but I don't think that he'll make it. And like I said, I'm just talking. I don't even think that it's going to make you the most money in this particular situation. I think I would make okay, call me with your ace jack bet. So I'd probably bet like 800K and just guarantee that I get called or whatever, or maybe even like 1.2 million.
Yeah.
But the best bet here is definitely 4 million all in.
Because she should have, because she should be pretty polarized. I agree.
Well, he's polarized, or he's making a big polarized range, and she's capped with having like ace jack, ace queens, like basically all of her call down range.
Yeah.
She doesn't have like 8-6 or sets of 7s or 4s or 5s or 9s or whatever. So, and he has all that. He has 7-4, ace-7, ace-4. He might even have a hand like deuce-3 suited. He obviously has 6-8.
Yep, that's right.
And all of his hands, even a hand like, let's say he was semi-bluffing with 7-9 of diamonds. 9-7 is the nuts in this spot, and you can just go all in with all your made hands and a bunch of your bluffs like king deuce of diamonds or whatever, and just make the most money against her capped range. But it's like I said, it's not like that's necessarily the play here right now.
Right.
Well, Kelly here has got the calling chips, bet of
Did go big.
1.65 million. Already
1.6
set out there in front of her, and she does call. She pays off on
Yeah,
this
I
river.
love that bet.
Six of hearts,
That's just a horrendous call.
giving him a straight.
Even against him, I just don't think that. I think he has too many value hands. that
Especially
just
when you have the
smash
queen of diamonds.
Yeah, yeah,
that
that hurts you really
reduces.
bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that-
reduces the likelihood of a missed flush draw substantially.
This
Yeah.
is why turn gets you in so much trouble if you're not just
Black
like
five, black five.
3-bet the hand pre if you're gonna play the hand this way post.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it would go check call the flop. You check fold the turn most of the time, but whatever. You call it. You call the
Right.
turn. You're definitely folding the river.
Yeah, I'm very
Yeah.
surprised to see that river call.
Yeah.
You're right that every single value hand in Mark's range can comfortably bet that river and bet it for that sizing.
Yeah.
And not be sweating the call at all.
Yeah, I think like if she called and the river was a diamond and he bet, she could go all in, which is I don't think necessarily a play that she would make, but it would make sense. And
Yeah.
it'd be kind of relevant. And maybe that was one of her plans. Was okay, I'll hit a diamond and either lead or check raise all in. Since I have the queen of diamonds, but at the same time, it's like that's just too optimistic.
Yeah.
And by the river, you're just so far. You're really low in your range. Really, I mean, like even though her range is just kind of face up to only being like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited, maybe a set of 7s that was slow played. Queens is like the worst part of that. You know, like your traps of kings and queens are just folds by the river. You have plenty better hands to call with.
Yeah, great.
Well, guys, we are going to be on a break here for about the next 10 minutes, so we will come back to you, and the blinds and antes will be up.
Well, they decided on a little break.
All right, we are back from our break here on the WPT live stream, coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida.
Holla.
Currently four-handed in the Lucky Hearts Open. We just saw Mark Dube take down a big pot against Kelly Minkin with his straight against her pair of queens on the ace-high board.
The ducks fly together, so he will be opening them.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly's now only at 25 big blinds here.
King Jack.
I think she's going to 3-bet. This would be a spot where I would...
Prefer a 3-bet to a flat?
I think it's pretty close either way.
Mm-hmm.
I think calling's not bad, especially with these guys. These guys are just opening so wide.
Yep.
But I think Altman in the big blind does get to just crush you knowing
If you
that,
flat?
Yeah, knowing that you pretty much... Especially after she just trapped the small blind, I think there's 0% chance she traps the button again. I think she would just 3-bet it. Like,
As she has here to 525.
yeah, so... Oh, Greggy here.
Greg with a pair of sixes.
Since she's on 25 blinds, I think that sixes are pretty easy fold here.
Yeah.
Especially
I agree.
I would fold.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't run my hand over my head as if I had a difficult decision before I did anything. Because I wouldn't want them to think if they have like a marginal situation, well, he didn't seem happy about this, I guess I call.
Just snap mugs the doobies.
Yeah.
I like that fold. I mean, I would definitely think, but I would, yeah, there's not much. I would.
Yeah, I think you fold
it's-
the deuces too.
Yeah. She hasn't shown reason, justification to just rip it in there. Not that she's not capable. I'm sure he knows she's capable if you're folding there with that stack, but still. Looks pretty strong. You open under the gun.
Well, it's the cutoff now, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I would love the flat there though with her blade hands. If given that she, I mean, even
With the short stack
she
behind
might
and
be
an
a little
aggressive
bit
chip leader in
bitten
the
from the last hand.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Yeah, no,
it's
I
a
think
great
it's a spot where no one would ever believe she had a huge hand again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I think Altman would attack that spot, so trapping would be amazing. I just don't think you would ever see it. I don't think she would ever do it. I think if she peeled two kings there, she wouldn't trap again. I think she would just immediately 3-bet.
Yeah. You're probably right.
Guys, what are you doing with Greg's 11 big blinds and queen 9 offsuit on the button there?
What am I doing?
I'm all in.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so as well. I would definitely be shoving queen 10. I was intending to shove queen 9, but he folded it pretty quick.
I'm all in. For sure.
I'm trying to think what my worst hands that I'm shoving there
I
is.
mean, he's in last by a
Yeah.
large margin. Any profitable shove you have, you got to shove.
Yeah,
Queen 9 off, Queen 8 suited's definitely going in. Queen 7 suited's profitable, I think. Check me on there. But
it wouldn't surprise me if all the suited queens were profitable. Seems awful close,
no.
right? 11
yeah,
bigs?
I don't think you can shove Queen Deuce suited on
No?
the button. No. I could be wrong. I don't think you can.
I can't verify that.
I'm not
know
really sure.
I know I wouldn't shove that hand.
I know just roughly in my head, and,
Yeah.
and I could be way off. I played on like little internet tournaments where you're checking this stuff every other time in a while. But I'm
Yeah, that's the tricky part is
I
you get
feel
off
like
it for a while.
Yeah, I feel like you're all in. The cusp is Queen 7 suited.
Okay.
Queen 9 off. Probably King
I'm shoving
5
Jack
suited.
10. What's the worst Jack you're shoving? I'm shoving Jack 10, I think.
I'm shoving Jack 10. I don't know
Jack
if I'm
9
shoving
suited's
Jack
a better
9.
shove than Jack 10 off.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that.
would
Jack
shove
9
Jack
suited's a
off.
sweet
Suited.
hand.
Yeah, I think I would fold Jack 8 off on the button for
Yeah.
12.
Yeah. Well, Mark here out of the small blind going to 3-bet Brian with his king queen suited.
See, this is, I don't know, it's fine, but Kelly's playing so tight from the big line, you're just going to get yourself in these high variance spots. Does he have a significant chip lead now?
He does. He has like 3 million more, 2 or 3 million more.
Yeah, it's just a value 3-bet. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess his intentions are just calling a 4-bet, which is fine. But this Altman guy, I know he hasn't done it so far, but he's a battler. Like, he's going to 4-bet a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 3-betting's fine. Calling's, yeah, it's
They're
pretty
both
close.
reasonable
Yeah.
options depending on how you think Brian's going to react. If he's going to blast you with a bunch of 4-bets, it gets
Yeah,
tricky.
that's what I'm saying. I would just call.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily going to say all this stuff is bad or good, but I think
Yeah.
Mark, in a lot of ways, he looks down. Wow.
Whoa, this I'm not a big fan of. I don't peel 5-4 offsuit here.
Yeah, it seems wild.
I cannot feel it either. What I was gonna say real quick is just Mark. I think he looks down at his hand and just plays his hand for the absolute value strength that it is, rather than
plays
really
in a very
think
linear
about
fashion.
any kind of planning ahead
Yeah.
of how what I'm gonna do if I face a 4-bet or I don't know.
This is weird.
Yeah, it's so weird because he's bet every single flop too.
Yeah.
I think that this is a prime candidate to c-bet.
And-
Obviously, you're value c-betting, and like he doesn't continue with a lot of hands that are worse than you for sure. Maybe other than Queen 10 or whatever.
Right.
But you put a ton of pressure on his Jack X when you barrel twice on a club.
Any of the pairs under the jack
Of
are
course,
going to
yeah.
have to
You have
fold.
4 outs to the nuts.
Yep.
You block him having ace queen. I think that
You can barrel clubs quite comfortably.
Yeah. I think you bet. Yeah, you definitely bet the flop.
This is a spot where you can barrel the flop with the intention to barrel several turns, and a river barrel is much more credible here than it was in this spot with his 4s.
Yeah, if I'm choosing to 3-bet this hand and I get this flop with ace of clubs and everything,
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
like, oh, nice, we got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Happily
We
betting
got
this
him.
flop, we got him.
Yeah, exactly. And then he doesn't
My
bet
king highs.
the Jack 10.
So I 3-bet
six.
king, queen of clubs, and I drill the flop
I
on
just
ace jack
drilled
4
it.
rain.
I
You know,
just drilled
like-
it and I
He should
checked.
not
I've been
bet this
betting
turn,
all
though.
day. Now
Yeah.
I check.
Betting the turn would be a strictly protection bet, and I
Yeah.
wouldn't like it.
Yeah, I like that he's checked this turn.
Great.
Yeah, I think Brian's just going to check again, too, knowing that he's going to lose to the majority of his range. It's funny.
Yeah.
I think this is probably the only bluff catcher that he plays this way that Altman's in front of. I think like the rest is like 9s and 10s.
Yep. Very odd hand.
You're fine with Brian's one so far, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I would
yeah.
never put a bet in
Pre-flop,
at this
I think
point. I
pre-flop's
mean,
pretty bad, but
let's just hold.
it's just going to go check. This is, and a lot of people say, oh, wouldn't a value bet be justified on the river but after the guy's checked 3 times? But it definitely isn't.
No, definitely not.
No, you can see
10s and
10s.
nines,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
you're gonna see 9s, and they're not folding. Just hope you beat this one value.
I want to
hand
see
that
this
you
guy's
have
face
seen.
once he sees 5-4 off.
I knew it was gonna be good. Cooler. I thought I got there, but you got there. Pimp this, we say.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason, you're zeroed in today,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's caffeine.
You know what they're about to do and how they're about to look.
Yeah, right there's a hand that a flop bet just wins.
Yeah.
It's funny because a lot of this clicking we're seeing everyone who's up against it is kind of verifying that it's good. It's all good value. It's a good value 3-bet if you're getting peeled by 4 or 5
Yeah.
off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
peeling there, and I'm
Yeah.
comfortably playing the hand out of position post because it's king queen suited, and it's fine. And,
Yeah.
but that's total justification to 3-betting the hand if you're gonna get hooded by 4 or 5 off.
Yeah. And if the guy's defending proper frequencies, like king queen suited's a great 3-bet hand.
Yeah.
But I think that what happens is they just start 4-betting too much, which I'm surprised to see. Maybe I'm wrong after seeing a peel with 5-4 off. Then you just 3-bet all the good stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally you don't want to inflate a massive pot.
Right. I'm just balancing the other factors. You know, the
Ooh.
ease of playing that hand post out of position, and
Greg's doing what I call the visibly thinking about thinking. Like he's, all right, I want
think
you
he's
to
just
see
gonna
me
call.
thinking. Yeah.
I like calling him. But
Yeah, he only
I
has
like
9
calling,
blinds though.
but oh wow, he's so short.
Wait, he is.
He's so short.
Yeah.
That's right.
And he's already shoved
I
over.
thought he
these
still at
raises.
15, 16. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I
he's got
defend a lot
9
of opens off min raises with 9 blinds. So
No,
I don't like
do
this.
that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that one.
What do you do, min click it?
No, he made it like half his stack.
He did the. Oh, I don't know what to do. Let me just throw out
Oh,
these
now he's
6
gonna
100
show.
Ks.
Now he's gonna show.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, I'll show you if you ask. You're not gonna be here very long, you know.
Yeah.
It's always great
I
if
think I
somebody-
know
his
what you-
demeanor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show
It's
you.
great if somebody who's the short stack asks for a future show because you're like, yeah, you know, if you're here.
Yeah.
You're gonna go back and watch. It's gonna be hard to figure out what hand you're in.
Yeah, that's not Sanjay Gehi there.
Of course.
We got a little computer here. Sanjay Gehi was our 5th place
I have to be
finisher.
in the hand with you.
Greg Rosen of New Jersey is the one you see with the aces there.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a Sanjay.
Yeah. Greg's largest cash previous to this final table was 32,000. So he says that his greatest poker accomplishment is making this final table. He's played only 5 or 6 WPTs before, so here's a guy who's clearly really happy to be here. He came in on the I want to say the short stack for the
Yeah,
final
one of
table,
them,
and has already made an extra 80 or 90,000. So he's having a good time at this
Great
point.
Mark opens for 300,000. Kelly folds.
But there's a lot of right ways to play the aces there. But what you don't want to do is re-raise, but not all of your chips, because that is one of those things where casual players use that as a move to not go all in with their strong hands. And you do see that somewhat frequently.
If you look, Mark just 3x this. This is just going to be a call. I can't imagine 3-betting it. I do kind of like what Altman's doing. At least he's taking the whole group of hands and just kind of calling it all, which is at least you're protecting your crappy 5-4 offs with some big ones. If you noticed, the 3x did get a fold out of Greg's ace-8 off there too, which I think is pretty notable. I'm surprised Greg didn't ship it in after just shipping a 7 off.
Wow, I didn't notice that's what he folded.
Yeah, I think the 3x might have given him a little more fold equity.
That or he just won a hand, maybe. I don't know. I didn't even see him think about it.
Yeah, I don't really understand the 3x opening strategy other than oh, no, I get it. I get what he's doing, and I actually like it. I think he's saying Brian never folds a big blind, so I'm going to take a value-heavy range, open it for larger sizing, still have no fold equity, and play bigger pots against someone who has crappy hands in position. That sounds like a pretty damn good strategy.
And especially after you see the flat of the 5-4 offsuit.
And he's flatting a lot of his big hands as well. Yeah. Okay, I was expecting this hand to end on the flop.
So was I. Mark sized down on the flop to 250.
Hold up, no.
Didn't he?
Yeah, this one check call 250.
Wow.
Yeah, size down.
I actually don't hate the call. I would call one with the jacks myself. I think that even though you're stone dead, you know you're at the bottom of your range on the turn whenever he bets again. And also, I think the guy has c-bet 100% of hands.
Yeah,
and if
that's
he's opening
worth considering.
9-8 suited, you know, if he's probably c-betting pocket 6s and stuff like that. It's just like, I think your hand isn't great.
But if you've heard about the 4s hand now, is you really just gonna beat 9-8 suited all the time?
And here's the other thing: if you just saw your opponent 3-bet the king queen suited and then check ace jack X with one of his suit, how good do you feel about him betting this flop just really wide? Or I guess maybe you're saying
that's why
the previous one he perceived himself as having showdown value, whereas here he's going to bet every time he has no showdown value.
Well, my main argument is when you think about the entire range of both of these guys and what they're playing, like Brian feels pretty obligated to over-defend a little bit because he knows that he hasn't folded a big blind and most of his hands that he gets the flops with are pure garbage. And knows that Dube knows that. So, and we've seen that Dube just does not, he's opening wide and he c-bets 100% of the time. So, Jacks clearly is going to be like the worst hand that you check call the flop with outside of your gutter hands or whatever. But you have a small amount of showdown value, and you can't just be assured that Dube's just going to triple barrel every single time he c-bets. Like, I think you call one and you get ready to check fold a bunch of turns, but sometimes the guy's just like, all right, he saw me barrel off with 4s earlier. I'm going to shut it down. I made my stab.
Okay.
And you win with jacks, like maybe 15% of the time or something.
Gotcha.
I disagree only in the sense that Mark's style. I just think like against a lot of people that's my play, but against Mark's style, I just think he's when he doesn't have a lot of equity to win the pot, I think we're facing barrels way too often.
Well, he did only bet a third of the pot anyways.
Yeah, he did.
Which means
down.
Yeah, so if someone's betting a third of the pot, you need to win like
the sizing makes me want to peel
under 1 in 4 times or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Poor Kelly getting coolered here. Ace King first to act, and Greg with pair of aces.
Again? He's gonna 3-bet a non-all-in amount.
Wow,
He's
which
only
is
got
just
13
gonna make
blinds.
her sick though.
She's gonna feel so disgusting
because he just showed the ace.
Why would you do it again?
I mean, yeah, she's never getting away from it. Obviously, four-handed, you have a massive hand against 13 big.
This is how you give someone an opportunity to get away from a big hand here. Like they're never gonna get away from ace king.
Never folding this hand.
But you could have like ace jack here, whereas you would have snap called a shove, and now you feel gross.
Yeah,
and
I
maybe
think you would
I would fold ace jack.
Yeah.
I would fold ace jack.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he just has queens, tens, jacks. But you're just never folding ace king. You don't need to justify the get in.
I'm feeling a little sweat here. I'm feeling the queen jack flop.
Yeah.
Queen
I
jack.
hope she gets a sweat.
Fortunately, a lot of queens already in the muck. I saw queen jack and another queen X hand go in the muck.
Never mind.
But
I'm feeling much.
I'm rooting a set. Let's go 10 jack X or something.
All right.
I know that Greg is a nice guy and he's having a fun time and everything, but it feels so sick when you're the person with the ace king. You just get cooler and they just start shouting, "Yeah, I got you!" You know,
You're just so dead.
You're just like,
you gotta
come
cheer
on.
for Kelly. She's
Yeah.
she's trying to make history here. She seems like a really nice girl, very soft-spoken,
Yeah,
plays
very nice
well.
girl.
Yeah, playing real well.
Met her on this trip through some other friends, and she seems very nice.
No, and I don't think Greg did anything wrong, celebrating. It's just when you're in Kelly's position, you're just like,
Yeah, no, Greg deserves to celebrate. Let's get a 3, little chop.
2-0-3.
Chop.
Well, a 10 on the turn will end this. Kelly was at a pretty horrific day here so far. He's going to lose half her remaining stack with ace king to aces in a unpreventable cooler.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the end of the day, when you're playing a six-handed final table and you're not winning when you get dealt ace king and queen, it's brutal.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously we can criticize how he play those hands all we want, but it's when you're not winning those ones, it's gonna be a rough day.
You could just be like you and get ace king in against ace jack and ace queen every single time and lose like 12 times in a row.
Right.
I watched that Bay 101 final table the other day. I couldn't believe how bad you were at.
Oh.
That was a heartbreaker, man.
Yeah.
I didn't get to do a stream for that one, so I just heard about
just
it.
got it
after
in
the
good,
fact,
like,
and I
over
heard
and
that he
over
just
and
got
over.
See, we played four-handed forever, so really shout out the stacks, and unfortunately at that point, we needed to win some showdowns that I couldn't. But prior to that's what we had so much play, and that tournament was unbelievable. We were four-handed for like 4 hours, 5 hours.
Wow, it was 5 hours at the Borgata the other week. That was a long 5-handed match.
Right. Now shout out the stacks, and then when the cards get turned face up, it's out of your control.
Mark has a small blind, Kelly with a big blind. Greg will be first act.
Action with Greg,
Got a little
Mr.
more pep in his
Aces.
step. Mr. Aces.
It's just, twice in what, 4 hands or something?
Sick. He's feeling really good now.
I will never fold this. Wonder if he decides to limp buttons now.
I was just thinking about limping.
Yeah, I think that he's a guy that will limp some, and now since Kelly's on the short stack, I think it'd be a good way to. But if she continues just to snap fold her big blinds with hands like this, with like queen 7 off and things like that, then you just got to keep min raising. Yeah, your steal success is just so high that there's no reason to ever limp.
I wanted to look at her stack too before I decided what I would definitely do. With 13 bigs, I'm opening into.
Yeah, well, and the fact that your steal success is 100%. Like if you're just winning so much when she should never be folding to a min raise queen 7 off against a button that's a button opening range that's like, I don't know, 75-80%.
At the very lowest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You just call and flop a pair and hope good stuff happens.
And then we have 28 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, at least when a c-bet from his 3-5 off or whatever it is, you open button.
Right.
Oh, now he gets premium cards.
Brian's going to be first act.
Brian going to raise his 10-6 suited.
Opens for 225,000.
I'm just really, really surprised that he's not punishing him. Like ace deuce off there.
Like ace deuce off, that's a pretty good hand to 3-bet.
100% of the time.
I agree. I like that.
You've got 15 million. They both have under 30 blinds, or under 25 blinds.
I
or
love
something.
this spot. And he's just
crush
snap
them.
folding. I'm very surprised.
Guys, what are you doing with Greg's 9s here and 28 bigs to start the hand?
I would 3-bet call, but I think
Especially
there's a
against
chance Greg
Brian
just,
and his opening range.
my guess against Greg is he just shoves. Wow, he's
I was going to say
I think
kinda
he's going to
expect Greg
tighten up
call.
now that Kelly has half
Yeah,
his
I agree.
stack. He's going to play a little bit different now.
This,
He's not shoving that ace
9s are
spot
huge
earlier.
against Brian.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you
No,
got
I
him at 30
agree.
blinds. I think it goes 3-bet call, shove, and then call as for options in order of best to worst.
Yeah.
Then calling's the third best.
I agree.
Greg will check.
Greg checks.
And let's see if Greg makes a really defensive kind of the standard tell that amateur players do when they have those weakish bluff catchers. They call flops very quickly and defensively. I'm going to see if he does that. If he just kind of flicks in a call or if he thinks.
Boom.
Yeah, there's your defensive
You are
call.
so zeroed in today.
So zeroed in.
So yeah, when you see something like that, I'm like, okay, good luck, Jason. Let's empty the clip.
Yep.
I mean, I just go nuts, you know.
Yeah.
I don't care what I have. I'm just 3-barreling off.
Crazy check.
Yeah, that was slight frustration / just defensive.
Greg checks.
Yeah.
Flick it in. I'm comfortable.
Yeah, this is kind of. I mean, it's not the best card because some of that range is a flush draw for sure. But if I got like a 3 of spades, it's just like, holler at your boy. Let's do it.
But I think that
I'm
Brian
betting
will
for- yeah.
likely assess Greg to be on a 7 or a 5 somewhat frequently, and expect that sometimes on the flop, Greg might just try and even end it with an ace. Be like, well, I don't want to deal with perhaps a flush getting there. I'll just go all in. I'm a little surprised that Brian
absolutely.
didn't go for it. I don't hate that he gave up there or anything.
Greg should not bet this river with that hand. He
And
should
he's
check
making a
call
blocking bet
100%.
clearly. He's betting like
Yeah.
quarter pot.
Just and the speed that he did that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that Altman's just going to fold.
Yeah.
But
He has a great
he
bluff
should just be
catcher.
check calling this hand. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Altman's going to stab 100% of the time with his bluffs. It's very hard to get called. You're still going to get called occasionally by like a 6x of hearts or whatever, but that doesn't overcome the amount of times that you run into a better heart that raises you, or you do not pick off a bluff that you would have picked off from checking.
And every now and then, Brian's going to read into the bet sizing as a medium strength flush and try and raise him off his hand. You know, I don't know how frequently Brian's going to do something like that, but he's been aggressive and capable enough so far that I think he will put the pieces together and attempt it now and then.
Yeah, I'm certain that Brian would have made some type of stab at that river. I mean, he just
Oh, you
has
gotta.
to. It's just,
You
yeah,
gotta.
100%.
I hate that bet for so many reasons.
Yeah.
The sizing, if you are going to bet it, your hand's too strong to bet that sizing. Like, you
Yeah.
actually get value out of your hand.
Yeah.
Not 1/6 pot or whatever that was, 1/5
Quarter pot. Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's a very transparent play, especially to a more experienced player.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to just lead that river with a few bluffs and lead it with king hearts and queen hearts and check call a bunch.
the
you
good
don't
old value
really-
check is a much stronger play there.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 600K in chips?
Yeah.
Just check.
The other thing is you can't really be bluffing. Like 6-4 got there, the hearts got there.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yep,
what
that's a
are you
that's
saying
a
that you
great point.
have?
Maybe you just check entire range and check
Yeah.
raise all in with the king of hearts.
Mark folds. Kelly
If you
folds.
no bluffs.
Well, back on Greg in the small blind here. He'll just pass up 8-7.
Brian's gonna get a walk.
Brian will take the walk.
Big blind.
I will say that it's probably smart for Greg to avoid blind versus blind confrontations against Brian, both because he's outclassed from a skill perspective, and also because while Kelly is short, Brian is just going to pound him.
Yeah,
Yep.
everything that Greg
Don't hate
does should
that
just be ramping up aggression.
Yeah.
Even the nines hand, it worked out well for him, but that should have just been very easy 3-bet call or shove. Just put the aggression on these guys that are opening way too loose and kind of make them play all ins. And I think that's your best bet against guys that are just going to outplay you on the streets.
Totally agree. Like, from a lot of people, I would hate just moving all in for that many chips with 2 nines. It's just a strong hand.
Yeah.
But for him specifically, I think it's totally fine.
Very fine play.
If not
yeah.
optimal.
Yeah.
Greg folds.
I expect a limp here. I don't think he'll raise. He's against the other big chip leader. This plays really good as just a call and then call a raise. Yeah, so I like his strategy here. Hand plays really bad in 3-bet pots, whereas if you limp and the guy 3x's, you have a nice little ace-high bluff catcher that you can call and play a pretty small pot with. I also like Mark's check. Yeah.
I like both too, as well.
Yeah.
For all those same reasons. I really like everything I'm seeing from Brian today so far.
Yeah, he's playing other than the 5-4 off defend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like whatever. I
Yeah.
can see him be like, well,
Spades.
I have position on you and we're the 2 big stacks, so you can't just go nuts. But
Yeah.
It was just ambitious as a whole.
yeah. So you're
Definitely.
just gonna see a protection value bet here. I like this. I think checking's fine too, but you don't have a spade,
Yeah.
so turns play ugly. You
I
just
like
want to go
this.
ahead and bet and win the pot. It is a value bet, and you get to do that in these like
And you get
100%
called like
range spots.
king high sometimes, even queen high. Some people
Absolutely,
will
yeah.
feel.
He never folds king high.
Yeah.
He's gonna call all queen high backdoor flush draws.
Yeah.
275.
A little raise here by
Yeah, he
Mark.
makes like a little freeze. I understand what he's doing. I don't know how I feel about spots like this.
Wait, what is...
He raised.
What's
raised
the
the
size, though? You can't...
Yeah, he's just
300
basically
even.
raising his little hand.
Oh, 125 to 275.
Yeah,
got it.
yeah,
Got it.
it's- I don't really like it.
I don't like that very much either.
Well, Mark is a guy who really grinded up his bankroll online after Black Friday, which is not something we encounter very much in the poker world, particularly in the United States.
An American online poker player.
Yeah, he was playing $5 and $10 MTTs in 2012 on some of the American-facing sites, and then in 2014 won the 5K at the Venetian during the summer for like 333, and then banked second in a World Series circuit for like 100K. So this is a guy who only a few years ago was just starting out in tournament poker, and now has found himself with this great opportunity here today, and been very, very active. Has not been boring to watch at all.
No. Some really crazy hands throughout, leading up to this Final 6. Anyone can go read on the updates on the WPT website, but yeah, this, definitely been very entertaining.
Brian here with 8-4 on the button. Gonna keep coming after Kelly on her short stack.
210. 210.
Brian opens for 210,000.
Mark is out.
Yeah, I think you just have to open
Small blind.
all the good stuff in
Correct.
her. she's obviously all in here, but
Kelly moves
Yeah,
all
very
in.
nonchalant all in. Brian will fold, and Kelly will take that one down.
All right, we have 30 minutes remaining of this.
It's big, something to smile about. She's, you know, she's been losing most of the hands she's entered, so.
Rough day so far for
yeah,
me.
she's been real classy though.
Yeah, oh yeah, taking everything in,
Yeah.
in stride. I, for one, think, you know, everything else equal, women are just more better suited to take the emotional swings of poker and just to take the swings a lot better. I think I've only met Kelly and interacted with her a few times, but she seems extremely level-headed, extremely bright, and just all the tools you need to succeed at the table.
Brian here with the 7-6 suited under the gun. Will definitely be raising this one.
Yeah, that's a pretty one.
Right, over 225,000.
Mark behind with 9-4 going out.
Folds.
Kelly with 9 deuces out.
Kelly folds.
And now Greg
Greg in the big blind.
presumably will peel his Jack 9.
Yeah, he's gonna call.
I think it's gonna be a gentle call.
Yeah.
Oh, just flipped it in. God, I'm not as zoned in like Jason today.
But there wasn't as aggressive a flick as we saw on the flop call. Like that was
Yeah,
a
he threw the chips
Because with the
at him.
Look at
medium
how
strength
strong I
hands,
am,
I would
yeah.
expect him to try to make it seem he's a little bit stronger than he is, but he didn't.
I think Ulti is gonna see, or he's gonna check back this flop.
I think so.
Wow, this lead is
Ooh,
atrocious.
This is not a good idea.
Now Ulti might just blow the stack off, which if he does, I see. I think. I mean, yeah. I think I can't help myself.
That's just
there.
always is what it is. I
just wanna
agree.
beat everyone out of every pot.
That
No,
just
I'm
is
saying
what
if
it
he
always
leads
is.
right there, the price of poker's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
up in my spot. Whereas if he would have checked, I would have probably checked back and gave up.
I agree. That's the irony of it.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried that he'll lead some like ace X's that just aren't planning to fold, but would hate to see the turn card, or
I
sorry,
might
the
just
straight
call.
card come on the turn.
I think I'm just gonna call and just win the hand post a lot.
Yeah.
Just like win the hand in later streets a lot.
And I mean, he did have backdoor flush draw as well, right?
did.
Yeah.
He did the little defensive flick thing again
Yeah.
too, though. I know that he didn't get to show down the last hand, but
That lead, I hate that lead. It's so transparent, and I'm surprised Brian didn't do anything. A raise or just like float and just try to win the hand. I mean, that would be
Nobody
too.
leads anything good there.
I'm
That's the
I'm
moral of
licking
the
my
story.
chops just like Jason
Yeah.
in that lead too. I'm not. The hand's not done there.
we're now gonna get got by every single person.
Who just like leads out ace 10 there and just owns
king,
us.
queen.
Kelly folds.
And another looks like Brian's getting another walk.
Greg
I
folds.
don't know. Good luck with Jack 9 off on that board beating me when you lead it
Brian
to
with
me.
the flop.
Go for it.
I think that a hand. I remember one hand where I saw a lady get
I
in
thought
front
you
of the table.
asked.
It was a
Nah,
funny
nah,
WPT
nah.
that Taylor got Kriegenberg.
Oh, okay.
She led middle pair like that, and
You're
he
nice,
raised
I'll give
and,
you one more.
and jammed all
Only
in
one I
on the turn with pure bluff,
Right.
pure air.
Right.
I got her to fold, and I
Right.
think the spot where he saw that was just like whatever, and then he went on to win the
It's
tournament.
incredibly exploitable. You just turn your hand completely face up about like what portion of the range that you're peeling with pre and what you have. It's just so obvious.
Kelly will be first back.
At best, he has one pair and a gutter.
Kelly is out.
Kelly folds over
Greg with
on the
Jack
button.
9 on the button.
Don't do it, Greg.
Going to 2 1/4.
I admire his heart, but I don't think it's going to be a great result for him with these two guys.
And Brian likely to pound him with an ace 6.
I agree.
I'm pounding away.
Yep. The price of poker's going up.
6 1/4 or so.
I think
Maybe
this is one of
600.
those spots. Kelly's on 10 blinds. Just bring the variance when you do. Like if I was Greg, I'd probably 4x my hands and just do it really tight and wait for her to bust and then just give it my best.
But that's in line with how he should play the nines and stuff. And
Absolutely.
the problem with recreational types or amateur players, who might be less skilled, they don't know that the proper adjustments. If you are less skilled, they're trying to
Yeah.
play according to what they see other good players do. And that's, the game's a totally different angle when you have the skill edge versus when you're up against the skill edge.
Yep.
5 to 80.
Oh my.
Uh-oh. This could end poorly.
Is he gonna defend it? I think he's gonna fold.
This would be a particularly bad spot to flat with Kelly being so short stacked. I mean, it's going to end up costing
I would have gone a little bigger
Greg,
for this
you know.
reason.
I
We'll
agree. I'd
a
just make it
little
like
bit
650,
bigger.
675.
Yeah,
you
I'd go
know.
closer to full 3x than what Brian did here, but it's not a huge. It's not a huge deal.
Brian does get away with that
Oh,
one.
he has to see it.
Brian chose
He
Oh,
said-
had
he
one in
says
the-
you're
he-
beating
he
me.
had one in the- He had one in the bank. that
Yeah, he had
got-
one in the bank. Brian honored
Brian
his
showed?
commitment.
Okay. Oh, then it's the easiest 3-bet ever.
When the guy knows he gets to see it when
Yeah,
he folds,
'cause
I
you
know
the
you're
guy
right.
has one in the bank. And you
Yeah,
get to
you're
show.
right.
Oh my God, what a waste of ace 6. What a waste of an ace high.
I
I want the 10 high there to show.
Maybe a semi-ball.
Yeah, Greg, sit on this 30 blinds,
Big
make another
yeah.
50K, and then beat these boys up and win the thing.
I had the 8-6.
These two young birds are going to be in the game for a long time. Let's let Greg win this one. Or Greg or Kelly. I want Kelly to make a comeback. Alti's made all the online money. The other guys won Foxwoods and Venetian and all that.
And all the American online money,
Yep.
too.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
your first act. That's a long time.
I know.
Pretty hand.
Brian with a real one here.
10.
Going to 210.
Brian opens for 210.
Mark out. Kelly 5 deuce can't play.
Snap
Easy
it off for
one.
13 bigs when she shoves.
Full blinds really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Brian
I
opens
expect to
for
be behind,
210.
but King Jack suited is just too good a hand.
Agreed. I would definitely expect to be behind most often.
Well, guys, what's coming up next for you on your travel or live poker plans? I guess, Jason, we'll start with you, then go over to Muckle.
Well, there's a chance I go back to Macau for a few weeks and,
Okay.
and get back in cash games, but I'm going to play LAPC and maybe do the California swing unless something comes up.
All right. Muckle, what about you? Are we seeing you on the California swing or
Cali
Falls
swing.
View?
Cali swing
Okay.
for sure. I'm going to chill out in Florida during Falls View. Just stay down here. There's a little circuit event next weekend.
Oh, that's
the
right.
World Series circuit and Valentine's Day weekend with wifey, and then see you guys in Cali. Can't wait for Cali.
Yeah,
Had
it should be a
time
great swing.
Last time, and definitely looking forward to it.
LAPC, one of the few remaining 10K events in North America. Always gets a strong turnout. Kelly moving all in here with Jack Deuce for 13 blinds in the small. Guys, you like that one against someone like Greg, who you don't expect to call that wide, but Jack Deuce, of course, a very
Definitely
weak
not
hand.
calling correctly,
Yeah.
but is that enough of a justification to shove that wide? 13 bigs? I don't know.
Wow. I think she should just go for a steal there. Or limp or something. I don't think she should fold because the guy's just way too tight in that spot.
Yeah.
But I think maybe just
2.5x.
do a really face up like weak
Yeah.
3x even and just
Yeah.
fold to a jam. I think it's just going to work against them.
Limp leading a lot, just lead every time. You really just the bare minimum. You can spend 2 blinds in a way that's going to win a lot. Limp and then
Exactly.
lead
Yeah.
every flop.
Yeah, I don't
Jack
think I'm
3
going
off
to
is
shove.
just so
You're just so
dust.
dead when he calls you. Although it probably is profitable if he just
Probably
looks down at like King 8 suited and
And
folds.
he's still folding? Yeah, you probably, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Against someone who's never calling correctly, it definitely has got to be profitable.
Yeah, I
but
mean it's gutsy if anything.
you should be any 2 technically. I mean, it's definitely profitable to shove 7 deuce off against someone who's folding King 8 off.
Yeah,
with a
I
big
promise
blind.
you that. Yeah, that's an any 2 spot if that's happening. So
Yeah,
maybe
if it
she's just
is.
aware of that and like whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Greg
Yeah.
gives Brian yet another walk. Brian with all these real hands in the big blind.
Getting hit with a deck.
We haven't seen a lot of huge setups or anything. at
No.
this point. Not a single one, have we?
Ace King versus Aces.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah,
that's a big
that
one.
was it.
That one counts. I feel like you see that at every final table. The Ace King versus Ace.
Brutal.
It's often how people get got in poker tournaments.
yeah.
You look down at Ace King, you're like, yep, not folding. Oh, wait, I'm basically drawing dead.
Those are the ones that are so painful. I have an ace in my hand. How do
Yeah.
you had 2 of them?
How do you have
How
two?
do you find 2 of them?
Day 3, cutoff open, and Kelly 3-bet the button, and the cutoff shoved for like 30 bigs, and she called with red kings.
Uh-huh.
And he had ace king with the ace of spades and got an ace high all spade board, and she turned the case king in his face. Yeah.
Oh, I think I read that
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Kelly, you're under the gun with King 5 offsuit.
Kelly folds. Greg folds the button.
I would like raising this hand equally as much as I would like limping it. I think ace-4 off is a much better limp than queen-8 suited. I think queen-8 suited is a hand that plays pretty well, heads up in a raise spot. You get to semi-bluff a bunch, and you get value from a bunch of hands that, you know, are going to eat. Like, I don't think that Brian is folding, or I'm sorry, Mark is folding 9-5 off to a 2.5x raise or queen-5 suited or anything. So I think limping's fine. I also think raising's fine. So Mark's just value raising the queen-9 off, which
Yes, he is.
I think is maybe the bottom of what he should be doing it with. And I think it's
I think
fine.
it's about right, yeah.
Yeah, 2 cards bigger than an 8 are pretty good.
Brian
He's
will almost
never
certainly
gonna
call
fold
here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Calls. Heads up to
We'll go to a flop. Brian in a dominated position, but with the suited hand.
10 spades, 7 of clubs.
Neither player really connects on 10-7-3. Mark
Mark's
the
got
only
a
one
really
with a
nice
spade.
betting hand though.
Yeah, he does.
It's just gonna go bet fold. I think. I don't imagine Brian continuing on this board.
Brian checks.
You were pretty standard sizing. If you're in the small blind and you like going 2.5 here with queen-8 suited, you would pretty much go 2.5 with most hands.
No, I think it's just whatever I want my strategy to be. For instance, whenever Martin Jakobsen was at the final table of the main event this year, you saw him play against Stevenson, who refused to fold a big blind. So what Jakobsen started doing is opening top 25-30% of hands for a big sizing. So if you want to play a strategy that is just raise or fold, then you need to have smaller sizing because you're going to have a lot of weak hands in your range. But if you're playing a balanced strategy of folding some, limping some of the middle and some of the traps, and then raising mainly value, I think you should raise for a bigger size.
Okay.
It's just whatever kind of strategy you want to employ. I think a good default strategy in tournaments for people that aren't comfortable playing post-flop is to maybe play the top 60% of hands for a 2.5x raise or something like that.
Yeah,
Would be
that
fine.
seems very reasonable and pretty standard. Yeah.
Yeah, just fold the rest. But if you're an advanced player, you should have a limping strategy.
Oh, yeah.
Against most people, unless you're facing someone like Kelly today hasn't defended a single big blind. So if I'm facing somebody like that, I'm just going to raise it all.
Yeah. And smaller, I would
Yeah.
think as
And
well.
smaller, yeah. I tend to go a little bit bigger and when I do raise, but I have a pretty. I think I limp a ton small to big, and I generally go closer to 3x.
Yeah,
and
you're
I
probably
probably
going
would
with a
with
nice
queen-8
hand.
suited, and I probably would with yeah.
Mark folds.
With a lot of
Kelly.
hands.
Kelly folds.
Brian will take that one down, and we'll take a moment to remind you guys about all the great action on our sponsor DraftKings tonight. It's a big slate of NBA games tonight. They're having one of their largest NBA tournaments so far, a $333 buy-in with a $200K guarantee, which is filling up as we speak. But there's also a $33 buy-in that's a $150K guaranteed prize pool, a $3 buy-in that's got a $100K guaranteed prize pool. Of course, you can win a World Series package tonight for just $27 and win WPT packages for as little as $50 or even satellite your way into that satellite for about $5. So lots of great opportunities tonight. Tip-off is about 7 p.m. Eastern, so you got to get your lineup sorted by then. But there are a slew of sports available now on DraftKings, including NBA, NHL, PGA, college basketball, and MMA. So if you want to get involved in daily fantasy sports, DraftKings should be your destination. Mark here with ace-5 suited on the button.
Nice button hand.
Assessing the other player's stacks before he decides and going with the min raise.
Mark raises to 200,000.
Kelly with queen 3 suited in the small.
This is a negative to acting very quickly every time when you actually have things that you want to think about and that might be close in your mind. I think this is pretty telling.
Kelly
If she
folds
did do
in
something
small
there,
blind.
but she clearly had more of a decision than she has
Yeah.
with all of her
Yeah,
other
she
blind
just
decisions.
snap shipped the other stuff.
She snap shipped the ace nine suited, which was a snap decision.
Yeah.
She snap folded a lot of times, which were easy decisions. But still, if you take 5 seconds every time, you're just better off.
Deuce of diamonds, deuce of hearts, king of spades.
This is that very defensive check again from
Greg check.
Greg. He's kind of saying, I'm giving up here.
Yep.
That's 200,000. And he'll take down the spot.
A quick bet and fold there from Mark. who has what I believe is a gamer hat on. I'm not sure which controller that is. Looks like the old school Nintendo controller from here.
It does.
I'm not exactly sure.
I like it when he looks down at his cards.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny to
Smile,
look
yeah,
at. It's
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a character.
Action back with Mark in his 8-3 offsuit.
Mark folds.
Kelly with trash on the button.
Yeah, she's gone pretty card dead here.
Kelly folds.
Greg giving yet another walk.
And Brian.
Brian just hanging out in his big blind all day.
Oh yeah.
Not so great.
It's a shame she doesn't have something a little bit more reasonable because that's a pretty great. What'd she have? 12 blinds.
7 or less.
Right around there, yes.
Actually, I have 9 deuce on that one.
All right, once again, this was our $3,500 main event.
Hello.
Just gonna guess the guy with the beard is related to Brian.
4 players in fourth place will receive $220,000. That's a first place prize of $722,000.
Get to see every single person in the crowd. It's exciting. Oh, hi.
Back with Kelly here. First to act.
All right, Kelly's first act, she folds.
Now Greg, 10-9 suited on the button. Looks like he's gonna 2.5x, maybe a little more. He's going up to about 285.
I like it.
I like too. And my read actually in game would be that he has a strong hand. It looked like he looked
Yeah.
down. He really liked this hand.
Yeah, and then he was like 4 of them.
Let's
Well,
go.
less.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly.
Yeah.
He looks very strong.
Yep.
and
Get him, Greg.
There you go.
Big blind.
So Greg will take that one down. Continues to hang around the 30 big blind mark.
Yeah, I believed him that time.
Yeah.
Without seeing the card. Well, he did have a nice hand.
He did, right.
Guys, did you get in for many bullets during the course of this event? Did you have to fire very hard?
Yes.
Muckle says yes. What was your number?
I was in for 5.
For 5, Jason?
Only one.
Only 1. I was in for 2.
And
And
I probably made it the least far.
Who, you?
All 3 of us. Probably.
where'd you was your last bust?
Did not make day 2.
You did not make day 2. Then I made it like 6 hands into day 2.
Yeah, that's how I was at
Yeah.
the 5 diamond, the 10K. I was in for 4 or 5. I think I was in for 4, and I
Mhm.
just busted first hand back, like kings to ace king, like right
After
after
re-entry?
right after the re-entry. Yeah,
Just feels so dumb at that point.
So
this
bad.
sucked.
Yeah. That's the first time I've been in for like more than 2 or 3 ever.
Yeah.
Not made the day 2 though.
I was gonna say you're not normally the guy I talk to who's like, yeah, I fired a whole bunch of bullets in there.
Yeah. Well, I definitely fire a good amount, but I usually have a stack to show for it.
Yeah.
I think at least day 2 stack, but couldn't make it happen this time.
Now Mark here with a pair of 6s facing a button raise. We've seen him 3-bet these smaller pairs
I really
before.
don't like 3-betting this
Same. I
hand.
don't like this one.
Yeah, I think you have position in 4s are significantly worse hands
Yeah.
than 6s. Now you're out of position. You're inflating a pot against a guy who's just shown you that
He's gonna flat
defend
5-4.
tons. Yeah, he's just gonna defend everything he opens
Yeah.
with.
Yeah.
And here's-
You also see that Mark's going bigger here, which I don't know how I feel about that. I guess if you know the guy is defending 5-4 offsuit, you'd want to continue encouraging that type of thing, right?
If you're really sick, you just go all in because you know he never does it with aces or kings. He never makes it that size. If you're just the sickest, you just look at him and say, okay, call me, I'm all in.
But he'd still call with like jacks, though, right?
I don't think he makes it that size with
No?
jacks. No, I think
Okay.
he's just like, I want
Yeah,
you to
but
fold. I'm making it
He might not
700,000.
he might not have ace or king, but I think Tony's saying he still might call with some hands.
Yeah.
Now that you
Yeah,
you,
I'm
'cause you're not
obviously
yeah,
being
right.
extreme, saying you
Right.
can go all in. I'm just saying he's turning his hand face up.
I agree that he's doing
Sure,
that.
sure, agreed. I don't mind going bigger if you are gonna 3-bet, but I hate the 3-bet.
Yeah, I would just flat there and try and win a smaller pot post flop.
Yeah, and you're
Unless I hit my set.
basically defending your big blind because Kelly's folding every single big blind.
That's right.
It's like
Yeah.
maybe 20% of the time you go 3-way or 25.
It's true.
Brian here with Queen
Very
9 of
good point.
spades, likely to raise in a moment.
It's just more of that looking down at your hand and just seeing it for the absolute value that it is, and just hitting raise because 6 is beat your opening range. It's just there's got to be more complex kind of things going on in your head as far as the situation. Just clicking the call.
Greg in the big blind.
Looks like Greg gonna make the call here with
Hey,
King
Greg's
4.
fine at least.
More. Heads up to the flop.
Oh,
And he
Fix
just
didn't
did
think
that
he would
quick
defend,
call,
but-
though. You should at least think about
And he will check in the dark.
Check in the dark.
And his opponent outflops him on ace queen.
I wonder if he finds a call here. I don't think
I
he
think
will,
he's. I was gonna say I think he would check back here,
Oh,
especially
yeah,
with the
no,
spade.
for
Without
sure.
a heart, I think
Yeah.
Greg would check fold. But I like Altman's check.
Picks up that spade draw on the turn.
I think he should check again, although I don't think he will.
Yeah, I agree
I
that-
definitely think the proper range play is to check again. You almost always have your opponent drawing stone cold dead, and you want them to improve. It's really nice to river a spade. You might occasionally pick off a bluff too
Yeah.
after checking twice. He might just say screw it and try with his, jack.
He's gonna
10
bet real small here. Bets 125.
This actually make it call.
Yeah,
What do
that's a
you
cool
think-
sizing.
What do you guys think Greg thinks about his hand right now? Before he bet 125, and he checked again. Do you guys think he thought he had the best hand?
He does. You can tell by the way he's looking at it.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
he just wants to hang on here and just get the showdown.
Which is really cool because I think when amateurs kind of show that now he's getting paid.
Really bad river for him.
Yeah. Well. Oh no.
Oh my
Oh no!
Snap.
No. Think about your decision.
Yeah, you might want to consider raising. He
He
never
never
has
has
an
an
ace.
ace.
He never has an ace.
Think about this decision for a second.
Yeah.
I don't like that from Brian. It's not
And
Yeah. I think.
I agree that he never has an ace, but in the unlikely event that he does, when you raise that river, he's never bluff raising.
Yeah, and
you,
what
ever.
Can he, but what can he call you with too?
Yeah,
In
that's
your
the other
head-
thing.
In your head, he
Min-raise.
wouldn't
Yeah, yeah.
bet a
Was he
king.
betting?
I was thinking min raise though, just like
Min-raise.
min raise
Just
to
in
infuriate
case-
your opponent. And
Just in case he misclicks
Yeah,
the
you
call,
know,
but then another
something.
raise, then you call.
Yeah, I think you got. I think it's just a call, but it is pretty. You kind of got owned by the lead because you can't imagine that he's leading king high.
yeah, no, you really
just gotta
can't imagine
like
that.
you probably think he had a pair that got counterfeited, and he's never
Yeah.
gonna have anything he can call a raise with, or maybe has a queen or whatever.
If you really break it down, it just seems like king high. Yeah, you're right. I hear you. You're never getting called, but you never beat.
Yeah.
You never beat, yeah. I want to min raise.
Never
It's just,
beat. I
and
wanna
my
min
opponent
raise.
doesn't get to see my hand, which is always nice. None of my
Yeah.
opponents do.
Yeah.
That was just an absurd hand. I don't even know what to think in this spot.
You don't play too many that go down that way, Jace.
Kelly is all in here with ace 4. Greg right behind with jack 9.
There's also some value in seeing what he's leading with, to be honest, as far as
You are right
There's
about
a lot of
that.
value in seeing what he's doing.
Folds and Kelly with the bottom.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
Yeah.
because the way you play the turn, you get to put the whole piece together, and you get to cap.
Yeah, I know in my head I would
that.
just call because I wouldn't imagine. I would just think that he had something that got counterfeited or we're chopping or he 5% of the time has to beat.
For sure. He would just always lead the turn with an ace, or just play an ace so differently.
Or do like a weird little check raise or something. Yeah. And he
Lead for
wouldn't be
bigger.
staring at
He would
you
lead
and
for
then just-
bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just so many things that I'm just so convinced I'd never beat there.
Yeah.
I would think about it. I'm not saying
Yeah.
I hated the fact that he snap called. I would think about what
Yeah,
I'm
no,
doing.
I think you're right. I think it's a spot I haven't seen very often. I probably get wrong.
Greg has the button start the hand. Brian with small blind, Mark with the big blind. Kelly will be first to act.
Kelly here with 12 bigs and 8-6 suited.
You both.
It's a close one, isn't it?
It's annoying, but yeah, I think I would be very tempted.
Greg opens for 275,000.
Greg going up to 275 with ace 5. And Brian might pick on him again. And stack size wise, it's another ideal situation.
I agree.
You just gotta punish.
Yeah, you don't. These spots is too far. They just don't come up very often. To just ICM,
Yeah.
strangle someone.
Greg also has his more like intense, I hope this doesn't get re-raised look as opposed to his relaxed like,
He would
screw
be
it, I've got the
so
aces again
lax
look.
with a big hand.
Yeah.
I think Altman is by far playing the best final table of anyone.
Oh,
I
definitely.
don't even think it's close.
1000% agree.
Yeah. I think Mark has made some. Wow.
I was gonna say
Wow.
I wanted to see Mark wake up with
Hello.
like a queen 10 or something, or king 10, a really good hand to take a cold 4 spot, see if he would take it.
Well, you know what
Unfortunately,
the sick thing is? I think that there's like 20% chance that Altman does something
yes,
absurd.
because this is such an amazing spot.
Yeah.
We've already seen you know, the ace-6 off, and this is such an amazing spot to cold for.
Yeah.
What's your sizing, guys? 1.6 or 7?
It's what is it?
Yes.
He made it
It's gone to
750.
750? Yeah, it's like
165.
somewhere in that range. Yeah. You get to use man.
I might call.
This is so glorious.
It's so funny because his value. He just cold call.
He just cold called.
Mark calls. From the big blind.
750.
I get his logic that he doesn't want to get all in with.
Yeah, I
against the better
understand.
hand, but I think I would cold 4. I just think it's too good.
Do you
I
think
would
that's
get all
his
in.
primary logic to call here?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think it's like a trap. I think it's I don't
Yeah.
want to get all in with queens for every chip in the tournament. Where
Yeah.
I think Altman's just leveraging way too hard. He's being way too monkey.
My first instinct for him to call was that he thinks he's just like getting through too often. But
no,
the spot's so
it's
good.
110 blind stack though. You know,
Yeah.
think about how many chips that is.
Yeah.
You know, I do understand what he's doing. here.
Yeah. I don't think this is crazy to call here at
Yeah,
all.
yeah. It's 110
Yeah.
blinds, and second has like,
Yeah.
or third
You're
has
right.
20 blinds or something. You know,
Right.
and the money is all in second and first.
But
Also,
just
we-
considering how light you can be in this
Yeah.
spot, it's just like, I don't know.
Through spades.
And if you're gonna flop top set,
Bing, bing, bop.
Pretty good call when you
Yeah.
go on top side. yeah.
Hand ends.
The other-
Although in this spot,
the other thing I would point out, guys, is that Mark so far has not created a very aggressive pre-flop dynamic with Brian. Like, he hasn't been pummeling him. He hasn't been, like, 3-betting or 4-betting his 3-bets or anything like. If that dynamic existed, it would be crazy to just call there as opposed to 4-bet the queens. The way this final table is played out, maybe from just a table dynamic sense, he thinks it's better to call there. I just don't really know. I'm just, you know, I think either way is reasonable. But
yeah, I like checking here a lot more. than
I
like
agree.
betting. I think your meat of your range is 10s and jacks, and you would want. Well, maybe you would make a small bet to protect them against an overcard.
Yeah.
But well, now it's just the hand ends for sure. Although Altman might just try to get him off jacks or 10s.
Yeah, this is a pretty good turn for him to. I mean, you know, he's representing a lot of hands where this just should be a terrible turn for Mark's cold call range.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Altman's playing great. He's
Yeah.
just waving the white flag, saying whatever. I tried. You know, you get this one, buddy. If you cold call me with some nonsense.
Yeah.
Nice hand,
I
but
think he's appropriately ranging his flop check back that like, okay, my bet's not gonna work here. And
Yeah.
it would have to be 2, and that still
Yeah.
might not work
yeah,
too often.
just snap folds and
850.
Owns him.
yeah. I think he's just playing great.
Mark bets 850,000.
Look at those eyes.
850 from Mark here with his set of queens. And he will release the 9-8
Mark
offsuit.
folds, and Mark's gonna win this pot.
Yeah.
So Mark will bolster his chip lead, but it's Brian who is really trying to take advantage of his opponents right now.
Yeah, taking great spots. I mean, that's just the great spot that didn't work out. It's fine.
And he
Rushing it
minimized
off.
his losses.
He's going to see the hand later and just feel great. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I love the way Brian is playing this final table.
Okay, Brian with the button start.
Yeah, I think that cold
Small
call's just
blind,
fine.
Kelly with the big blind.
I think
You prefer it though?
Greg will be first.
I don't know how I
and
feel about it. I think in game I would be just because of how good the spot would be. Before I look at my hand, I'm like, oh, this is a pretty good spot to cold for. And then I look down at my hand and I would just like kind of be balanced there. And
yeah, and you've got Brian covered by 3 million.
Brian
Yeah,
calls.
it's so sick.
maybe if they don't have the dynamic though, it's a really good point. They don't have a dynamic where like you're getting it in. It's just way too many chips to get in a good ever. Then
Yeah, if you're only getting in against like kings and ace king
yeah,
suited or
then it
something,
can't
then
be right.
Good
But
mark
also
here.
really turns your hand really face up when you cold call, and you're just not. And you look at how well Brian gets to play his hand post.
Well, I think that what the appropriate adjustment Mark should be making there is cold calling like a good amount of hands, not
Yeah.
a ton, but
Yeah.
you should be cold calling like a lot of flop well hands, just knowing that
Yeah.
you get to see 3 and kind of crush the guy in position. And
Sure, I
Yeah.
agree, but I just don't think he is. And
Yeah.
I think most people wouldn't be, and that's why Brian's going to be able to make that the easiest adjustment ever and play really well post.
yeah, oh, Kelly's about to call off Jack 8 suited, I think.
I don't know that she'll make this call.
I don't know.
I
That
think
she
it's
will
worth
either.
thinking it over, but I don't know that she'll call it off.
Maybe I just played too many Sigmas.
What's the worst hand you're calling here?
I mean,
Are we supposed to be
I'm
calling?
definitely calling Jack 8 suited. I'm in last by a large margin, and I think that you're.
Opponent's shoving, if not 100, close to 100.
Well, yeah, and I think like let's say he's shoving 85% of hands,
Mm-hmm.
you're maybe 51% or something against
Yeah.
that range, and with the money in the middle, like why not?
It becomes
Let's go.
automatic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with no really strong ICM considerations.
Yeah, exactly. You're just making a chip equity decision in this spot.
Oh yeah.
I think this is a spot where she knows she should go, but she's not sure if she wants to or not.
Right.
It is. I mean, it's such a marginal spot.
I would
Yeah, definitely.
probably be in tank this long too, to be honest.
Mhm.
And maybe that's probably bad on my part, and I should, know this math a little bit better. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well-
the guy's got 15 million chips. I'm never full.
I'll put it to you, like, Michael, with,
Yeah.
having been removed from online poker for a while, I'm definitely taking longer in all these marginal shove spots. I'm like, well, it's not like I can just rip up the chart anymore and
Yeah.
check it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
All spots are
Yeah.
even grosser.
There's
Yeah.
there's a chance he's shoving 100 there. I mean, he's
I
risking like.
I think it's
8%
very
of a
real
stack or
chance.
something.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
I mean, yeah.
Good luck.
You just never fold jack. suited for
Well-
11 big blinds. One of them laying out there, so really another 10.
Blinds and antes are up. We're playing 60,120 with a 20K ante, so one of
Oh, wow,
those
the
big
next hand,
ante
you go up
levels.
the next hand. That's
What
pretty.
do you-
That's
What do you have over there
that's
right now?
incentive enough.
Yeah.
1-8.
1-8. Okay.
I'll give you exact.
I would hope she's aware of that. Sometimes they don't have the clock readily available, but.
Mark and Brian out in front, just like we began.
Next level, I guess.
1-9, 1-9-50, almost 2.
Okay.
I was thinking.
It's 20 ante, 61.
Brian will be first eye.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, Brian passes it up for once.
Ooh.
And Mark with a 10-9 suited.
11 bigs in the.
Yeah, it's like the worst spot to have this hand.
9 bigs in the small, 20 in the big.
All in, yep. Attaboy.
Nice.
All in from the button.
Punish. Yeah, there's no raising about that.
I like it, especially
Yeah.
because it's not the other way around. It's not like the small, the small one has 20 bigs and he has 10. The fact that it's 9 in the small and he has 20, he has to call off so narrow
Yeah,
that it's just, and even if he does, your hand, yeah, I like that shove.
He's honest.
I'm pretty excited to see a deep heads-up match. If that happens, I'm pretty excited to see it. I like heads-up poker a lot. It'll be fun. See how these guys decide to play.
There's a shot of our payouts. As you can see, mostly $40,000 jumps until you get from third to second, and then you're looking about $170,000 jump. So
Yeah.
the incentive is really to get to the heads up portion of play. Mark here with 3 deuce, likely to pass.
More
Now with
incentive
Kelly.
for Kelly to call off in those close spots because of the pay jumps right now too.
Yeah.
That combined with the blinds going up the very next hand, it makes a close decision. It really pushes a close decision in one direction. Not that it's close math-wise. I'm saying in her mind it was close.
Yeah, I think, a lot of people say, oh, that's one way or the other. But in my opinion, when things are so close as is, that's a pretty significant mistake. And that's one that you should be ready.
Right.
That's a decision you should be ready to make. If
Guys,
for
is
sure.
Brian going to shove 100% here against Greg's limp? That's what we're going to find out. And Greg definitely seemed unsure about what he should do with his
I
hand.
think he should 3x.
And
or
then just
maybe
fold against a
3.5x.
shove because
Yeah.
you don't expect.
Yeah, I just don't think Greg's gonna limp and try to do anything absurd.
Yeah.
And if he does, so be it.
Then he has it.
Yeah.
I like that. That sounds good to me. I don't think there's much incentive to just rip in 17 bigs.
off.
Yeah.
It's making money. I just think there's other ways to make a little more. I wouldn't check 7 deuce off though. I would raise it.
And then, I mean, all right.
He's gonna get check called here.
I don't think. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think some players would check call there. I don't think Greg's gonna necessarily check call queen either.
Or check fold that spot. I would call 1 and then fold the turn.
I was scared you would
I mean, most of Greg's ranges, ace X does something other than limp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's not sitting around thinking about ways to defend.
I want to see Greg in heads up.
No,
balls.
that was
What is
my
Jason's
bad.
reaction
I mean,
to
literally.
that
Yeah,
matchup?
see some interesting stuff. I'm gonna leave. If that happens.
I think Greg's problem for this final table is he's taking a very full-handed approach to a short-handed game, and so he's typically just trying to wait until he's connected with a reasonable amount of equity, and kind of, all right, well, I don't want to waste my chips and blast them off in any way. But 3 and 4-handed, you're just going to lose chips so quickly by folding so frequently.
Totally agree. It's an adjustment that not a lot of people who are a bit
aren't
more
professionals,
experienced, would
make
play
that
a lot
well.
short-handed. He probably plays majority of his poker
Yeah.
in a full-ring cash game in a live arena, and so that's definitely going to be most prevalent.
Yeah, it's a reasonable mistake to be making, and I don't blame him for trying to take a more conservative approach. But as you saw, he's going to lose a lot of those small pots, where his opponent has a range that's extremely wide, but he hasn't connected and he doesn't get the showdown often enough.
Right. Even more justification, not just rip in 7 deuce off pre
Yeah.
too. Just justification to just give yourself a chance to make as many decisions as possible against someone like Greg, and you'll be printing in the long run.
If you notice, Altman just walked Dube with Jack 4 off, so that shows you he's not playing 100% of hands from the small blind either as a limp. I think his strategy's pretty good.
Definitely.
Brian here with Jack 9, going to raise the button.
Yep. See, here's a spot where I think Kelly's super short stack game is lacking. She seems to just fold the big blind, like in spots where you have 10 and 9 big blinds. There, you shouldn't.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty amazed by that myself. Yeah, he's just all in here.
That's a shocking fold. I mean, and he's been so active.
I think she's calling this time. Ooh, nope. I was feeling her having a big one.
Kelly lays it down. Mark makes
Yeah, I
another
think
box.
that's a very, pretty big mistake folding Jack 9 on the button in that spot.
He just really don't want to have to be facing. I mean, what is
Yeah,
she?
he doesn't want to call a 800K shove or whatever. I understand, but she has to shove.
Yeah, and the antes are huge. Like, it's
Yeah,
just kind
you
of
have
a
Jack
whatever
9,
raise
it's a good
call. You have
hand.
Jack 9.
Yeah.
If you get it in against ace whatever, you're 40-something
Exactly,
percent
yeah,
equity.
Yeah, like she's never folding a king either, but whatever, you're 40%.
Yeah.
Just run it. And you double up and you just sit there and crush them again,
Uh-huh.
because she's got to sit there and compete for 3rd place or whatever. You just keep smoking them.
Yeah, it's really not the worst thing for either of these guys to double up Kelly. I mean, it puts them two neck and neck and
Right.
jockeying for 4th place, which is
Yep.
a great thing for you, especially Mark, who has more than Brian.
Brian folds.
Mark with King Jack on the button.
is going
He might just
wager
shove
them
on them,
all.
I would think.
Yeah, definitely. There's 20K ante.
There's justification to opening, I think. No?
I just think he's going to shove. I think it's just immediately profitable, and he's kind of
Just to
established.
I think
keep
you
some
get-
King X and Jack X's that Greg might just peel for some reason.
I
Well,
agree.
I just
bet
think
he
that
would,
Greg
but-
might occasionally fold some
wow,
hands.
she just snap calls the Jack 9 or the 10-9 suited. That's a pretty big mistake in my opinion.
Yeah, that's,
Even that short, I think it's a big mistake when he shoved the button into 2 people. I think that's
He's shoving 20 bigs.
It just blows
closer
my
to
mind that
15
she
bigs.
snaps 10-9 suited and folds Jack 8 suited, and when the small blind is just shoved
There's
into
no
you.
one else,
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
a-
one else in the hand. Yeah.
Completely blown away by
Yeah.
this.
And it's only 1.5 big blinds are so different. So
Yeah,
last
yeah.
time, or
She
2
didn't
she
even
had.
think about it.
Yeah.
It's like the game's radically different from 10 to 8 or something, and it's just not the.
3 of spades.
Well, so far, Mark out in front with top 2 pair, but Kelly with a gut shot to the queen and also a backdoor flush draw.
Picturing the 6 of hearts on the turn.
Here comes the turn.
It's a queen! So Kelly
So you snap when you know.
takes the lead.
Yeah, maybe she's got
Mark takes it well.
she's not out of the jungle yet.
Here comes the river.
And the river's a 7. So Kelly will double up.
Oh, like we were just saying, not the worst case scenario for the chip
Yeah.
leader to double up the absolute shortest, but that's an interesting way for it to happen.
35.
It's a mind-boggling situation.
I knew it. I keep calling out these boys. I guess.
Snapped off.
Snappy. It's a pretty factor, I guess. He's pretty. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. It's look, you're
That
short
game's
stacked and you have a hand like 10-9 suited, you just don't want to fold. You're like, I did not fold the last 2 orbits to fold 10-9 suited.
Yeah, but it's Jack-8 suited.
Yeah, but Jack-8 suited is that's a clearly better spot than that was.
It's miles better.
Yeah.
I'm not
His
even-
range shoving into 2 people, one guy that has 20 blinds or
Yeah.
whatever is so much stronger.
Then
He's
the
probably
any 2 in the
He's
small
probably shoving like 35% of hands are under there,
Yeah.
whereas the other spot he was
is 90
shoving
plus.
90.
90 plus.
Yeah.
I hit shove with like king 7 suited and like just hell.
Some inconsistencies
Yeah,
out of Kelly
yeah,
Minkin
yeah.
there.
Considering how light big blind's calling off, he might be a little bit wider, but I agree.
But even
it's
still,
like
yeah.
2x as much the hands that he's shoving in the small blind versus the button for sure. Yeah.
And being able to win with high cards in those situations is really important.
Huge, yeah. Yeah, if she snapped it with the king 10 off, I'd say whatever. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Right.
Kelly here. Would you guys just shove in her
Yeah,
spot
this is a
here?
100% a shove.
I would think I
don't
would just
there's
go all
any
in here
other
as opposed to
play.
anything else.
I
You're
would.
basically just shoving into the big blind since the small blind is Greg, and the big blind.
Oh,
My goodness gracious.
Queen 9
That
suited.
is a big no-no.
And Greg should be all in
Greg
here.
should shove here.
Yes.
That was an unbelievable
What
fold.
is he doing?
You're shoving into Altman.
Especially against
Well,
somebody who has been
Altman's
limping.
doesn't-
It's
he's-
not as though Kelly passes up the spot
He's
and Greg is
pretending-
likely to.
He's pretending to look at his cards here. He's
Yeah.
just pretending.
I agree.
Because all of them are going in the middle.
Always.
Well, especially
well,
now.
never
No, but you're. I mean, you're.
Yeah, yeah.
100%
He's just pretending.
Right.
That's right.
It's all going.
I think
in.
Kelly just knows. Kelly was just like, oh,
Yeah.
Brian has ace 10 in the big blind. I'm just going to fold my queen
So
9.
sick. She gets snapped off. Dealer, can we see these 5 cards?
Yeah,
We might have
seriously,
been-
what's going on?
The other thing is Greg is playing a style that's so risk averse. It's not as though Kelly benefits that much by just passing a bunch of
No.
hands and hoping
Yeah,
that Greg
yeah.
goes out.
No, he's
like
going to sit and wait.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's a
it's-
great point.
And
Yeah.
if you have queen 9 suited, it makes to be the best hand 3-handed by a lot, and there's so much money laying out. There's a 20K ante laying out there. Just go get the money.
Maybe she just really likes 10-9 suited. Just waiting for the next 10-9 suited.
Yeah, it's like queen 9 suited is better than 10-9 suited. You actually get to shove it rather
Right,
than
you're
call
not
it
calling
off.
it off
Yeah.
with another person behind you. But
Watch, now she's going to shove. If she does, I swear I'm going to leave. She's like, I like clubs more than spades. I'm all in.
I would come out. I think I'm leaving if she shoves.
Dude, there's no way. You just had the same
You
hand.
think about raise folding? I mean, I
Don't
guess
shove
that's-
Kelly. I don't want to be
think about-
alone.
guess
I think if she shoves here, somebody needs to do an RFID check.
What? She's
All right,
opening.
she's trying to use that. Remember how I told you they were friendly yesterday at the table? She's trying to come after that friendly big blind.
Yeah.
She's also now raising into both chip leaders as
I am
opposed to
just
one of the
blowing
short
away
stacked
by
type
it.
players.
She's minning too.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you open last hand then? Why wouldn't you at least open? No one likes queen 9 suited. Queen 9 spades, I mean.
This should be a call.
Yeah.
He seems to be pretty tight from his big blind.
I can't imagine he's folding.
Whoa.
What is going on? See, so she knows something. I don't know what's going on, but it's kind of strange that she would min raise there and not shove the button. I think she
I'm
just got to read
perplexed.
that the big blind just is going to play her too friendly or something.
I think it was one of those emotional situations like I just doubled up.
I just won the hand.
I just won the hand.
the
I don't
hand
want to put them
thing.
in
No,
again.
No, I think honestly, I think she's a charming girl. I think that her and Mark were, maybe made super friendly, and she's using that to her advantage. She's using the fact
But
that
I think
That's
Occam's
still-
razor is in play, and that's a very
That's still-
complex explanation.
That's
That's what
still
I
no
think's going on.
explanation to
Yeah.
why she folded the prior
yeah,
queen
yeah,
nine
yeah,
Yeah.
suited,
for
though.
sure, agreed.
Like at least even open or just shove. I mean, that was
Well,
that
the
was
reason she didn't
perplexing.
open is because she knows she has no fold equity at all against Altman's big blind. She
Yeah.
knows that because he defends like almost 100%.
Right, that's
Right.
true.
Whereas what's his face is a lot tighter in the big blind,
Pretty
especially
happily,
with her.
having someone defend
Of
when I have
course,
queen nine
yeah,
suited.
of course
Yeah,
you
Yeah.
are.
right. Wow, it was an interesting few hands.
Yeah.
Brian raises to 250,000.
Brian going up here to 250. Mark is out.
From the small blind.
Wow, Kelly's
And what will Kelly do with this 10-9
You
suited?
should shove, but I think she'll defend. You're just all of your hands that are good equity should just go all in, even though they make profitable calls. Because
Yeah.
he's opening 100%.
He's opening a ton, and again, huge antes.
Yeah, huge antes. Obviously, calling is a completely fine play, but
Yeah.
against someone that's opening 6-3 off on the button, shoving overcomes that. Like, you're just printing. And I think I don't even think it's close. Although a lot of people just default to a call, I think they're sticking to a static strategy of this hand flops well, it realizes it's equity well, so I'm going to call. And when they really should be thinking, what's the big blind or the button's opening range here?
What's most
Okay, it's almost
profitable?
every single hand I'm all in.
She folded!
No.
That
What?
has to be
No.
a misread.
No.
That couldn't have gotten
Yo,
her hand right. Her hand has to have been wrong. Come on. That's literally the no low option.
I am absolutely planting my flag on the feel play read.
She just snapped off 10-9 suited
Oh
for her tournament.
my goodness.
I don't understand that.
She just called all in for her tourney
I
life.
don't
that
understand,
was
boys.
one big blind more.
I just don't
We were
understand.
immediately about to have a discussion about what's better,
Between
calling
shoving or calling,
shoving.
which is a very viable discussion to have.
Yes.
But folding wasn't even in the
There's
equation.
no
Never.
way. That's a premium hand.
Yeah.
Like in a cash game, you 3-bet that hand for value.
For value,
the
yeah.
small blind
It's
against the button
linear,
opener.
you know? You're like,
Yeah.
all right,
That
great,
was
10-9 suited.
incredible. what live read could you possibly have?
There's no
The
live
only
read
live read you
needed.
could have is if you look down, your hand isn't 10-9 suited. That would be the only live read I would need to make to fold there.
I have a headache from that.
Mark here with ace-10. This seems like the kind of situation where, again, we would
He's just gonna
prefer a
call.
flat, and he's
Yeah.
probably going to 3-bet because it's the type of range that he's been 3-betting.
I think
Yeah.
he's
Seems
gonna
really
call.
There we
sound.
go.
Yep, you're right.
Wow, he's 3-betting again?
I would
Yeah,
call.
I
It's
was
the
saying,
same thing
Jason,
as
that
the
this is
king,
exactly
queen
the
off.
type of hands, either the ace-jack, the king-queen, ace-10.
I don't know if people
Yeah.
know why they're doing stuff. I think they're just like, well, I'm on the button. Price poker's going up.
I would have happily bet before we walked into this booth today we'd see a lot of mashing, a lot of merging of, a lot of just merging for no good reason.
Yeah, that hand is just far too good to do that with.
I just don't get it. I would have flatted his king queen off on the button earlier in the final table.
Yeah.
I would have flatted a lot of hands. I would have lost 2 big blinds with 4s, not 25 big blinds or whatever he lost. I totally hear 3-betting 4s that hand. but,
Yeah.
I mean,
But you also would have checked that flop.
I would have checked the flop for sure.
Yeah.
10 jack X and a 3-bet. 10 jack 6. Yeah.
I don't want to seem too hateful. I think there has been some really good stuff down
Yeah.
here too, but
Definitely.
yeah, there's just been some just baffling stuff.
Most of the great stuff.
What's especially baffling about
Right.
today is not that there's misplays going on. There are misplays going on that are in direct contrast to what we just saw
Yeah,
previously,
yeah, I've
and
really
that's
never
what's so
seen
hard to
anything
wrap
like
your head
that.
around.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really put your. So here's
Yeah.
2.5x. Okay, I thought you 3x.
300,000. Kelly folds from the button. Greg folds.
Round to Brian in the
That
big.
is gonna be a call.
Brian's not folding any jack
He
8
will
suited.
not be rolling jack 8 suited.
Counting down the clock in his head.
I like his timing and everything. I think
Mhm.
he's just doing a really good job today.
Definitely. I
Yeah,
really
it's
like
not too long or
everything he's
anything. This
doing.
is kind of
Oh, yeah,
methodical.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
incredibly balanced. He can't get
Yep.
anything. At the same time, when he's peeling his 3-bets with queens, he's taking the same time when he's jack high. It's very good.
Flop is deuce of clubs.
King
of
deuce
spades,
deuce.
of
Not a
hearts.
terribly interesting flop, and a pretty good one for Mark.
Yeah, he's gonna hit the flop
Pretty
for
great flop.
value and just
Threes.
win.
Brian checks.
Imagine 300,000.
Mark bets.
And there is
300,000.
300,000 from Mark.
Brian lays it down. Mark wins the pot.
The Twitterverse also perplexed by the 10-9 suited hand. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I just kind of go back to the emotional stability. Okay, I just got doubled up. I have some chips. Maybe I can wait out this Greg guy. I'll just pass up like every situation that's not a home run.
I legit need confirmation that's the hand she had. That's how I feel about it. I feel that strongly about it. It's just crazy. It's really
You want to like go talk to the tech guys and be like, did she have 10 9
her.
suited?
I just want to hear in the next. Yeah, from her or someone on her rail. That's indeed what she had. And I don't know. Like, it's mind-boggling. She wouldn't at least peel.
Actions over to Greg.
Greg all in. And this is what we were talking about before with the sort of casual nature. It's just like, yeah, I'm all in. Of course. Yeah, I got 10s. And this is the kind of thing where when you guys talk about take a beat so you balance.
Oh, he's going to get called.
He is going to get called.
Good call.
So you balance your strong and your thinking hands. This is why you take those beats, so that when you snap, shove, it's not kind of transparent that you're very comfortable.
It's getting folded to
Greg
him.
holds here. I want
Yeah.
him to hold. Come on, Greg.
When he was giving a lot of his walks, he would, like in disgust, look at his hand.
Yes,
So
correct.
it's very obvious that you're looking for very, very good hands when you play and like you're four-handed, So you're not gonna come by that.
Flop is 3 of diamonds.
9-3 deuce on the flop.
Deuce of diamonds.
Diamond's killed at least.
Turn is an ace of spades. Mark's going to have to catch a second on the river.
Three on the spades. No good on the river, so Greg is going to double up.
1.80. I mean, 180. 1,080,000. 1,080,000.
I think if Greg sticks, he's playing pretty well pre-flop. I think if he sticks to that kind of pre-flop
Correct.
strategy, stay away from the post-flop stuff against the big chip stacks.
Yep.
Play tight,
No one can call me.
play pretty aggressively. I think that's his best bet.
So Greg Rosen will double up. 10s beat out 7s.
Rowdy rails.
Greg.
Hey, it's fun, man.
Greg, you're under the gun with Queen 10.
Yeah, like these spots, he should just fold. I think he's going to.
Oh, and again, guys, we talked about giving off visual clues to the strength of your hand.
Atta
All
boy.
right, there we
Especially
go.
after you
Greg,
put your
you got this.
Yeah.
you put your hand in your head. Please
Yeah,
fold
don't-
after
yeah,
that.
Especially after you snap shove 10s like super comfortably. It was like already all to your seat before you got called.
There's no way he's going to open king 3 off and fold
Yeah.
jack 9. All right, so he's playing this kind of don't double up the short stack strategy.
Right.
Because I think he should open both of those hands, honestly.
Same.
If he had like a nitty guy in the small blind to his left, I would hate it, obviously. But he knows that Mark's going to continue to apply a ton of pressure on Kelly, so I don't hate it.
Yeah.
But the Jack 9 was an open for sure. But not being 100% from the button, I'm totally fine with.
Are you guys cool with Mark having a folding range out of his smaller,
I
folding
think,
his
I
junk?
think he should fold 6 deuce. I mean, she just snapped off 10-9 suited.
Right.
8.5. With 6 deuce off is. I think she's pretty over folding too at this point after she's significantly in last.
Yeah.
Not yet, you never know. It's still early.
I never get a chance to fold the button.
I might min raise if I know she's folding 10-9 suited from the big blind.
Yeah. If you had that piece of information, it'd be hard to pass up anything.
I'm big one, small one. He's a big one.
All right, we got the signs out. That is WPT champion Jordan Christos in the back, showing some love for his friend Mark Dube,
Achilles is small blind. This is Greg.
Didn't have to fold your big.
bringing the stadium atmosphere to the Seminole Hard Rock.
Oh, I had the 6-2 off. I could have went, I guess.
Brian here at 7-5. Let's see. Doesn't want to go that wide against Greg.
I think he's playing very conservative, waiting to get 3-handed, and then he's going to open up from there. I think that's kind of what Altman's strategy is. Let Mark do the
Mark
pounding.
raises from the button, makes it 250,000. Kelly folds. Greg folds also.
Mark will take that one down, raising the button with Queen Deuce.
These raises are he shouldn't even look at his cards. He should just min raise if they're folding the 10-6 suited.
I always wonder with our final tables when we do an online stream how many of the players are having the hands fed to them by friends via, phone or talking to them during breaks or whatever it is. And I don't know, with this final table, I would assume with the crew that some of these guys roll with that, probably 2 or 3 of them are locked to be getting hands. I never know what to make of someone like Greg who doesn't do this for a living. I don't know how serious he would take the element of getting the information. And in fact, I've talked to some players who say, I don't want that information. It'll throw me off my game.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, not something that I agree with, but you do encounter the people who prefer to just not be taking in additional information or, aren't that experienced. So they say, hey, I know how to play my game, and I don't want to try and make all these strange adjustments based on a factor I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah, I hear you. I definitely have ran into some of those people. I don't understand it from personally, but
Right.
I'll take every bit of information I can in a game of this whenever I can.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Queen 7 offs fold in the small blind. I guess it's continuing with this with.
I think that's great.
I think it's fine. Yeah, for sure. He doesn't need to be playing, this math-based game against guys out of position.
Nope. I think sit there, get your pay jump, wait for good hands, and get these guys to double you up. I think that's a really good strategy right now. And then once you get three-handed, open it up and go for it.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I think he's going to continue with that, especially when he's seeing, when I wake up with a hand like 10s, other people have hands. When I have aces, someone else has ace-king. It's going to continue.
Yeah.
So I think it's,
and it's not only just that. Yesterday I played with him, and he will make moves. I saw him make some pretty good moves yesterday. He made a couple light 3-bets. He went for it. I think he's just being smart right now, saying, I want to get this pay jump. And
Definitely.
I think there's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
It's a year's salary for a lot of people.
Yes,
on
it is.
that ladder.
Yeah.
Brian here with a pair of 10s in the small.
And he's going to decide to limp.
Yep.
So it looks like he's choosing a 100% limp strategy, which I don't like, but I do understand. I understand his logic behind it, but I think Mark actually. Mark has been pretty tight. If Mark's just folding too much in the big blind, it's kind of cool to have these hands in.
Well, we don't know. He hasn't really opened any small to bigs.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be nice. He's going to get 3 streets.
8 of diamonds.
Great flop for Brian's hand against the 8-5 of Mark.
I don't hate this limp here, blind versus blind. It could definitely go either way. I'm definitely more prone to agree with a raise. But
he bet 175. I don't like that.
Too big?
Yeah, in my opinion. I mean, it's 8-4 deuce rainbow, and you're playing against 100. Well, actually, not 100%. You're playing against the bottom 80% of his range or so. That's just so disconnected. See, he keeps doing these info raises.
Right.
I hate this.
Yeah, it's probably going to work out for him because I don't think Brian understands what he's doing, and he's just going to call because against a normal range that is polarized from 2 pair to sets and then some draws like gutters, you just want to call. But if you know he's raising all of his top pair, you got to start 3-betting flops.
Yeah, but do you like that in this specific example with
No,
these stacks?
definitely not
You're
this
just calling.
situation.
Yeah,
I
he's
just
gonna
call
but
and
I
start
think
pressing
his
the call
flop
button a bunch.
raises-
For sure.
I think his flop raise is awful. But
He should know.
Yeah.
Brian should know about the last time he did this with just top pair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, if he does know that.
He should. I forget the hand exactly, but I think he just hadn't.
It was a similar
just had
scenario
top
to
pair.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
blind
you
battle,
can-
raise the flop.
So the appropriate response, even if it's not 3-betting the flop, is if it goes check on the turn, you should. Well, now
Oh,
it's just
gross.
let's say the turn was a jack or whatever, and it went check.
Bomb river.
You should bet like 2.5, 3 times the pot on the river. Yeah. With like a range that beats top pair and then some bluffs. That's how you punish a guy who's trying to.
I
turn
love that.
3-street game
Flop
into
top
a
pair.
2-street,
Yeah, that would be I love that. That would be amazing. To get value for 2x to 3x pot with 10s on a jack high board.
Yeah,
I love
something
that.
like that. Where you just
For
know
sure.
keeps
Makes a lot of
betting with
sense
the
to me.
jack.
I mean, his hand is so face up when he raises flop and checks back turn, and that's definitely how it would go. And I think we would see like a 2/3 bet from Brian, which is fine. But I love that idea. This is just a brutal.
I wonder what his sizing is going to be here.
It's around 6.5.
Just about half.
Mark bets 655,000.
It is 655.
He's definitely going to get called again.
Yep. You've got to be so annoyed if you're Brian. You're just like, God damn it. who somehow ended up with an 8 here.
Yeah, it's-
And you're going to get to win extra money from me because you raised the flop instead of calling with it.
I think Brian's really on his game, though, and I think you will going to see a call, obviously, but I think he's very, very, very capable of making a really good fold on the river.
I think
I
we're going to see a
agree.
river
I
fold.
think
I
we're going to
agree.
see a river fold.
You're definitely going to see a river fold. If,
He's
if
thinking
it's
about
a
folding
six
right
or,
now.
If it's
Yeah.
a 6 or an ace, you're definitely going to see a river fold too.
Right.
6, 5, or ace.
Yeah.
He's going to snap fold the river.
6 is the easiest one.
Yeah.
Brian makes the call.
Even at 7, he'll fold. Anything that's like a gutter betting that river to pair, then just check back with his showdown value. If he keeps betting, he's just.
The river is a
king of
king.
hearts.
That's a pretty tough one, but I still think that there's a
Yeah.
good chance he finds a way to get away from 10s.
It's not the greatest river for Brian, but I still, I agree.
Especially if he goes big and polar. If he decides to bet like 1.9 million or something, I think that Brian will fold. If he bets half pot,
You certainly wouldn't blame him for calling.
No,
here.
yeah, I think like
no.
yeah, I think there's-
Unfortunately, I think it might go down that way, but I
Yeah.
think, and I wouldn't blame Brian at all,
No.
but
yeah,
I think if he's playing his A plus game, which I think we've seen so far, he could find a good fold. But for all the reasons that you say a 7-6 ace is a pretty comfortable fold, there's a lot of reasons why king makes it that much tougher because all the gutters just bricked, and
absolutely.
all the ace highs bricked. And
Yeah, this
It is
a
worth
tough
keeping in
river
mind in
call.
a previous
bad river
situation
for
with the
2-10s.
forehand, and I want to say the board it didn't pair there, but it just kind of like bricked off on the river. Mark did not follow through, and if I
That's
was
true.
Brian, I would be
That's
thinking about
true.
that as well.
That's true. That's a very important
Looks
piece
like he's
that if
going
he could
huge.
put that piece together, it's like 1.9-ish.
And this is a hard board to follow through on. It's one of those boards where when people have 7-5, like sometimes they just kind of give up bluffing,
You're right.
Yeah,
and
and
we've seen him
and
do
you
that
also,
before.
I mean,
and your opponent can have an 8.
exactly. That's the
Yeah.
most significant part. I think Brian's gonna find a fold here.
Yeah.
I call.
Oh, that sucks.
That's tough. That's
It
very,
is a
very
tough spot. I mean, it's
It's
sick.
really tough.
Super sick.
Clubs,
Yeah.
5 of diamonds for 3 eights.
Yeah. It's,
You're right, though. If you put all the pieces together from what we have just from today, and obviously there's more history behind it, but he hasn't followed through on rivers
Right.
in one specific spot in a big pot, and probably a couple of other smaller spots. And he's been raising, he's been merging his medium strength value showdown hands.
it's all been
flops.
top pair, which
It's
is
been
something
top
that's
pair.
like when top pair comes trips and he keeps
Yeah.
barreling. It's pretty consistent with the fact that
For sure.
yeah. But, I mean, you're sitting there with a pair of 10s in a limped pot, blind on blind, against a guy who's been really aggressive. It's by no means an easy fold. on that
No,
river.
definitely not.
If that's the first reasonable mistake I think Brian's
Yeah.
made, it's really not that big of one, I think. And
Yeah,
I
don't even
would
know if it's a
categorize
mistake,
this.
honestly.
Right.
But yeah, it's sick. It would have been an awesome fold.
Awesome fold.
Yeah, agreed. Well, with that, Mark Dube
Has all
really
the tricks.
races ahead of the
Really
pack now.
extends the lead.
Yeah, now it's just time to crush and just
Okay, Brian will be the small blind this time. Mark
every
is the
hand.
big blind. Kelly will be first to act.
Things getting rowdy in the stands now. We've got the fans with the signs, and I think that Mark might have the most crowd support of anyone. And so, if and when he does get heads up, it could get rowdy out there. Greg here under the gun, having to think with Jack Deuce. No, I'm sorry, it was Kelly first to act.
Kelly folds.
Greg's the only real local we have left. South
Yes.
Greg folds also.
Florida guy. I don't know how much support he has. They might not have the signs, but they might be there.
Wait a minute. Didn't the button not move? Wasn't that a limped hand? We just played the same hand, the same position, right? The previous hand, Brian limped
Wow,
tens.
yeah, he
They
definitely
just failed to
did.
move the
They
button.
definitely failed to move the
super
button.
weird.
And Mark had
they
tens in the
played
big
it.
blind, and nobody noticed.
Now they're
Yeah.
realizing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just
Brutal.
small
That's
blind.
Kelly's
Yep.
tens in the big blind.
Yeah, it was a big blind
You know how
as
much?
well.
How often
Yeah.
he's just shoving and stuff. Those are Kelly's tens in the big. Well,
Yeah, the hand's already
so-
occurred. There's nothing you can do.
No,
It's
for
such
sure.
a beat.
You guys can afford it.
Yeah, those were Kelly's
Those
tens.
are-
Oh, brutal. And I would just think that Mark is shoving a huge range of hands there against
Oh,
her.
yeah.
Instead, Mark just gets free chips.
She doesn't
kind
know
of.
that. I don't think he showed her anything.
Yeah.
But it's not that. Oh no, she's deeper now. Well, yeah, he's still probably shoving pretty wide, but
So Greg under the gun with 7s. Let's see how he wants to
All in,
play
Greg.
these.
Get it in there, buddy.
He's going to do the big raise.
That's cool if he does
Oh,
half,
that is
half
fun.
Gonna do the
stack.
big
Okay.
raise.
All
All
right.
right.
Boy, go get him.
I actually don't hate that at all.
That's he's essentially saying that he's all
I
in
like
when he
that.
does
Right.
that.
But he's not just doing it with aces and kings
Yeah,
anymore,
that's
which is good.
Yeah.
As long as you're not only doing it with
Yeah.
the aces. And
But wasn't before with the aces he was re-raising though, and that was especially telling about
no,
his
but he
strength,
had
right?
aces 2 hands in a row.
Oh,
and
that's
the
right, he
first
just
time he had
opened
them,
it.
he did
Yeah.
the same thing
Yeah.
with half a stack. Yeah. But you're right, the second time he did the same thing as a 3-bet.
Small blind, regular blind, Brian will be first down. Brian folds.
Now Mark on the button with a 10 deuce suited.
Mark raises from the button and makes it 250,000.
Ooh, hello.
Kelly with a pair of kings behind. Will be all in a moment.
If you notice, she snap shipped like an ace-9 suited.
She's
type
hitting him
hand.
with the fake tank.
Yeah, exactly. But if you look, even I know these are things that are hard to be aware of, but she just looks super content.
Completely agree with you. I mean, again, we can see their cards, but
Yeah.
it's that very sort of like calm before the storm.
It's the first time she shoved that.
Yeah. You mean the physical two-hand shove?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she was kind of changed her position. She was a little bit more like leaning back or would say all in, I think, to the dealer and then push one stack out at a time. But
We having fun yet, guys?
could be looking into it a little bit.
Man, I wanted to fold that one too. Trust my instinct.
There's a lot of people at this table that are very easy to root for.
Yeah, definitely.
I like everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Brian is a big blind. Mark will be
I'm not too familiar with Mark. I haven't gotten to know him in any way, but
Played with him a little while yesterday. Seemed really nice.
yeah.
Sometimes it's brutal. You know, I'll be in here with numerous commentators, and then, you know, maybe they have a story about somebody on the final table that is really unscrupulous, but not the kind of thing that we can share. Or maybe they get like a message during the middle of the final table, like, oh yeah, the guy in third chip position totally screwed me on. And, you know, he like
Right.
sold percentages of me and then didn't pay back. And it's like, well, now we have to do the final table,
Yeah.
and we can't say these things on the broadcast, but we know them.
Yeah, I don't have any of that.
Yeah.
Gives Brian the walk.
Whereas today, it seems like we have 4 people that you can really root for from a sentimental standpoint. And so far, it's just been really the Mark Dube show.
It has.
Brian's a small blind, and Mark is the big blind.
I like everything Brian's done a lot too, though, and he's definitely putting himself in a good position. That last hand was unfortunate. That big pot was unfortunate.
He's my pick
Yeah.
to win. I think he's going to come back, even being significant.
He's playing
behind
very
Dube.
well.
I think he's going to win the
I
tournament.
think he's
Yep.
playing the best overall.
Something tragic doesn't happen to cripple him. He's in good shape here, even after having lost that pot.
Yeah,
Kelly here,
Another
pair
one.
of 10s.
275.
Alvin Albertson.
That's what she did last time.
Yeah, that's what I would, whatever she did.
She did with Queen 9.
Yeah, I think we're a little deep to just shove here. I would raise and hope to get action.
Definitely not gonna shove.
definitely not going to shove.
I don't think we can definitely anything at this point.
Chip shot.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You know?
True, you're right. You're right.
Table slanted.
It's gonna go 2.5x.
Makes it 300,000. Greg folds. Actually, he's over to Brian in the small blind. He folds.
Now with Mark, Jack 3 suited in the big blind.
You're defending here, right, Jason?
In this spot, after she's 2.5x, I think I would fold Jack
Mark
3.
folds.
Yeah, she's not that deep. It's tricky.
She's been really pretty
You'd
solid.
call like Jack 7 suited, right?
I would definitely call you.
I would definitely call Jack 7 suited. You're not calling Jack 7 suited over there?
In
I
almost
wouldn't call
every
it Jack
in
three.
almost every scenario, I just think it's the game radically changes whenever someone's going from opening a normal range to a very strong one.
Okay.
I just, from sitting here watching them play, yeah, and she did open his blind earlier, like I
She
said,
opened the
light
Queen
with
9
Queen
suited.
9 suited.
That was just weird, that part of it, though.
Yeah, I think she's been really solid. I just would find a lot of pretty tight folds, I think.
She went 275 then, and she went 300 this time. I think I would put Jack 7 suited. I would not put Jack 3 suited.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that. Like,
Well, our WPT champ Mike Linster says, "Good job, boys. Listening at home in New York on my couch. It's weird to see a final table in Florida without Muckle there." This is true. How many final tables do you have here in Florida now?
It's not a huge. I don't think it's a huge number of final tables. I made the two big scores. My two biggest scores stand out.
Yep.
And they're both here in this building.
Right. The 5K, I want to say you got third, right?
Yeah, 5K, the first 10 million.
Yep.
The inaugural 10 million guarantee, I took third. And last April was 5 million guarantee, 3,500. I
There
took
we go.
second. So those definitely two.
She should. Oh, yeah, she's all in here.
Kelly just under 20 bigs.
Guess she's.
And she has announced all in.
Raises all in.
Oh, she was going with the double-handed
was
shove
doing it
there.
again.
I like to see that.
She was doing it again. And I didn't notice the first time when she went in, when she had 210, so she said it first. That's the only thing I'm kind of looking out for. She's saying it every time. She's doing the same thing. It's just emotions.
So Mark Dube with almost 60% of the chips in play four-handed, which is a great feeling if you can get it.
Yeah.
You know?
That's chilling.
Oh, yeah.
Brian here, first to act with King 4 suited. Gonna come after Greg.
Brian raises, makes it 250,000.
And Mark behind with an ace-5 in a nice position to 3-bet and leverage his stack. We'll see if he chooses to take that route.
Yeah, I think he should.
I like a 3-bet here with this hand.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the ace 10 off or king queen off prior. I didn't
Yeah,
love the
that's
3-bet.
exactly
I
right. We
like
prefer this
3-betting
one to
hand
those
a lot
ones.
more,
Raises from the
especially
button,
with the wheel ace.
615,000. Kelly folds. Actions over to Greg in the big blind. He folds.
Neither of our blinds have anything. It's a very small 3-bet.
Yeah, there's a chance he gets a feel here. I
Yeah.
saw a feel from 5-4 off. So.
Definitely size a little bigger than that against someone I've already seen flat me with 5-4 offsuit.
Brian raises down. Mark wins the pot.
But that time, the small re-raise will work for Mark. Good spot to take. And his ace-5 is good.
It's nothing against Greg, but I think that's from the beginning of the final table. I think those are the positions where people were going to go after most, and especially Brian. So that's a very, very comfortable, easy 3-bet to just continue to do what you're doing with your chip stack and that lead.
Yeah, just and I mean the guy's got all the chips, and Altman's very comfortably in second. You gotta punish him.
Absolutely.
oh yeah, I forgot that. A huge one. Selective memory. I only remember my loss.
Memory serves us well, doesn't it?
Mark folds.
Over to Kelly here with 10 deuce.
Kelly in the button. She folds.
Greg here with ace-jack. Yeah, same idea, just going to splash a whole bunch.
He bets, man.
Yeah.
Boom.
Makes it 660,000.
Just grabs a handful.
Yeah.
And rips it
Brian
up.
raises down. Greg wins the pot.
Very quick motion as well, you saw there.
Yep.
Dude, on dinner break, we're getting some posters.
All right, Kelly will be first to act this time.
Squad hire, cheerleading squad.
Action here with Kelly and ace-10.
What do we have now? 2.6.
Yeah, she's gonna come in for a raise.
Yeah. I would imagine it's the same 300.
2.5x from Kelly there.
300,000.
Greg behind her, the suited ace-6.
And if he does shove here, wow, he's just going to see 3.
Oh,
This is problematic.
that's not
Oh,
one
wow,
of the.
Brian's going to call too.
That's not one of the top 2 things I would have guessed he does.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's just going to see the money to be made here and squeeze. And just go with the hand.
very good option, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely.
I mean, this is the first time he's flatting. It's
Does he call? I think calling's just fine too.
Calling,
Calling's
yes,
fine
of course,
too.
fine.
Mark's
Sure.
going to come in too. They're going to go 4-way.
family pot, potentially.
I would definitely rather shove or fold than call in Greg's situation.
I love squeezing a lot if you're Brian, just because it's. I mean, Greg's hand is really face up.
Yeah.
There's something that middle part of the range that he's just never continuing with. You
So
just gotta
it's,
get through Kelly for the most part.
Here comes the flop.
You got free checks.
Yeah, you got Queen Jack suited. It's a family pot. 4 ways to the flop, which does connect with the Queen Jack suited on. Queen 8-6 2 spades.
Action is
Gonna
on
hit him with a
Brian.
lead, potentially.
Pretty reasonable spot for it.
I think Brian likes to lead a lot too, from my history with him.
It's also nice that he can comfortably call a shove from either of the 2 shorter
Yeah,
stack
that-
players.
That's what makes a lead reasonable.
Yeah.
Most, in
And
most
there's
spots,
so
you don't get to
many
lead this
bad
board.
turn cards.
Brian will check. Mark will
Brian
check.
checks.
Kelly will
Mark
check.
checks.
Now with Greg, he's got bottom pair. He only has a little more than a pot-sized bet here.
Well,
And he's going to go all in.
Announces all in.
Goodness. I don't love this.
Yeah, it's.
I understand you
Good
have
luck,
bottom
buddy.
pair, but I'd rather have some other non-bottom pair hands to shove.
Well, and this is
But
the real problem with flatting pre-flop.
Yeah, it's,
You get these marginal boards and multi-way pots,
Make
and all of a sudden you
marginal
have
decisions.
barely more than pot left, and okay, am I all in here? What do I check and give these
Yes.
people another card?
kind of stick to that, bring the variance pre-flop strategy
Yeah.
we were talking about.
yes.
Okay, Greg is all in for 1,780,000.
I like it, Altman. I like it.
And Brian will make the call here.
Brian makes
Risk.
So, yeah, Greg is at risk.
the call. Kelly folds.
good in.
Brian in excellent position to knock him out and regain some of the chips that he lost to Mark.
Queen of diamonds, jack of diamonds for a for a pair of queens. Greg floats up ace of hearts, 6 of hearts for a pair of sixes.
6 points. 6 or 8. 6.
Greg's gonna need some help. Stay alive. Here comes the turn.
Say that. 6 ball. 6 ball.
4 of clubs on the turn, no help. Greg reduced to his 5 outs, aces and sixes.
Greg's gonna have to catch an ace or a 6 on the river to stay alive.
What
Here it
time?
comes.
9. 9.
It is a 7 of diamonds. That is no help, and Greg is going to be our 4th place finisher.
Nice run.
Yeah, great run. He won his way in on a $100 satellite. And this is going to be by far his largest score in poker, so congrats to him. We're really happy to see another local guy make a deep run here at the Seminole Hard Rock. He's going to go home with $220,000 off his $100 satellite seat, so congrats on the great parlay to Greg Rosen.
Pretty reasonable ROI. It's a great game, I think, for the most part. I mean, you know, we can be a little bit critical up here.
Sure.
You know, especially those who might not be as very experienced, but for, you know, the first deep run and the big first WPT table,
Yeah.
how he approached his stack and jumps and everything that, you know, a lot of us high-level thinkers would think about. I think he approached it in a very, very good way naturally.
Yeah.
And that's something to say for that.
I really like how he played a tight small blind. I like that. I thought that was a really good approach, and for the most part came in raising.
Yeah. Yeah, played his strong hand strong, and that's what we want to see from someone who's a little bit less experienced
Right.
post-flop and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Avoided the tricky spots, and I think he did a great job in that for the most part. Made some nice pay jumps.
Altman, Dube, and Minkin.
Sad to see the last local Florida guy go.
Okay, Brian will be under the gun on the button.
Under the gun on the button, he says. This poor guy.
But I think it's a three-handed matchup a lot of people probably predicted.
Yep.
Just given stacks and everything.
Yeah. 3 biggest stacks to begin. Still here.
Tournament experience-wise as well.
Yeah.
I think.
Kelly folds with big blind.
Brian will take that one down.
Brian wins the pot. Kelly is a Small blind this time. Brian is the big blind. Action will be on Mark.
So action with Mark, holding Jack 10 on the button.
That one's going to get played.
Going up to 250.
250,000.
Now with Kelly in the small, she's out.
Kelly folds. Action's over to Brian.
Oh, she's in the other box.
Brian here, holding 4-3 off. Now, Mark raised to 350. I'm surprised that Brian's considering this one at all. Perhaps he's just trying to read into the bet size a little bit, but he will let that one go. Mark takes it down.
How deep is Kelly right now?
I want to say she's around 20 bigs, two and a half.
Yeah.
Just curious about the adjustment and sizing. I guess
He's just
think
doing
it's
that
fine
because
because
Brian's
Brian's
not
in the
holding his big
big.
blind.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian is the small blind this time. Mark is the big blind.
Whereas I found Brian, I'm not I'm still doing what I've been doing. I'm minning, I'm stone minning.
Yeah.
Facing her stack and what she's been doing in the big.
And Dube, for that matter. He hasn't been
And his
calling, yeah.
his play from the small blind so far today, yeah.
Action is on Kelly.
Kelly here with Jack 4. Does have 2 million, so under 20 bigs.
Kelly folds from the button.
Brian here with the King 10 of spades in the small. Be interesting to see whether he chooses to adjust his small blind strategy or whether he's going to still take the limp, everything playable
Yeah,
approach.
these hands, you should just be getting more money in the pot.
Yeah.
Brian makes the call from the
It's
small
also
blind.
not as though Mark has been that 3-bet happy pre-flop, so I'm not
Yeah.
terribly worried about not getting to the flop with my best hands.
Wow, he checks ace 10 off. That's
Wow,
also
this is-
another huge mistake.
Yeah, I don't understand that one at all.
Just get money in the middle. You have a good hand.
Okay, the flop's
Well,
queen
both
folds.
players
Oh,
connect. Queen, Jack,
Brian
6, 2
did more than
spades.
connect.
Yeah, Brian with the whole world here.
Kelly very upset they didn't know him put a raise in pre.
Yeah.
This could have been a pretty big one. It's still a lot of potential.
Still some potential here.
Brian bets
Mark with the
150,000.
overcard, the gut shot, the backdoor nut flush draw.
Not just any ace 10 off either.
Yeah.
Ace 10 off with the ace of spades.
Mark makes the call.
So he will call.
We will see a turn. Turn is
Ace on the turn. There's an interesting card.
Wow.
And I would think that Brian would bet here again,
Yeah,
considering how
it's-
many draws there are out there and the fact that in a blind versus blind battle, his opponent's going to call him down lighter than usual.
Not only just that,
Yeah.
O'Brien's proven to have traps in his,
Yeah.
his small blind calling range, whereas the big blind would always raise, the big cards.
Brian
So
bets 400,000.
it's just a better card for his range than it is for the big blinds.
I like pretty big here too. I don't know. I can't see how
Went
big
4
one-
into 6.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
I'm
that's
fine with
good.
that,
I think
yeah.
that's good. I mean, even 6 into 6 would be fine.
I would
but-
go really close to pot, honestly, because the hands he's folding so many hands that the hand that he is continuing with, he's not folding with 400 versus a bit bigger. I mean, there should be pretty strong hands that continue on this turn.
Inconsequential 5 on the river. I would think that Brian should get a third street of value here.
Yeah,
I'd
I'm
be surprised if he
imagining he's
didn't.
going to bet 850,000.
One of those fun spots where you can improve your hand greatly and you really don't want to. It's the brick 5.
Wow, he's
Whoa.
Wow, how's he
Oh
snap
my
knuckle back ace 10 too?
Gosh.
This is a limp pot. How does he snap knuckle back ace 10?
And why show it?
He showed that he
Why
checked
show
back
it?
ace 10. I would definitely not show it.
Mark showed a pair of aces.
That was like one of the few times that check raising that river, which I think is a mistake.
Seriously?
Especially since you have all the spades in your hand.
Yeah.
But would have worked. Should have.
Right.
Should have worked. Definitely.
Yeah.
I agree with you. You have the king and 10 of spades in your hand.
Yeah.
I mean, but he calls a turn. If he calls a turn, he should really have a hand that, like,
I think he
can
calls
call a
twice.
river bet
I think
most
he
of the
calls
time.
twice with Jack plus
that
gutter.
can bet, though.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not
Yeah,
trying to
okay, you're
justify
right
the
about
check.
that,
I'm
true.
trying to justify
I don't
You're right
check.
about that,
I
too.
don't think he has many hands
When
and
you
things
have
that
two
can bet the
spade-
river at all. Think about
Well, don't
on
you
the
think
ace,
Mist-
I think he has a bunch of Jack X and a bunch of Queen X that's going to knuckle the river.
Yeah, okay, you're right about that. You are right about that, Jason.
And then he has a few draws that are going to bluff. But you block the draws.
discount
and you
a lot
don't
of the
block
draws,
Queen or
though.
the Jack. Yeah, you don't block the Queen or the Jack. But he hardly has any Ace X in his range. He has a little bit, but
Yeah.
Brian raises from the button, makes it 200.
that's just a spot you got to bomb the river.
Mark folds. Actions over to Kelly.
You guys ever think about check raising turn?
Not in a limp spot, no, not really.
Yeah.
If it was,
You're
yeah,
just
there's a
repping
bunch of
so
spots you
narrow.
can.
You're
Yeah,
just repping
exactly.
way too narrow.
Yeah, you're just repping the stones at that point.
Yeah.
Kelly will fold here.
Brian loses the pot.
So you just bet 3 times.
Especially when he has ace of spades.
Yeah.
He'd be like, yeah, I agree. I would definitely bet, given the line that he took up to the river. I would definitely bet.
Kelly is the small blind this time. Brian is the big blind.
I am surprised to see it check back.
Amazing. I mean, amazing. Maybe he just sensed something was up, but that is a ridiculous check back.
No, he has to bet. I mean, if you really think about it, maybe he's not getting value from worse very often, but I would definitely
I'm sure Brian, like say Brian limped there with Queen 10 or King
Queen 10, yeah.
He's betting twice for value for
Yeah.
sure, and then he's going to check call the river.
Oh, yeah, King Queen for sure.
Yeah.
Queen 10, yeah.
Well, Dave Tuthill says it is, as long as you're going to be brutal and analyzing people's playing styles and the mistakes that they make, you should do the same thing about whether they're being scammy or not. And the reply I would give there is that then you open, a broadcast to hearsay, because I might trust that if someone tells me a story that this happened amongst these people, that it very, very likely happened, but I can't go on record and say that it happened. It wouldn't be appropriate, and then you're just getting yourself into other people's personal matters.
Kelly's about to get
So
in
I
really
think it would be
good.
very.
I couldn't disagree with that more.
Yeah, I think it would be very inappropriate to talk about this type of things on the broadcast.
Those things are all hearsay and secondhand
Yeah.
stories, and
Yeah.
it's not something for us to make judgments about.
Yeah.
Whereas we're up here,
It's literally our job to
being
comment
asked
on the quality of play.
to analyze hands and
Yeah.
analyzing the style of play and
Yeah.
everything.
1.7?
That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're not supposed to be doing the first part, I don't think.
I call.
Brian's going to make the call here.
Super good again.
Kelly
This
moves
is
on
almost 4
for
mil.
1,000,000.
Kelly with a great opportunity to get back in this tournament.
Yeah, this is a big one for her.
Kelly turns up pocket nines.
No, the guy had to say the stats.
He had the what?
Some guy said 80-20. You never say that. You just say good luck. Come on, man.
All the suits in play.
Oh, and it is 5-3-6. 10 outs twice for Brian.
Get back to a flush draw, too.
Yeah.
8 of hearts or something.
Okay, we'll see a turn card.
A 9 on the turn, but also a heart. So
31% against top set.
that's a pretty bad card.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
Brian's going to need to catch a deuce or 7. Or a heart.
6 of hearts.
Okay,
You would think you want.
let's see the river.
It's a 7. The 4s are going to win.
River is a 7 with
Great
clubs.
effort. I mean, great game.
Yeah.
It's still a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, great stuff by Kelly Minkin. Falls a little short of becoming the first female WPT champion in an open event, but a performance she can be really proud of here today.
I mean, it's awesome. Her first cash was for 151,000.
Yeah.
The girl just knows huge scores.
I was just big blind.
Awesome start to her. I mean, the past year and a half or so. When
Correct.
Her first cash was what a start to her tournament career. She's clearly very, very smart. Played awesome today.
Going to see a lot more of her, too.
I agree. I think we'll be seeing plenty of Kelly Minkin and hopefully at another WPT final table. But for today, it is going to be Mark and Brian heads up. And after that fortuitous pot, Brian has drawn his chip stack a little closer to Mark's, but still behind about 4 million, 4.5 million. And as I mentioned before, the levels are half hours, heads up, so expect chips to fly, and neither of these guys have been shy about putting chips in the pot, so this should be a really entertaining heads-up match. I really don't know what to expect, but I'm sure we will talk about it at length when we are back from this break.
No heart, no form. What you know about 7?
All in.
I call.
I call.
We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff.
It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable.
Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it!
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer!
That beat him silly.
Rubber legs! Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
The World Poker Tour has a sponsorship partner in Monster now. They are renowned for their headphones, and we are thrilled that Monster has become the official headphone of the World Poker Tour.
I'm joined by Noel Lee, the head monster of Monster Products. We are at the brand new Monster Bar here on the WPT.
For the first time ever, you get a customized pair of Monster headphones.
This makes it all worth it.
Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany are bringing out the money on the line, as well as the special edition pair of Monster 24K headphones to be awarded to tonight's champion.
On behalf of all the people at Monster, we're so happy to be able to supply all the headphones for the World Poker Tour. I want to wish everybody great luck. May everybody win something.
My DNA, I'm insanely competitive.
I wear headphones on the table just because I love music.
I'm a great trash talker. I am the reason why people wear headsets at the table.
I always keep my headphones with me. I throw them on, put something that's gonna put me back in the zone and help me relax.
It's in my DNA to be creative. Poker is one of my creative outlets.
It's in my DNA to win.
You hear that, Monster? Well.
The monster hand is right, Vince. Chris picked up pocket queens against Michael's pocket deuces. There were raises back and forth, but an ace on the river slowed Chris down to a halt. It gave Michael the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff with his not-so-monster pocket deuces. And a $2.1 million bet by Rocco. Chris had to lay down the queens. It propelled Michael back into the chip lead.
Oh, we need to look good, too. So we got the diamonds, and we got the DNAs, and so you got some bling.
I never thought of headphones as an accessory before. Yeah. That's good sound.
Players, get ready to have a monstrous tournament by having pure monster sound available to all you. Shuffle up and deal!
You also get 24K monster headphones.
This partnership is really about how music blends into the poker scene.
These are my monster headphones, being part of the Champions Club.
How headphones, especially over the past few years, you see all the players, all wearing headphones, help them focus, help them concentrate.
We have the 24K special monster headphones.
I just love seeing all our headphones everywhere. The partnership between the World Poker Tour and Monster really made a lot of sense to us because of the sound of our headphones and the way they look. It's something new for the poker audience.
I want the headphones.
All in. I call.
I call. We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable.
Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it.
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer.
Oh, that beat him silly.
Rubber legs. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title and what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
All in. I call.
I call.
We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable.
Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it.
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer.
That beat him silly.
Rubber legs.
Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
The World Poker Tour has a sponsorship partner in Monster now. They are renowned for their headphones, and we are thrilled that Monster has become the official headphone of the World Poker Tour.
I'm joined by Noel Lee, the head monster of Monster Products. We are at the brand new Monster Bar here on the WPT.
For the first time ever, you get a customized pair of Monster headphones.
This makes it all worth it.
Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany are bringing out the money on the line, as well as the special edition pair of Monster 24K headphones to be awarded to tonight's champion.
On behalf of all the people at Monster, we're so happy to be able to supply all the headphones for the World Poker Tour. I want to wish everybody great luck. May everybody win something.
my DNA, I'm insanely competitive.
I wear headphones on the table just because I love music.
I'm a great trash talker. I am the reason why people wear headsets at the table.
I always keep my headphones with me. I throw them on, put something that's going to put me back in the zone and help me relax.
It's in my DNA to be creative. Poker is one of my creative outlets.
It's in my DNA to win.
You hear that, Monster? Well.
The monster hand is right, Vince. Chris picked up pocket queens against Michael's pocket deuces. There were raises back and forth, but an ace on the river slowed Chris down to a halt. It gave Michael the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff with his not-so-monster pocket deuces. And a $2.1 million bet by Rocco. Chris had to lay down the queens. It propelled Michael back into the chip lead.
Oh, we need to look good, too. So we got the diamonds, and we got the DNAs, and so you got some bling.
I never thought of headphones as an accessory before. Yeah. That's good sound.
Players, get ready to have a monstrous tournament by having pure monster sound available to all you. Shuffle up and deal!
You also get 24K monster headphones.
This partnership is really about how music blends into the poker scene.
These are my monster headphones, being part of the Champions Club.
How headphones, especially over the past few years, you see all the players, are wearing headphones. Helps them focus, helps them concentrate.
We have the 24K special monster headphones.
I just love seeing all our headphones everywhere. The partnership between the World Poker Tour and Monster really made a lot of sense to us because of the sound of our headphones and the way they look. It's something new for the poker audience.
I want the headphones.
All in. I call.
I call. We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable.
Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it. Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer.
Oh, that beat him silly.
Rubber legs. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
All in. I call.
I call. We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable. Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it.
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Nice.
That grinder has done it. Boom goes the hammer.
That beat him silly.
Rubber legs. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
Okay.
Okay, so we got a minute and a half left to this level. After this level, we're gonna race off the 5Ks real quick, and then we'll continue to play. All right?
Jeez, we are deep.
Yeah. Well, half hour is fine. So.
Yeah, it'll
pick up.
Yeah, it'll definitely pick up.
All right, everyone, we are back for our heads-up match here at the WPT Lucky Hearts Open. We have lost Muckle Pahuja, but I'm still here with Jason Kuhn. He's going to ride it out with me for the duration of this match. So, Jason, it's essentially the heads-up match we anticipated at the start of the final table, our two chip leaders coming in.
Yeah, I think everything's kind of, for the most part, played out the way that we expected it to.
Yeah.
30,000, 60,000?
Yeah, one more.
60,
Kelly got really unlucky to bust. She would have been in a position to come back and get second place there. It was a pretty brutal beat.
Yeah, she would have had nearly $5 million, right?
Yeah, well, nearly $4 million. I think it was 3.9 million, but that's still plenty of chips.
Well, these two have definitely been the most aggressive at this final table. And both of them have done a nice job of leveraging their stacks and the situations they've encountered to go after the shorter stacks and get themselves into this heads-up match.
Yeah, I think that Mark's a bit more aggressive pre-flop than Brian. Brian's a little bit more collie. So I'm not sure what kind of heads-up match we're going to see. If it's going to be a really high variance, 3-betty, 4-betty, 5-betty kind of thing, or if it's just going to be a lot of min-raising and calling.
You've got to think that Brian would prefer a post-flop match. He seems like the one who's a little more comfortable there.
Yeah, seems very comfortable.
Check.
Well, Mark flops open-ended here out of the big blind. Both
Yeah,
players
so
check.
on this double flush draw board, after Brian has kind of capped his range and you have an open ender, you want to put a lot of pressure on his weak kind of 9x, 7x checkbacks. This is a great candidate to do that since you have 8 outs against those hands.
Yeah.
I think that the only bet size that makes sense here is very big, between pot and 3 times pot, whatever you want to do. I think a smaller bet.
300,000.
Yeah, so see, he's half potting here, which is kind of, I think, him saying, I want to be able to value bet a good 7 or any 9 in my range.
Wait, he's not half potting. Didn't he full pot it?
I think he bet 300 into 600.
Into 6. Oh, excuse me. All right, my mistake.
Yeah, I don't know what Brian had, but I don't think that that's for that hand. I don't think that that's a proper bet size. Although it's these things are very marginal. What I'm talking about, one way or the other, it's not.
But as poker players, we strive for the optimal play. So
yeah,
I think it's always worth
people
discussing.
People are curious to kind of know what say if you watch like Tom Marchese or one of these guys, Final Table or Doc Sands or any of those guys that are betting a specific way and you're curious why. I'm just trying to kind of paint the picture why someone would be betting this specific size relative to another one. And bet sizing is definitely the most difficult part of poker, and there's a lot of bets that make sense, but usually only 1 or 2 optimal bet sizes.
It's also a subject that we don't touch on until you get fairly advanced in poker. Like you learn basic bet sizing early in your poker education, but once you've got all the fundamentals down, like most people, you're just trying to teach them when they should bet, when they should check, when they should fold.
Yeah.
And that of itself is
Very
really hard to get a
Very
grasp
hard,
on.
yeah.
And then bet sizing becomes this next layer of the game where you're like, all right, well, you know that you're going to bet, but how do you maximize the value in this situation by tweaking your bet sizing just right?
Yeah, so basically, if, a beginner's way to kind of learn how to size your bets, you can ask yourself multiple questions, and I think a good starting point would be, okay, can my opponent have a very strong hand here? If they can't, you usually want to apply pressure to them with bigger bets, and also, do I have a lot of bluffs here? And if you're bluffing a lot, you want to bet bigger with your bluffs and bigger with your really your strong made hands. So that was kind of the logic behind the last game. He has a lot of draws on that board, and our opponent has checked back, which makes it very unlikely that he has a super nutted hand.
Mark is going to raise 350,000 total.
A pair of 7s here for Mark to open the action. Brian with King 3 in the big blind.
Very standard defend.
Brian calls.
Flops bottom pair on ace 4-3, so the 7's still ahead.
Yeah, it's just going to go, I believe, check, bet, call.
I agree. And after that, it would be unlikely that you'd see too much more betting on this texture.
Yeah. So this is a fine bet size for this board texture. It's great. It's kind of way ahead, way behind a lot of the time. There's not a ton of draws that you need to protect from, so a small bet makes sense.
6 on the turn.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good spot for Mark to go for a second street of value.
I agree.
The
5 or a 6 especially are good cards
those
for
are
it.
great cards. He has a gutter if he is behind, and he can continue to extract value from, say, a hand like 6-5, which is pretty good to protect your equity against that hand, and a hand like King 4, King 3 that might get sticky and call again. It's just a pretty cool spot to bet twice and check the river.
Opponent can also have backdoor hearts that are going to call again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mark bets 600.
And it's a board you don't get raised on very often.
And he will let that go. Zach Gilbert on Twitter asked, will this stream be archived anywhere? The answer is yes, they are archived. I believe they are definitely archived and available to members on Club WPT. And I want to say that we also archive them on the WPT main site. However, my understanding is that they are not available until after the televised version of the episode is aired. Now, this, of course, is not a televised event, so I'm not sure how long the turnaround is before we would upload such a thing, but at some point it will be available. So I know that's not the most concise answer, but at some stage you'll be able to watch this. Brian here on the button. Going to raise up 7-4. So we were wondering, is this going to be a limping match or raising match? Seeing Brian raise up hands like 7-4 makes me think we're going to see a lot more raises than limps.
Yeah, I think just from the outside looking in, I believe Brian should have a nonstop raising strategy since Mark hasn't been as sticky in the blinds, at least up until this point. Maybe he defends more now that their heads up, whereas Brian just hasn't folded a big blind. So since steal success is lower, a limping strategy would make a little more sense against someone like that.
Both players flop a pair and check on the queen 6-4 board. 10 of hearts on the turn adds a second flush draw. Wouldn't shock me to see another check on this street.
Yeah, I think Brian's hand's fine as a check, but
Mark's thinking about betting. You thinking about betting in Mark's
Yeah,
spot?
I definitely think Mark should bet the turn.
Okay.
But I think Brian has a close spot between a flop c-bet just to protect against all the overcards, and he's got plenty of.
He also
turn
has
cards
2
he
backdoor
can-
draws as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the hand has pretty poor. The term would be visibility on turns and rivers, which just means you're a little uncertain if you have the best hand or not. In those spots, that's a spot where you generally want to bet.
I don't think I've ever heard that term used towards poker before. Can you expound on that a little bit when you say visibility?
Yeah, so visibility is just basically a lot of the times in poker you want to make things easy on yourself. And if you say you raise, you can go check on the flop, and there's no turn card that is going to change basically in your mind if you had the best hand on the flop or not. Whereas if you don't c-bet 7-4 suited on queen 4-6 flush draw, basically any card other than a 7 or a 4, when opponent bets, you are very unclear if they've improved, if they have the best hand, are you going to be able to call rivers? Basically the game gets very difficult for you because you have poor visibility. You don't the turns that don't improve your hand don't give you any knowledge of if you can call down. It just gets tricky and tough.
Gotcha. I like that. That's a good term to add to the vocabulary. Mark here with a king 10 of clubs is going to raise it up. Brian will make the call.
Calling or 3-betting this hand is fine, I think.
Yeah. These are the type of hands I often like to put into my 3-bet range because it's so hard to make pairs that are going to get to showdown value. Whereas when you 3-bet, if your opponent calls, on the low boards, you're actually going to connect, and then on the high boards, you're bluffing anyway, and are pretty good for you to be bluffing in terms of what you're representing. So
absolutely. Yep. This is a spot where Brian should bluff twice, for sure. He gets you bet on some rivers. Check a 5 or deuce on the river. Bet basically everything else excluding an 8 or an ace, king maybe. I wouldn't bet any of those cards. You could bet an 8, but definitely not an ace or a king. I would just give it.
The card is a deuce of hearts.
So this is just going to go check, and Brian's going to win the hand. It's too thin of a value bet to make. Yeah, check.
Brian shows
2 pair, 6s and deuces.
5 of spade, deuce of spade. Or 6s and deuces. Brian will win the pot.
And there, as we see, nearly $300,000 difference between first and second. So a pretty pricey heads-up match. And we never really know whether players are making deals or not. I will say that deal making is something that's lost a lot of the stigma that used to surround it in this industry. It used to be very hush-hush. The casinos didn't want to facilitate the deals. The poker tours didn't want to talk about the existence of deals. Players were kind of implied that they should keep it on the DL. Whereas now I think PokerStars just shows the deal-making process on their streams.
Yeah. I mean, deal-making should just happen. I mean, the stakes that these guys are playing now are just absolutely insane. Even if you have an edge, it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 5 or 6%, and you're playing a $300,000 heads-up sit and go. I mean, you didn't come play a $3,500 tournament to play a $300,000 heads-up.
That's
sit
right.
and go.
Well, interesting board here, Jason. Marcus flop top pair, whereas Brian with a flush draw and a backdoor straight draw.
Mark checks.
Since Mark has kind of been the unconventional kind of value raiser with top pair, I assume that this hand's going to fall into that range. So I think it's going to go bet raise, whereas most players I think would just check call queen jack. It's kind of a good way to protect your weaker hands like your ace highs, your 4s, your 5s, your pocket 6s.
I will say he has been more comfortable raising these type of hands in position, and I wonder whether he'll do it out of position.
Yeah, I just historically he's always raised. It looks like he has called here. which is, I think, a much better way to play the hand. And
I
it's
agree.
also, Brian is going to get, in this spot, Brian is going to get to realize his equity.
Card is a 5 of diamonds.
That's a pretty interesting card. I think
is.
this is a spot where the optimal play for Mark would be
checks.
to lead a small sizing on this turn. Basically a good way to deny equity to some of the hands that have equity, and you're also, your opponent can't really raise you because the 5 is a good card for your range.
Correct. 7 on the river brings Brian a pair.
Yeah, this is going to go bet and a call, basically.
Yeah, I think bet call, right.
Yeah.
I don't think Brian will snap call, but he will call.
Yeah, he hardly has any better hands that play this way.
And it's just one of those weird spots where by the river, much of Mark's range has got some degree of showdown value. Like, you know, if he has 7-6, he's going to check this river. If he has like ace-3 or ace-deuce, he'll probably check this river.
Yeah. So he's betting a little more polarized.
If he has 8-6, he got there. Like, you've got your 7, and you're definitely not excited about the call, but I guess you kind of have to. But
yeah,
you
that's
know,
a call for sure.
You're just too high up in your range, but it's still kind of gross because your opponent shouldn't show up with many worse hands.
Yeah, I think Mark, though, I mean, he's going to check call some hands. Let's say he has like 9-8 of clubs. He might just, or I'm sorry, 9-8 with a backdoor flush draw or something like that. Hands that just have a lot of backdoor equity that he doesn't want to check raise the flop with. I think there's a reasonable chance that he just has some floats in there. He might even check call king high and then turn it into a bluff on the river, just thinking that there's a chance that Altman has ace high or something and try to get him to fold.
And especially with that sizing, Brian was getting 4-1.
Yeah.
It's possible that his opponent just wasn't sure what to do with the 7 and value bet, you know, like 1/3 pot or something. And you got to make that call, but it's one of those dirty feeling calls.
Yeah. Yeah, if Mark bet like a pot size bet there, you'd be in an awful spot with a 7. Once he bet that small, it's a very easy call.
Mark here with king queen. 375.
Parker's going to raise 375,000.
Call.
Brian calls.
Two very nice hands.
Flop is
Ooh,
deuce
wow.
card, 4
Ace deuce of spades
ace of
draws the flop on 8-4 deuce 2 spades.
Brian checks.
$400.
And it is 4 from Mark.
Yeah, this would be a check call, I assume. Raising certainly would be fine too. I think check calling is the play that he'll choose, and I think it's a better play than raising. You have showdown value. Your opponent's going to continue to bluff on a lot of the cards that give you the nuts.
Brian calls.
And if you're really lucky, you'll hit a deuce, and your opponent will keep bluffing.
Yeah, well, and the cool thing is, I mean, there's no turn card that you don't get to check call,
Yeah.
which is pretty nice for your hand.
Check.
Whereas if you have, let's say you have like, 5 high spades here or something,
Right.
it might play better as a check raise
Agreed.
at some point, because you just can't check call a turn with 5 high.
River card, 10 of hearts.
Well, Jack 10, neither a spade on the turn in river.
Yeah, I think this is a great card for Mark to bluff if it does go check. I can't imagine Brian betting the river, and I think the 10 is just a fantastic card for him to bluff.
Yeah, there are just so many smaller pairs in Brian's range, and it is very conceivable that Mark would take a line that goes bet, check, bet for value with the 10 on the river.
Yeah, or he was just decided to give up with, say he c-bet, 10-5 of hearts or something, or well, can't have that one, but 10-5 suited and river to 10. It's just a very easy value bet.
Mark agrees with us.
750.
And it's 750. And also sizing it small makes it look like a value bet. I like his sizing
there, yeah. I think you want to keep Brian indifferent with a 4 ace high, something like that. And you want to be able to value bet thin. I also think if you have ace 4 in the spot, it would be a very easy value bet. Like king 4 plus is a very, very easy value bet here.
And Brian does fold, so a well-played hand by Mark there.
Yeah, I think it was great. think even though his king high is showdown, you have an immediately profitable c-bet. Any spades you just have to fold, so I think betting that hand's fine. I think if you had king queen with the queen of spades, checking or betting would be close to equal
on the
value.
flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that about how do I differ my flop play if I've got a spade in my hand.
Yeah, it's almost better in some circumstances because you get to continue semi-bluffing, but the problem is once you start bluffing with these hands that have a ton of showdown value, you're just bluffing way too much and you're bluffing inefficiently. So you want to check with a lot of your showdown value hands.
Makes you wonder if you should just alternate, like, check the king, bet the queen or something, like whether that's how you achieve balance.
I think he should just check the spades and bet the non-spades is what I think he should do.
Oh, quick one there. Brian raises, Mark folds. It's a well-paced heads-up match, though. I like guys who don't posture, just make their decisions, and both these guys are playing well. Guys, we'll give you one last reminder. There's some great action on DraftKings tonight, especially the NBA slate is a big one tonight. You still got about an hour and 45 minutes to get your lineup set. Some pretty big guarantees tonight, including a $333 buy-in that's got a $200K guaranteed prize pool. But there's also a $33 buy-in that's got a $150K and a $3 buy-in that's got a $100K guarantee. So some really big tournaments on DraftKings tonight for the NBA, but there's also a ton of other sports. Right now they're offering NBA, NHL, PGA, big tournament on this weekend. College basketball, they'll be doing a March Madness promotion, and of course the MMA. Plus, you can win your way into live WPT events on DraftKings, and you'll have an opportunity to win your way into the LAPC later this week, much as I did earlier this week. So in the event that you win that package, we'll hang out in LA, go to a Clippers game. Jason Kuhn's going to come along with us. We'll all have some beers and watch Chris Paul throw up an assist to DeAndre Jordan now that Blake Griffin is out. So Mark bets $400,000 there with his king 10 of clubs. Takes it down. Brian did not connect with king 4 offsuit. Shot of the trophy for the winner. Gets a guitar-shaped trophy. Essentially, really just a guitar.
Yeah.
That is also a trophy.
It's pretty cool.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I remember they used to do the promotion. I want to say it was here, or maybe it was Jacksonville, where the last remaining player under 21 got like a surfboard. But down here in Florida, I believe it's 18 plus to play in poker tournaments.
It's gonna be a call.
Call.
So it looks like, at least to this point, and they've had calling hands. They haven't really had 3-betting hands other than the 5 deuce of spades. Looks like this is going to be a very
we're like, he didn't really have anything to 3-bet except 5 deuce of spades.
Yeah, that's a pretty, either way.
You understand why people don't 3-bet those hands when you see it that way. Well, Mark flops open-ended here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to lead. Brian here with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
Mark bets $425K.
It's going to be a call.
Brian will make the call.
Brian calls.
The turn's always getting bet again by Mark after he's led this hand.
8 of clubs on the turn. I was going to ask, are there any turns you don't bet?
Yeah,
and this is an interesting one to discuss.
Yeah, this one is pretty tricky. It just depends on what your leading range is made up with. If you're leading like all your 2 pairs, he obviously has no sets. I mean, he could have quads, I guess, but that's not reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're leading just like all your 1-pair hands, like all your top pairs, let's say, and some bluffs, you probably just want to check this turn.
Brian will check back. River's the third 8
yeah,
on the board.
This is an obligatory bluff, in my opinion, on the 9-7. Even though he's going to get I think he should bluff.
I think he should bluff. I mean, he basically has the bottom of his range.
Yeah.
What else does he get there with?
And I think he checks he just checks a queen on the turn a lot.
Yep.
And yeah, you're gonna get called sometimes by ace high, and you're gonna get called by a boat or whatever. But I just think you got to go for it. You got 9 high. You've got plenty of boats.
And your opponent clearly doesn't have a queen.
I think he could.
He could, but it's infrequent.
Yeah, it's infrequent for sure. Guess sometimes you got to wave the white flag though.
Yeah. From what we've seen so far, Mark isn't as aggressive on the river as he is like pre-flop and on the flop.
Which I think is generally a decent strategy to have in tournament poker because river bets are the most consequential.
Yeah.
So people tend to not go for it as much, which I think that's pretty good. You know.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose a massive chunk of your stack in a poker tournament.
Particularly if you're not a cash player who's used to finding themselves in these complicated river scenarios, it makes sense that you just kind of shy away from sophisticated play on that stream. I'm not saying that Mark's not capable of making some really interesting river plays, but typically we see tournament players more aggressive pre-flop on the flop, less so on the river, and also with stack sizes the way they are, they get to those rivers with decisions to make less frequently.
Yeah.
So raising a call by a pair of
this was
deuces
actually a
here.
button limp, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah.
You're in the zone today.
Yeah. There's so much confusion happening here. He leads the deuces.
Brian bets 150K. Oh, Mark is going to fold. Brian will win the pot.
Thoughts on that lead, Jason?
I guess he's just betting for protection. He's just going to stab once and see if it worked and then give up because he doesn't really get to check call the flop. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that makes fine sense. Even though it's only a 2-out bluff when called or whatever, it really is a difficult hand to check call the flop with. So
yeah,
I don't hate it. I just think, it's kind of like a protection bluff kind of thing to make, which I get. I do understand. At first it kind of confused me, but I think he just said, okay, I'll see if I have the best hand here, and if I get called, I'm just
It's one of those things where it feels too weak to check fold.
Exactly.
And even though you know you're not getting called by many worse, you're like, well, I guess this is the lesser of both evils.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, what do you flop a pair with 2 cards in your hand? A third of the time or something? I think you make a pair, so I guess he just figures to be good there 2/3 of the time. And
every now and then his opponent somehow shows up with an ace or king high that lets him get the river.
Yep.
It's not too frequent in a limp pot, but stranger things have happened. Mark calls raise here with king 4 in the big.
Check.
And flops a king on king 7-3. Nice check there by Brian with his ace high.
Yep, and I think that this will go bet fold. Having an 8 in your hand here makes your hand a really bad bluff catcher.
I'm surprised by that check.
Super confused by that.
Yeah, don't get with that one.
Yeah, especially with the 10 of hearts, you just have so many draws in your range. At this point, you want to be betting all your kings. I mean, I don't think Brian will ever fold a 7 to you for 2 bets, and
doesn't look. You don't have any reason to believe that Brian's going to bet either.
Yeah, now this is just going to go back call. I don't imagine Brian folding the ace 8 on the river.
What's your sizing? $500,000?
Well, if my range is
kings and bluffs, maybe even bigger.
Even it has, like I think 7s are in there too. After that, so yeah, I'd say 500K, something like that.
It's hard to talk about what your range is here because you're not going to get to the river with a king like this.
Yeah, occasionally, like once in a blue moon, but yeah, not very often at all. Yeah, I think he's just going to call it here. I think his bet size is just fine. He looks pretty zoned in here. I think there's a chance he makes a fold. Nope. I ain't mad at you. I would call him.
I don't blame him at all.
That's what I would do.
King of club, 4 of spades for kings up.
Although we have seen, and like I said, I think we've seen all the showdowns, or even the non-showdowns that Brian hasn't got to see. It does look like you said 2 minutes ago that Mark just does not seem to be bluffing rivers.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen very much of that. Particularly as the pot gets larger.
Yeah.
He doesn't fall through with like
that was a
big
single
river
raise,
bluffs.
just check down to the river pot. I think you got to defend That's a pretty hand.
Mark with Jack-9 of hearts here on the button. Going up.
375.
Mark raises 375K.
It's 375. Brian might be thinking about 3-betting here.
Yeah, I think he's just choosing a situation more than a hand. I think he's just saying, okay, this hand plays pretty well. I haven't 3-bet yet. As a default, I think he's going to call this hand. This hand just plays really well, single raised. It plays fine in 3-bet too, but it does suck blowing out all the jacks that you're in good shape against and just keeping in like a Jack-10 suited type hand.
This is one of those hands I typically 3-bet earlier in the final table, and then heads up often is in my just calling range.
Yeah, I don't think any heads-up player would 3-bet this hand. It's just a little too weak to 3-bet for value, and
a little too good to use as a bluff.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, I think Jack-9 suited will oftentimes go into a linear 3-betting range, but Jack-7's just a little too weak. But like I said, a lot of situation guys, a lot of tournament players. The best tournament players are very situational, and I think that they're going to get hate a lot of the time because maybe their hand in a vacuum isn't doing the optimal play. But like, take this for instance, you just got marked a snap fold Jack-9 of hearts.
Right.
Maybe Brian just has a good feel for, hey, I'm going to get credit for this, and I think 3-betting it's going to be slightly better than calling. And, I think that that's what makes poker cool, is there's just a lot of different ways to win with a different strategy. And even though it might not be the conventional way to play, these guys like Chris Moorman and they're just feel players. They know where they're at. They know what they're going to get a lot of the time. And I think that's just kind of a symbol of that.
I'm also surprised that he folded Jack-9 suited.
Yeah,
He's in position. I would definitely call that hand.
Yeah, it's you couldn't pry it on my cold dead hands, but it's neither here nor there, I guess. This is going to be a call.
It's one of those weird things where people have this big mental disparity between Jack-9 suited and Jack-10 suited. Like, he's never folding Jack-10 suited there, but he didn't even spend that long thinking about Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, the Jack-9 of hearts is a beautiful hand.
King-10 versus Ace-6 here. Both players with a real hand again. And it is the King of Mark that connects on King-8 deuce. And seeing as what we saw last time, I would expect Brian to just check back here.
Yeah, I think check or bet's fine. A small value bet, protection bet is fine. Checking is also fine. It looks like Mark's going to lead. I'm not a big fan of this, just because the board gets bet so often. And it sucks to not give him a chance to c-bet with the hands that are just drawing dead against you. Because, I mean, if he did raise the button with 5-3 of spades or whatever, he's going to c-bet the flop.
Also, it might just come turn brick. You bet once your opponent peels ace high. You miss some value in that way. But when you lead out here, you give him a very reasonable opportunity to fold ace high.
Yeah, and you're not worried about protecting from much on a King-8 deuce board.
Yeah.
It's not like you're leading ace-9 on a 9-6-5 two-spade board or something like that. It's a King-8 deuce. There's just not that much to protect from.
Well, you see our payouts, $3.28 million in the prize pool. Lucky Cards Open attracted just over 1,000 players. It's grown every single year. Seminole Hard Rock putting on numerous huge poker tournaments each year. August, February, April.
Awesome venue too.
Yeah, awesome
venue. Really cool.
Call.
A call here from Mark. One of the first limps of this heads-up match.
Check.
Brian checks his option.
Brian will check 3 deuce. Jack-10's not the hand I'm limping though. A little too good. And a very nice flop for that Jack-10 with the Jack of clubs. Unfortunately, it's hard to imagine he'll get much value out of this.
I'm pretty sure this hand's going to end right
Yeah.
now.
2, snap fold, hand over.
Mark bets 200,000.
Yeah.
Brian will fold. Mark will take down the 5.
he gave that, oh man, you folded look. Like he knows he only has Jack high, but it's like every turn is pretty good for me. So an exchange of smaller pots so far.
Both of these guys have played pretty well today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue to give the edge to Brian. I think that he's played the best final table of anyone. Actually, really surprised with his discipline today too. I thought there was a good chance he would make some very high variance plays, but I think whenever he kind of ran into it, he just waved the white flag and check folded or just gave up. There was no huge blow up.
Fold. Mark folds.
Well, he'll take that one down with ace-9. Gives a free show with the ace.
You get a show 2 there. Not ace-9 is pretty premium. Pretty proud of both of that.
Heads up, it sure is. Marcus definitely played well here today. And very unusual to talk about someone who is both an online player but really didn't play before Black Friday, particularly as an American. You know, it's okay, whatever, amongst Australians or Europeans or wherever else you find online poker these days. But in the U.S., you don't find a lot of guys who came up playing online poker post-2011.
Yeah, it's extremely unique. It's cool to see that too. I'm happy to see that some Americans are still learning the game. I know
Still living the dream.
Yeah, man. I mean, I know the Black Friday just kind of crushed that bubble of young guys coming up in the game.
Which, as it turns out, was very good for people in particularly our position. You know, I'm 30, you're 29, and there's a few guys that are, you know, maybe a few years younger than us, but then after that there's this huge drop-off where guys can't create the bankroll, they can't get enough experience.
Yep.
There hasn't been a new generation that is going to come up and try and make us obsolete.
Yeah,
so,
it's pretty tough.
you know, Black Friday, terrible from an industry perspective, pretty good if you were specifically a, like, 25 to 35-year-old poker player in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, the Europeans just keep getting better and better.
That's the scary part.
Yeah,
that's the scary part.
There's 21-year-old Europeans that are just monsters, but...
Well, Mark facing a 3-bet here with King 3 suited. We'll fold that against the 9s and Brian's.
Blinds are going up.
Blinds will be going up now. I believe they're going to be playing 100,000, 200,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
It just got big.
It got real big real quick.
300K turbo here.
Gross to think about. Whew, 300K turbo.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out Kelly was bringing up a bunch of the crowd support. Didn't quite realize that. I don't know where all the signs went for Mark, but
very, very easy girl to root for. Seems really cool, really composed, very smart. I'm certain that she's gonna be one of the top female poker players in no limit tournaments. I'm certain. I only played with her for about 8 hours, but I could just tell she has what it takes to win. One, she's proven to be someone who will put in the work. I mean, she's got a law degree and she's got a bio degree, so you know somebody is okay with studying. And two, the intangible stuff, like she just seemed tenacious. She seemed ready to take spots. I mean, she bluffed my buddy.
Comfortable with aggression and risk.
Big pot the other day, so I think, you know, she gets a bunch of hands under her belt. Somebody like that's just going to get better and better and better.
It would be interesting to see her achieve that, because if she becomes one of the top female players in poker, then really, of the regular tournament grinders, Vanessa and Kelly both being lawyers,
that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm certain that she will become, if she stays interested in the game, she'll be one of the biggest female winners. I'm certain.
Well, Mark here with a pair of 8s, likely to 3-bet, reaching for 3-betting chips.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a call here with the 7-5 suited, unless he makes
Sizing
it real
dependent.
big.
Yeah. I think he's going like 1.2, and that'll definitely earn a call. 1.3? Well, it's just under 3x here.
What did he raise to?
1.3 million.
Okay, so he's getting a little better than 2-1. I still don't see him folding 7-5 suited.
Especially if he was flatting the 5-4-0 before.
That's a healthy 3-bet, though. I mean, it's almost a pot-sized raise. But, yeah, he flatted 5-4 suited earlier. I'll tell you what, though. He's only got 10 million back.
Yeah.
I didn't...
You thought he was a little deeper?
Yeah. I think he should fold here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know whether I call or fold here. I think I often end up folding, but it's one of those things where...
It's pretty close. I mean, you're 50x.
Really
He's just made a pot-sized 3-bet, and I think it's pretty close.
Well,
Ruh-roh.
that is an interesting flop. Queen
Ruh-roh.
8-6, 2 clubs. Middle
Gonna
set for
go-
Mark. Open ender for Brian.
Bet call.
I think, yeah, bet call.
I mean, there's definitely he can't shove the 7-5.
Ooh, that would be no good.
There's a lot of draws that are much better than 7-5 diamonds on this board.
Yeah, you definitely cannot shove
I'll
for a
tell you
ton of
what.
chips when you might get called by a draw with a better high card.
I really wouldn't hate a check here by Mark either. I think betting's fine as well.
Yeah.
But this is such a good board for Brian's cold calling range that I think checking. Like if I
Mark's
definitely if I
range
had
wants
top
to
set,
check, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, if I had
Yeah.
top set, I would check for sure. But yeah, I think betting and not blocking him having top pair is pretty nice. You just get to stack Brian whenever he has a queen. But I think checking's pretty cool and just kind of letting him hurricane it off to use too sometimes. Because it's a nasty board. Like if you have ace king, red ace king, I
Yeah.
mean you might just bet fold the flop, but it's a lot of times you're just going to check fold a bunch of your range. Wow, he made a healthy bet.
He made a healthy bet. Yeah, he made 1.5. I mean, I guess he bet 1.3 pre, but he didn't down bet.
I imagine he's just going to call.
I
That's
think
such a big bet. It might just induce a fold, a very disciplined fold, or induce the
all in,
the heroics. That is a big old bet. Yeah, he's getting called.
Brian in a position to do some math here.
Yeah, I think it's a call and no other play, in my opinion.
It also looks suspect to count out calling chips and then do anything else, especially, raise.
Yeah.
He'll make the call.
Yeah, he's just gonna fold a bunch of turns. I think
Yeah.
this is fine play. Once in a while, Mark bet folds the flop, even though that sizing would kind of scare me away from the idea that he was gonna. Oh my goodness!
Wow, life is so good for Brian.
Oh, poor Mark. That is so unlucky.
and
Flop
it-
middle set and a 3-bet pot heads up and just the gin card. It's unbelievable.
What should Mark sizing be here, Jason?
Well, he has 7.5 million left.
Just under pot? Or 6 under the pot?
I think I would just well, I would have sized my flop bet a little smaller, but as played, I think he should make it 2.4 million.
Okay.
Just go half pot. So a little under half pot, something like that. Yeah.
I'm with you that I size somewhere like that. I also would not be surprised to see a shove. I don't think
Yeah,
he'll shove, but
Yeah, I mean, you just got to cooler him that way.
Yeah.
But it is cool you don't block any top pair. It is double flush draw board. Hand's so good, though. It's really hard to make a set. Wow,
and he is all in.
We got a call.
And a snap call. So, if Mark can get a full house on this river, he's going to win our tournament. If he doesn't,
That's just
chip lead is going to trade.
So unlucky.
Yeah, just
it
a
looks like
disgusting
Mark
hand.
kind of knew where he was in the hand too. I think he felt like
Brian turns over 5-7. He has an 8.
he was gonna get called. I think he just assumed Brian had a queen.
Yeah.
Thinking that Brian shoves all of his flush draws on the flop,
Right.
and he doesn't block him having any queens. He blocks him having an 8. He probably folds a 6 on the flop.
So why not just shove and
Yeah.
get a call from the queen?
Yeah, exactly.
Or the slow played kings or aces pre, if that's what it turned out to be.
Yep. That's just really unlucky.
I also just thought he might shove because if you have clubs or spades in Mark's position, you might just shove.
Yeah, that's what
You
I'm
know.
saying. Yeah, the double flush draw
Yeah.
board, you just have infinite draws.
Brian's all in for 7 million.
But I still think like flop c-bet wise, you want to size down there and just have at least that way you have more hands that are just bet folding the flop.
Of Mark. Here's the river card. River card
And a
is
7 on the river is not going to provide the necessary full house. Brian will double up.
And Brian's going to win this pot.
And the chip counts is set essentially trade places. Mark had 20 going into this match to Brian's 10. Now Brian's the one with 20.
You need one more for these, I think.
So Chris will count the chips down for us. What a gross feeling. You 3-bet pre, you get your set, your head's up, you're like, yes, I'm about to win this
very
tournament.
Safe turn card too.
Yeah.
450.
Like, you go all in, your opponent snaps. You're like, I win the tournament? No.
Yeah, I tell you, it's amazing everyone's composure at this final table. Every single person has been so cool.
Yeah.
Win or lose, no one's making a scene. It's just really nice to see.
Well, we said that we liked Brian today.
Yeah, well,
and,
that one there
the deck
was-
likes him too.
Yeah, the deck liked him, yeah. Yeah, but I definitely, he's, from the beginning, I mean, it's been very clear that he was going to be the pick to win the tournament. And he doesn't really have that much live experience, it seems like, and he doesn't, right?
I've played some live cash games with him.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how many tournaments he's played. We can hand him mob him quick.
He's played all the tournaments on the internet, so I mean, he's
Yeah, he
experienced
did.
with that. But it's nice to see his live composure is very good too. So 50 blinds, still a bunch of chips. It's anybody's match. Looks like he's gonna start limping. I think this is a fine hand to do it with.
Agreed, yeah. So Brian has about $250,000, about 225,000 in live cashes preceding this final table.
Oh, so he's got plenty of experience.
Yeah. You know, and some of them in bigger events. As far as I can tell, though, his largest cash is 5th at a Borgata 2500 in November. So that was their I think that would have been their Fall Poker Open, and he got 5th for 74K. Played some of the EPTs. Clearly, he's playing the side events at like PCA, stuff like that, World Series. But groundbreaking score for him today. However, it turns out.
This is going to be another street bet. He led the flop.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's pretty cool to get the check call, make some straights sometimes, but believe in a limped pot. If I'm going to lead the flop, I'm going to bet that turn.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I do kind of understand his logic. On the 6, he doesn't really have any bluffs. It looks like Mark's going to go for a little thin protection bet, and then just so he can check back the river. I think after Brian has checked to him on the turn, he assumes the same things that I assumed, that Brian would bet the turn with the king.
Yep.
So he's looking at his 5x with an ace kicker as
Probably good, or
the best
maybe
hand.
losing to like 7-6 or
yeah,
6-3
exactly.
or
but,
something.
But let's protect it, because
Yeah.
I beat a lot of 5s and 4s.
Deuce on the river will give Brian the straight.
Yeah, I don't think betting makes sense for Brian because he's continuing to represent a one-pair kind of bluff catcher hand.
Yep, I
And
agree.
you would want to give Mark a chance to bluff.
I like this check here.
Yeah.
So Brian will pad his chip lead there.
Got a dude flexing in the stands, flexing. Got a great beard.
Got some of the wrestling team out with him. He is an assistant coach. I don't want to say it was his brother's wrestling team.
Oh, he's kept his ears in good shape for being a wrestler. Most of those guys have the big cauliflower ear.
Isn't that boxing more so than wrestling?
No, wrestling.
Wrestling too?
Oh yeah, wrestling's where all that comes from.
We just do 475.
Here he's got the 9-8 of diamonds.
475.
Quick fold from Mark. And another free show.
8-9 diamonds.
Mark here with a 6-4 offsuit on the button.
Gonna be a fine hand to just give a walk with. Since raising's okay. Yeah, I think that's. I think what Mark's trying to do with his limping strategy so far is just basically try to win more chips than losing half of a big blind with his worst hands, because he's limped 6-4 off and 5-3 off. I think what he's just trying to do is overcome the overcome basically the EV of 0, basically. Trying to just break even on his limbs. Just do better, slightly better than just walking him.
Goes bet call on 10-4 deuce.
Which is a fine strategy until your opponents start punishing you, and then you just have to start walking those hands.
Yeah. Turn is a king.
This went check call?
It went bet call.
Brian led the
Brian
queen
led the
six?
queen 6. Yeah.
All right.
I normally don't bet those kind of spots.
Yeah, this is kind of a interesting one. It's one of the no equity bluffs.
It is a no. Yeah, we haven't seen him make, I think, any no equity bluffs so far today, but he bets that turn, and he gets a pretty quick fold from Mark.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that one. That's a little more confusing to me. They give a lot of hands that. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, we got some new stats.
Uh-huh.
You can see there, Brian Altman in a short-handed environment, not shy. Mark Dube.
I think Dube's 100% button. I think
Yeah.
24% you're seeing is him folding the small blind. I don't think if he's limping 5-3 off and 7-4 off on the button, he's folding anything. I mean, I guess 9 deuce off and deuce 3 and 7 deuce he might fold.
Well, I guess 75.
Brian opens for 475.
Brian will open up his jack deuce.
Mark will call this hand.
Mark calls. Six of hearts.
And it is a king 6-6 flop. Does not connect with either player. And a likely board for Brian to win with a bet.
I think Mark's going to check call this. I just have that feeling.
Yeah?
I think he's going to float the overs to the 6 and or the overs, yeah, to whatever.
It's a reasonable spot to be floating this
backdoor
texture.
flush or backdoor straight draw. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's just a reasonable chance he floats.
Your opponent's betting a huge percentage of his range. Is certainly all his garbage.
Yeah, and he already floated the 10-7 suited in the 3-bet pot earlier against the guy. I just kind of see this happening on this board. I just feel it. I think check raise is fine too. Barrel 9s and 5s. Showdown 7s and 8s. Occasionally. I mean, you do flop 6s once in a while that would want to raise the flop. So yeah, he's going for a little check raise here.
Yeah,
I don't
been
mind
zoned
it.
in so far, Jason.
Yeah.
Mark raises to 950,000.
And it is a small check raise to 950,000, which I think is a fine sizing here. You
Yeah,
don't need to go very big.
No, of course not. You have no draws. You're repping only a 6.
Although Mark can kind of plausibly represent a king. I don't think this would be a texture that he would check raise it on, but I mean, he's been raising those
the
type
top pair,
hands
yeah.
that maybe he could.
Yeah, I think in this spot he's only raising a 6, but yeah, props to him. I think it's a very good spot to check raise.
There's a shot of the WPT Champions Cup right behind the table. One of these guys is going to get their name on that cup, which contains the name of all WPT champions. Multiple time winners get a diamond onto their name. There's a lot of guys who have won 2 WPTs at this point, but only I think 1 or 2 has done 3. Mark here at the 10-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, pretty perplexed by this one.
Raise that hand, get money, make money. That's what you want to do when you have a 10 and a 9 of the suited variety. This spot, it's going to work out well for him. But even this hand, if you open and you get 3-bet, you're not getting blown off your equity. You're going to call. So it's just not a...
Brian raises
10-9 suited has been our weird play hand of the day.
Yeah. Wow, Brian comes in. Oh, that's just 4x.
He's gone 4x, yeah.
This is going to get called.
Mark calls.
So the pot builds as we go to the flop. And it is ace-9-3 with a diamond. A pretty good flop for both players here, Jason.
Yeah, this is it's a fun one. So when isn't there a 6 of diamonds on the turn too? It's just going to be a fun hand.
About 700,000 or 800,000 from Brian here, you expect?
Yeah, I think he can even go smaller if he wants. If he wants to try to get 2 streets with like jacks or queens. Such a dry board. Yeah, he chooses a bigger sizing. I think that I personally would bet third pot on this flop.
Yeah. Well, Mark's certainly not going to fold.
No, of course not.
And the way he was reaching there, I thought he was going to raise. My head was going to explode.
Yeah, if that happened, I'd be confused. So far, this heads-up match, Mark's playing very well.
Yeah.
Come on, fun turn. 6 of diamonds. Yes.
Oh, man.
Like
So close.
Fortune teller right now.
We need to get you on the felt. Why are you here? I mean, you read cards, you read players. What does Brian do here? Check? He did check, but...
Yeah, I don't... it's fine. I mean, I think he's trying to pick off floats and trying to control the size of the pot since he only has a 7 kicker. But and if Mark's limping hands like this, maybe he is limping a hand like ace-10 off. But I think it's better to barrel twice and check the river and check call the river.
Now, both players do check. A 3 on the turn is not the card that Mark needed here.
Yeah, I think betting that turn's a better play and then checking the river. You want to keep barreling when you've turned diamonds.
Yeah.
Or, like, say you raised king deuce of hearts or something. You want to just keep barreling, put pressure on that 9.
And if you are Brian, what is your sizing on the river?
I think after you check the turn, you might just want to go ahead and check the river and try to pick off a float. But
you'd expect the floats to talk on the turn, so
yeah,
not always though. Some people do the float, check turn, add plausibility to their showdown value, bluff you on the river.
Yeah, but now you're just get called by 9x or king high. Like if he does have a 3, now his trips would have you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I forgot to factor in the 3 pairing.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean it's close. Looks like he is going to go for a value bet.
You would always value bet ace-10 plus, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Absolutely, I would. 3 is such a tiny portion of his range. It's not like you're necessarily worried about running into a better hand.
Yeah.
That's not it. It's just...
hard to get value from worse hands.
Yeah, and you just want to keep your line consistent with checking the turn.
1.87. And it's an annoying spot for Mark. And he finds a fold.
Makes a fold. I think that's a very good fold.
So our updated chip counts has Brian Altman up to 23 million and Mark Dube at 7.5.
I mean, Mark's, he's playing good, but he's also just catching cards right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark's just got the second best hand a lot, so he's got to lose a couple of streets.
Poor guy's 10-9 suited on a 9-high of his flush draw board. He's going to lose some chips.
$425.
Brian makes it 425,000. Mark calls.
Brian raises up his Jack-9. Mark will call with Jack-7. We'll go to a flop. And it is Queen 6-4.
Diamonds, 4 of clubs. checks.
Very good spot to see bet here.
Yeah.
Check nine's a
450.
Follows through with 450.
And he's gonna win.
Mark forced to fold. Brian takes down another pot. Starting to build up that chip lead. Queen 10 here for Mark.
Oh, he's down to 7 mil. Stuff's getting serious.
Mark calls.
Yeah, I'm really, the slumping strategy's hurting him. Just want to get value with these hands. Looks like Alti's just specifically raising, or Brian, I'm sorry, is just specifically raising for value. He doesn't seem to be isolating with crappy hands. Just says, okay, King 7 suited mix to be the best hand here. I'm going to raise.
Brian raises.
750.
750,000.
Can't imagine that Mark would fold.
No, he's not going to fold. He's going to call. No reason to raise, no reason to fold.
Wow, he re-raises.
1.9.
What in the world?
1.9 million.
Of all hands to choose to turn into a bluff, I don't know why it would be that one. You're never calling a shove with it, and it's Queen 10. You have position. I mean, limp the button with Jack Deuce of Hearts and do this, but Queen 10's just such a good hand.
And Mark's gonna win the pot.
That is mind-blowing. A lot of random things happening.
Strange things, yeah.
Yeah, today's been very strange.
It was not as strange as the Borgata. There was all kinds of strange stuff going on there.
Yeah, I'm so out of the loop anymore. Don't really get a chance to watch these final tables.
What? How do you spend your time these days, Jason? Because I know for a while you were a really high volume grinder, both traveling the live circuit, you played online a ton. I mean, you really immersed yourself in poker for a while.
Yeah, I'm still very immersed. I just basically play a lot of high stakes cash games. Mainly out of the United States, and then play super high rollers and high rollers, which is with a very small group of people that you study very hard. So I'm going to go ahead and say I'm probably very rusty at playing the general player pool in 3Ks and 5Ks and things like that. But I still enjoy it. Like I loved playing this tournament. I had a ton of fun. I got 3 days of play out of it, and I think playing these tournaments is just a blast. Just wow, boom.
Look at this board.
Yeah, Mark just smokes it. But yeah, it's just very different games compared to these. Poker is awesome that way. You know, you can play the same game, no limit hold'em, in all these different formats against all these different player types, and it just becomes radically different.
Brian, that's 400,000.
I think it's a spot I would check and try to show down. or just fold to a turn bet.
Yeah, textures like these, I always just end up playing very straightforward.
Yeah, I think you should check back. I mean, you're trying to fold him. The only hands that you're trying to fold him off of, you already beat. You're never going to fold off king high. Basically, all those hands that are semi bluffs get to own you on the river, unless you want to turn your hand into some 3-barrel bluff. You're just not going to get the bluff catch because you're just going to run into too much value. Mark did choose to check raise the flop, so Brian's going to get off easy here.
Does let it go. So Mark trying to rebuild some momentum here, but from the most part of this heads-up match, he just hasn't had the best hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's really come down to that. That's the thing about tournaments. They're a ton of fun, but, you know, at the end, when the blinds are big and running good's really important. Haven't seen Brian's hand yet, but feeling this one for Mark. He's got the Jack-9 suited. I think he's going to win a nice pot. Just continues to limp.
Kind of a perplexing strategy.
Yeah, I just I think it's hurting him. I don't think that he's making a lot of money by going like
playing small ball with Brian.
Small ball with Brian, yeah,
you know,
yeah,
very
he's
capable small ball player.
Yeah, and very smart, very just not making big mistakes post flop. You're getting all these hands that you're getting to the flop with 2 big blinds in the pot, whereas you have Jack-9 suited, Queen 10, all these hands that flop well and can bet turns and rivers. For value, I just don't see why you wouldn't want to get more value with these hands. I mean, these are top, 20% hands, 30% hands, and you're letting 100% of cards see the flop. I think Brian's just going to check call here.
Brian calls. And the river card.
River is a deuce.
Diamonds.
Both players will check. I would be pretty tempted to bet again with my jack there. Am I crazy?
Yeah. Oh well, the four
not ideal.
Yeah. I think it is a second street of value. I also think that Brian could have just made an exploitive fold and folded a 3 on the turn because because Mark just c-bets so often that whenever he checks back, I think he's just exclusively hands that have showdown value. I think he just bets the flop with all of his bluffs on that board. Wow, 300
blinds are up, yeah. Woo. Now it's quite realistic for these stacks to go in pre-flop. And they can't really get deeper than 50 big blinds effective. And that's only if things draw even.
With a 50 in.
You have 150,000 Amy's and 150, 300,000 bonds.
I had my favorite hand, though. I keep winning. So.
Mark turns up 8 of hearts, 6 of clubs.
I was expecting an ace, but
couldn't beat that.
I'm gonna have to count up how many times I got 8-6 off.
Well, button is with Mark here.
The action is on Mark.
Wow.
Pair queens.
I hope he just limps. Raising wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? He's limped 100%, so can't imagine.
There you go. You're so zoned in, Jason.
Brian's just playing very value heavy here. He's not trying to make any moves. He's trying to play really solid poker.
That is a king 10-4 flop.
10 of clubs. Action is on Brian. Brian checks.
Now, quick check fold from Brian with his 8-3 offsuit. Pretty anticlimactic for Mark. But yeah, unfortunately, I just don't think the limping and small ball approach. Well, I guess allow me to rephrase. I don't think he's picked the right opponent to take this approach against. There are some players where it would be really beneficial to play as many pots as possible and reduce the variance. I don't think Brian is one of them. He's played very well in all of these small ball situations and has not been making any, egregious errors. So I wouldn't anticipate that he would, and I would probably just play the pre-flop game with him.
Yeah, I agree, and I just think that if you are playing a guy who never folds a big blind, sure, you can limp something, but I think that his hand selection just hasn't been good, because if you're facing a guy who never folds the big blind, why not make the pot bigger whenever you have premium hands? If the guy's not folding 8-4 suited and you have Jack-10 suited, you're going to want to raise and C3 in a bigger pot.
4 clubs, ace of clubs, 7 of clubs. Action will be on Mark.
Now this ace-7-4 flop connects with Mark's 7-5 for second pair. Brian, not a lot to speak of here. And he will let it go. So a quick pot, head in the direction of Mark. The other unfortunate aspect when players take the limp pre-flop strategy to heads up is, from a commentator perspective, it becomes very slow and dry. You're like, well, he limps, and okay, so we check folds, and nobody has anything.
There's Marvin trying to scoop up royal flush girl as normal.
Yeah, sounds about right.
There he is.
Hard at work. Yeah, actually, if you just want to get out of here, I don't think anybody's watching.
Yeah.
Mark here with the 7-6. Another complete.
Action's on Brian.
Brian with the ace-4.
He checks his option. We'll see if
I'm a little surprised that he's checked this. Against 100% limping range, I would probably put more money in the pot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think the limp re-raise last time's kind of got him not wanting to get blown off his good hands. He's probably just going to start raising a little more polarized.
Action is on Brian. He checks.
And I doubt he'll even raise polarized. I'd say he'll just raise all the top stuff. I don't think he'll raise trashy stuff. He seems to just be checking all the trash and happily seeing 3. Here he's going to check call. He's never going to check fold this hand. Just got backdoor nut flush draw ace high, which makes to be good.
Brian calls. We're going to the turn.
That's a good card. I think if I were Mark, I would consider betting this turn. If I had Jack-6, I would definitely bet it. I think 7-6 is very close.
There was a 9 of clubs.
I think Brian's going to bet this river, and Mark is going to fold, because the 9 just gets a lot of Brian's hands that would be bluffing there. I mean, if he has 5-7, or if he check called 9-10 off, all those can value bet the river, and they all beat his 6. So since he has no bluffs, I think Mark, I just think Mark's going to fold.
Okay, Brian leads out. That's 850,000.
Into what? What is pots?
They're listing it in big blinds now.
So he bets 3 into 4?
I believe
no, that can't
no.
be right. That pot had to be bigger than that, right? Oh no, because
3
it did
into
go
7.
limp.
Yeah, it has to be 7 at least because there was a bet post flop. But then I guess it was limped pre, so maybe not. I'm bad at limped pot math.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here.
So Brian takes down that one.
Millie.
Approaching a 3-1 chip lead. If he can just bleed his opponent a little more here. But really, at these blinds, it has a potential to end in one hand.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game. I mean, if you get in one flip, it's gonna kind of decide who's. It's a good button raising hand.
Brian raises from the small blind, makes it 600,000. Mark votes. Brian wins the pot.
I think that's we told it a few times. Yeah. The other times you showed aces, oh no, those were walks. Yeah. It's rare. It has to be people fold. Yeah.
Well, guys, we'll give you one more reminder. You got about another 50 minutes to complete your NBA lineups on DraftKings tonight. A whole bunch of big GPPs, which is the daily fantasy sports version of tournaments going on tonight. But regardless if you're interested in sports, whether it's NBA, NHL, the PGA, college basketball, or the MMA, all of those are available on DraftKings right now. You can satellite into WPT events and the World Series. In fact, there's a satellite for $27 going to the World Series this summer. That's going down tonight. So if you guys want to get involved in DFS, sign up on DraftKings. Mark here, going to complete.
Okay, Mark makes the call.
Brian's gonna raise this.
Brian checks his option.
Wow. Well, Brian checks.
I think that he should raise that hand and call a shove.
Okay, flops a queen of spades, 6 of diamonds, king of clubs. Brian checks. Mark, that's 400,000. Brian votes. Mark wins the pot.
So Mark will take that one down unobstructed. There's our payouts. These guys are essentially playing a $300,000 heads-up match. Champion takes home $723, as well as a seat to the WPT Championship in April. It's going to be the 25th through the 29th at the Borgata in Atlantic City. Jason and I will be there, trying not to lose $15,000 every day.
Okay, Brian raises.
You busted me from that tournament last year.
I did. I outflipped you.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Did I have the 9s or the ace-king?
You had ace king, I had nines, because I remember the guy opened, I jammed, you rejammed, and the guy showed an ace. So I was like, yeah, I'm definitely getting busted.
Yeah, you were screwed at that point.
Yeah, he shows the ace, I'm just walking out.
Mark here flops top pair on 7-4-3 after calling a raise. Brian checks back his ace-9. I like the check. You as well?
I do, yeah.
Turn is a 5.
Just go check again.
Mark might bet this.
I think you should choose the river as a value bet.
Both players check again. And another 7 on the river.
It's an easy one to choose to bet.
Yes, it is.
I think he wants to be able to value bet a 4 here. So sizing should just be a very small bet. Looks like that's what he's going with too.
Looks like he's betting around 3 big blinds or something.
850,000.
It's 850,000, about 3 blinds.
Into 4, yeah, that's a little bigger than I would choose. I think this way he's only representing very like a good 5 plus. I would just want to be able to value bet a few more hands. It's gonna work out for him.
Brian makes the call.
He makes the call, so the sevens get paid off.
7 spades, jack of hearts for 3 sevens. Mark wins the pot.
Mark here, 10-9 suited out of the small.
Makes the call.
Brian with a fairly good hand in the big blind.
Apple, apple.
Okay, Brian raises, makes it 1.1 million.
It's going up to 1.1 million.
He's kept his size inconsistent. He will not get a fold out of this hand, though. All right.
Mark folds.
He folds.
Brian wins the pot.
That's perplexing. I don't understand. 10-9 suited truly has been the weird hand of the day. I don't understand, Jason.
Unbelievable stuff happening.
Maybe he had the ultimate live read.
Yeah. I just truly.
Okay, Brian raises from the small blind, makes it 650,000. Mark folds. Brian wins the pot.
Brian takes that one down with 9-4 suited. I'm still shocked that we saw a limp fold with 10-9 suited.
Flabbergasted. There must have been some breaking news come out today about 10-9 suited I didn't know about.
Someone must have done some kind of math today and just discovered that 10-9 suited is half the quality of hand what you believe it to be, because everybody getting real weird with 10-9 suited today.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm limping the button and I got 4 X's and I have 10-9 suited in position, I'm very, very excited. You know?
Okay, action is on Mark.
There's a nice hand. He won't be folding this one to a 4X.
Mark makes the call. Brian checks his options. We are going to the bluff. Bluffs at ace of spades, 5 of diamonds, 3 of hearts. Action is on Brian. He checks.
Mark with the queens here.
Mark also checks.
He's going to check behind on
Yeah,
ace
he
5-3.
just exclusively checks hands that have showdown value. I think he should
Yeah.
bet that flop.
Well, he's going to induce one bet out of Brian.
325,000. Mark calls. We will see the river. clubs. Action is on Brian. Brian checks. Mark also checks.
Both players do check here on the river, and the queens are going to be good.
Yeah, I think that's another spot where Mark
has pocket queens.
should make a value bet.
Mark will win the pot.
Max value.
Why couldn't you have that like 3 hands ago? I had 2 aces.
Oh, that was one? Yeah. Wow, that's sick. I definitely go there. Way down and hand out my numbers. 9-10 suited. I may have still cracked.
Really? Look at his face.
Really?
He said
Bro,
9-10
what?
suited. What?
You had 9-10 suited?
What's going on?
No, I gotta change the card.
Sounds like we are changing up the deck for the moment. Everybody getting their stretch on. It looks like we are going to be on a brief break here. Don't go too far. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, guys. Okay, fellas, go ahead.
Okay, action will be on Brian.
$600.
He raises to 600,000. Mark calls. Here comes the flop. So 5 of diamonds, queen of hearts, 9 of spades. Mark checks. Okay, Brian bets 550,000. Mark folds. Brian wins the pot.
Well, our players have returned.
Alrighty, action will start on Mark. He calls. Okay, Brian checks his option. We will see a flop. Okay, the flop's 4 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, king of diamonds. Action is on, Brian. Brian bets 325,000.
Prefer to have a diamond in my hand to do this, but if I had 10-8 with a diamond, I think leading's pretty cool.
Okay, Mark makes the call.
Still get to keep bluffing on 5s and 7s.
Turn card is the king of spades. Brian checks. Mark also checks.
I love
Here
that
comes
check.
the river.
I think that's a fantastic check. He's repping ace high a little
Jack
bit.
of
I think he could pick off a river bluff this way. I think that's just extremely good awareness of thinking or knowing that Brian would continue bluffing his high equity leads, like a diamond hand or 5-7. I think would keep bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's exactly what he's done. Is he's checked back the turn and now he's going to pick off another bluff. It's really smart and consistent with having like a 4 or ace high. Just a great line.
Brian bets 775,000.
I do think that raising the river is pretty good too. You can be sure that, or at least you would assume that Brian would raise pre-flop with king 9 suited, king 10, king jack, king queen, ace king. So king 7 is yeah, pretty good hand to bluff with. Or I'm sorry, a pretty easy value raise in this spot, especially since Brian could be value betting a 6 or a river jack.
Well, he's about to hear about it.
Now, what will be really cool, which probably won't happen, but it'd be
2.150.
You think you're coming over the top?
No, I was actually thinking that there's a very low % chance that that Brian calls the river with 10 high because he beats 5-7, he beats 7-8, and he beats a bunch of combos of flush draws. And I think that there's a small chance, and since Mark is polarized to having a king or better there, I think that he could have at least considered putting on the hero call.
His cards were in the muck awful quick, but it's one of those spots where, you know, you're like, oh, I got 10 high, I can't call this. But actually, when you realize that your opponent's range is extremely polarized, maybe you can.
Yeah, but, you know, that's also just doing a bunch of... You have to think that there's a lot of shenanigans going on there, especially since Mark would bet most of those draws on the turn.
Mark shows the ace-5 of diamonds.
No way that's getting through.
You ever hear about the time Faraz Jaka called a guy's massive river bet with 8 high or 9 high?
No,
Right.
I don't think I heard that one.
Yeah, it was 8 or 9 high. He like picked off a huge bluff with 8 or 9 high, and I think it was in a big WPT. Pretty cool. He's done some heroic stuff.
Jaka's a heroic guy.
He's a hero.
He is a heroic guy, especially on the table.
He's a beast, man.
He's a really
props to him.
He's also one of those guys I feel so good for when he wins. I have to say that I think Faraz has done a fantastic job of portraying poker like it is, because as we know, he does a lot of interviews with the media. He recently had a nice piece published by CNN.
Yeah.
Prior to that, maybe 3 to 6 months before, he did a prolonged interview with someone on the traveling lifestyle and the lifestyle of a poker player. And what I appreciate is that he was very forward with the financial realities and with the lifestyle realities of our job, as opposed to just trying to portray himself as some, elite baller who travels the world doing whatever he wants.
He is a sicko poker player, but he's
a
real human being.
He's a real human being, and
awesome ambassador for the game.
Most poker players, even the successful ones, are not the kind of rich where they just like travel the world, first class everything. Yeah, I'll buy straight into this event. No, I never sell to anybody.
Exactly.
Like that's not how almost anybody does it.
We will see a flop.
And Jaka, were he so inclined, could portray himself that way and chooses not to. So
Okay, flops that 8 of spades. King
interesting
of spades,
board
8 of
here.
hearts.
Mark's pair of
Action is
tens
on Brian.
are still good on the king 8-8 2 spade board, but
He checks.
Brian has got a flush draw, and it's going to be one of those spots where
38 blinds deep. I think that this hand plays super good as a flop check raise if the flop was bet.
And He's going to turn his flush.
Five of spades.
Yep.
Mark's always calling one street.
It's funny because the standard is always to go bet here,
Yeah.
but since Mark is just c-betting all of his air, and I don't think Alti has picked up on this yet, every time he's checked back, he exclusively has something that has showdown. He just has no delayed bluffs. So I would just be betting greedily,
Betting
very
really big.
greedy here. Yeah, I'd just be betting huge. Twice. I'd say, okay, I have a flush, and he has a hand that's not a bluff, so I'm just going to bet, you know?
Mark makes the call.
Mark will call here.
We will see the river. River is the 7 of hearts.
I'm going to go ahead and
Here's
guess
O'Brien.
that Mark folds the river.
I would think so.
It's going to be easy to fold the river if he bets this big. Yeah.
Brian bets out 3.1 million.
Oh, yeah, he's over bet twice the pot.
Mark lays it down.
Mark will fold.
Brian wins the pot.
Well, you said you have something that's not a bluff. I'm going to bet real big.
Okay, action will start on Brian this time. Brian makes it 600,000.
So 6 from Brian here. Going with mid-raises now.
Yeah, I think his heads-up strategy is significantly better than Mark so far. He's being aggressive, but he's not being spewy. He's being very cally from the blind, so he's keeping the variance down, but at the same time, he's giving Mark an option to fold pre-flop. Yeah, I think both players are playing pretty well in this heads-up match, but I think that Brian's strategy is just a little more effective. He's won several just raise and take-its, and Mark has 0% of those because he's employed a 100% button limping strategy.
Okay, guys, push this hand. You're going to be in a 15-minute break.
How things have settled down here at Hard Rock Live. Some of the enthusiasm of the crowd has been lost, but still plenty of support for both these guys out there. Mark here with ace-3 on the button.
This is a great hand to limp. There's one that makes sense.
Mark calls.
King
That's
queen
gonna
for
get
Brian
raised.
here.
If he checks this hand, I'm going to go down there and smack him. I can only say that because I'm friends with him. Kind of, but not really. He's got a
Friendly with him.
Yeah, he's got a scary beard.
He does have a
I
scary
wouldn't
beard.
smack such a man.
And especially to find out he's a man with a scary beard with wrestling
he's a
experience.
wrestler,
Yeah,
this
nah,
guy's
you don't
tough.
want to screw with
No,
that guy.
want no part of it.
He'll like pin you and then he'll put his chin next to you and like just taunt you by rubbing the scruff in your face. It'll be awful.
Well, he's raised, so we don't have to worry about me getting beat up by Alti.
Mark folds.
No.
Brian wins the pot.
Reason you limp that hand so you can call a raise with it.
And a lot more limp folding than I expected.
Yeah, you see, he just limp folded ace-3 off?
Yeah, no.
Limp folded 10-9 suited?
Yeah, he limp folded 10-9 suited, ace-3. And then he raised folded jack-9 suited.
Yeah, it's...
I think what we're seeing from Mark is just a little less comfort in these kind of like cash game scenarios. Like, he's definitely an online tournament player who's dealing with the 20, 30 big blind range a bunch. But I guess these guys are going to be on a quick break again, so we'll be coming back for more poker and increase in the blinds. So speak soon.
I'm gonna get you. Don't worry.
Sometimes can't tell us when you see you, right?
Trust me.
Now I'm looking going, oh yeah, he's
Hey, come here. Again, I have to trust me.
All in. I call.
I call. We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable.
Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it!
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer!
That beat him silly.
Rubber legs! Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
The World Poker Tour has a sponsorship partner in Monster now. They are renowned for their headphones, and we are thrilled that Monster has become the official headphone of the World Poker Tour.
I'm joined by Noel Lee, the head monster of Monster Products. We are at the brand new Monster Bar here on the WPT.
For the first time ever, you get a customized pair of Monster headphones.
This makes it all worth it.
Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany are bringing out the money on the line, as well as the special edition pair of Monster 24K headphones to be awarded to tonight's champion.
On behalf of all the people at Monster, we're so happy to be able to supply all the headphones for the World Poker Tour. I want to wish everybody great luck. May everybody win something.
My DNA, I'm insanely competitive.
I wear headphones on the table just because I love music.
I'm a great trash talker. I am the reason why people wear headsets at the table.
I always keep my headphones with me. I throw them on, put something that's going to put me back in the zone and help me relax.
It's in my DNA to be creative. Poker is one of my creative outlets.
It's in my DNA to win.
You hear that, Monster? Well.
The monster hand is right, Vince. Chris picked up pocket queens against Michael's pocket deuces. There were raises back and forth, but an ace on the river slowed Chris down to a halt. It gave Michael the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff with his not-so-monster pocket deuces. And a $2.1 million bet by Rocco. Chris had to lay down the queens. It propelled Michael back into the chip lead.
Oh, we need to look good, too. So we got the diamonds, and we got the DNAs, and so you got some bling.
I never thought of headphones as an accessory before.
Yeah.
That's good sound.
Players, get ready to have a monstrous tournament by having pure monster sound available to all you. Shuffle up and deal!
You also get 24K monster headphones.
This partnership is really about how music blends into the poker scene.
These are my Monster headphones, being part of the Champions Club.
How headphones, especially over the past few years, you see all the players, all wearing headphones. Help them focus, help them concentrate.
We have the 24K special monster headphones.
I just love seeing all our headphones everywhere. The partnership between the World Poker Tour and Monster really made a lot of sense to us because of the sound of our headphones and the way they look. It's something new for the poker audience.
I want the headphones.
All in. I call.
I call. We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable.
Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it.
Oh!
You can lay it down.
God, yes, the grinder has done it. Boom goes the hammer. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
All in. I call.
I call. We are seeing some spectacular poker.
Lots of action.
This is why I love poker.
Show us your best stuff. It's coming down to the last card. Pain and torture at the Pagata.
Unbelievable. Anything I can do to be like Antonio, I'm doing it.
The best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Here we go to the river.
We did it.
Oh! You can lay it down.
God! Yes! The grinder has done it! Boom goes the hammer.
Bad beat him silly.
Rubber legs. Up and away for the pilot. He is the WPT Montreal champion. It's a 7. Dan Smith has done it. Chris Moorman has taken this title. And what a battle it was, Vince.
I love you.
Pop, pop, pop! Pop, pop, pop!
Behold, we are in the presence of champions. Fantasy sports legends who have earned hundreds of thousands of dollars playing online. Meet Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes and won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Fantasy Sports took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
How do we turn our love of fantasy sports into reality cash?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a boatload of money.
Play for your share of $1 billion. Peter Jennings just took home over $3 million. $3 million! Use promo code WEEK to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
All right, blinds are going to be 200.
All right, guys, we are back. We are playing 200,000, 400,000 coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida for the potentially conclusion of the Lucky Hearts Open here. Our shorter stack's going to have 25 blinds.
Yeah, it's got to end sooner or later.
Yeah.
A walk.
Brian folds a small blind.
We'll start with the walk.
Gets king 6 off. Assume that's going to be a limp.
I wonder if he'll adjust his strategy at all now that they're getting more shallow. I don't think so. We haven't seen anything that would indicate that, but no, he is going to call.
Mark calls.
Yeah, that's a fine hand to call with.
Brian checks his option. Flop is 6 of hearts, 7 of diamonds.
Flop a pair on
3 of hearts.
7-6-3.
Yeah, king of hearts, I think betting and checking are fine. Betting and protect is just fine. Looks like Brian's going to lead, so this is going to be a very easy call for Mark.
400. Brian's going to bet 400,000.
I actually like this hand to lead with for Brian, too. It's too weak to check call. Do you have a gutter? You have a very weak backdoor flush draw. You have
Mark calls.
cards you can turn a queen, you can keep value betting, which is pretty
Turn
cool,
card.
or start value betting.
8 of diamond.
Do not know what happened.
Turn was the 8 of diamonds.
Brian checks.
Check.
Check by Mark. 3 of spade on the river.
So 3 pairs the board on the river.
Check.
Check by Brian.
Check.
Mark checks. Brian shows queen of clubs, 4 of hearts.
Sixes.
Mark shows king of hearts, 6 of clubs. Mark's going to win the pot, 6s and 3s.
Raise to 8.
Going up to 8 here.
Brian raises to 800K out of the small blind. Mark folds. Brian will take down the pot. Shows an ace of club.
I folded 6-5 to a min raise. Very tight.
So trying to say something.
There's a shot of our Royal Flush Girls, Kat and Tuba. Hanging out in the crowd. Supporters of both these players.
Mark calls out of the small blind.
Ooh, hello there.
Now Brian here with a pair of queens.
Yeah, I don't think you should 4x anymore. They're only 25 big blinds deep. I think just a standard 3 times.
3x
big
is
blind.
fine.
Yeah. I guess
Raise
Mark's
to
just
1.2.
yeah,
Brian's going to raise 1.2 million to total.
so Mark will just fold here. There is a chance he just shoves. It's not the worst hand to do it with.
Mark folds. Brian will take down the pot.
Well, he'll let that one go. So the queens take it down pre. A lot of big pairs in this heads-up match.
Yeah. Big pairs with no action.
Raised 8.
Brian's going to raise to 800,000.
Mark's gonna go for 3-bet here.
Interesting. We don't
Mark
know
is
his
gonna
cards, but
re-raise.
he's going to take
Brian
it down
Fox.
there, unobstructed.
I'd like to know what he
Mark will
had.
take down the
Jimmy.
pot.
King Jack here for Mark on the small.
Looks like he's decided to start raising.
And our first raise in a long time from Mark.
To 9.
Mark raises to 900,000 total.
Brian with 9-3 suited in the big.
Really wouldn't be surprised if he made his 3-bet here. Just kind of being like, no way you can have it the first time you raise. You've limped for 2 hours in a row. Like, why would you ever raise anything good?
Which is a great point.
Yeah. And Mark actually does have something he's not going to get away from, but I could definitely see him 3-betting the hand.
Call.
He decides to call. Hello there.
Flop is 9 of spades, ace
Quite
of hearts.
a
5
board
of
for the
hearts.
9-3 of hearts.
Check.
Brian checks.
I think he has the king of hearts. He's just going to value bet the flop.
$750.
Mark is going to bet 750K.
Calling or raising's fine. I would call. Guess the graphic's not up, but Mark has king jack offsuit.
All in. All in.
Oh, he just shoves.
Brian goes all in.
I really don't like that. He's never going to call off the king high.
Fold.
Oh yeah, and Brian
Mark is gonna
had
fold, Brian will
9-3
win the
of
pot.
hearts, and the flop was ace 9 5 2 hearts.
You'd prefer him to just check call with a showdown value there and give his opponent an
Yeah,
opportunity
give him a
to keep
chance
bluffing.
to keep bluffing.
Yeah.
Or if anything, your hand's so big, and if you
Yeah.
know you're not really taking a credible line, considering you would reshove most of your ace X. I think you should make a small check raise and call a shove before you just rip it in.
Yeah, I mean, you're never getting anything better to fold. You're
Never,
not getting any
yeah.
worse hands to call.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Just do something. Make a small raise and get floated by a hand that's drawing very thin against you. Or
Raised 8.
so he's just pounding.
Brian raises to
probably
800K.
90% or so. He's just gonna get shoved on here and snap fold.
All in. All in. Fold.
That
All
one
in
went
by
rather
Mark.
quickly, much as
Brian's
you
gonna
described.
fold. Mark will win the pot.
Really hasn't been any out of line poker today.
No, we've been seeing, pretty capable and
yeah, if anything, too in line in
Yeah.
some spots. People are just folding hands that they should be putting money in with. I think this hand's, if you're going to play it, you should min raise. Give yourself a chance to have a little fold equity. You can semi-bluff a lot of boards with it. He decides to fold, which I don't think is bad, even though
Mark
it's
is gonna fold a small
pure
blind,
shitty
blind
connector.
over
It
the
is
pot.
3 high. I definitely don't mind folding that hand.
Brian with the button here. King 8.
I think we're going to see Brian, the first call from Brian.
Raise
Oh, he
eight.
decides to min raise. I would
Brian-
think a call
Brian
at
makes it 800K.
this stack
I
size.
think we're going to see an all-in from Mark,
Yes,
right?
you are, and you're going to see a fold. Having a raise or fold only strategy whenever someone's in push fold mode or rejam mode is usually not going to be the best strategy. You want to have some kind of hand you can just call with at this point. I
Mark
think
is going to re-raise.
over 30 big
2.2.
blinds, just raising or folding. is fine.
2.2 million total.
He chooses to 3-bet call it. I think either one's just fine.
You think Brian's just giving him a sweat here?
Brian's going to fold. Mark will win the pot.
He was considering all the options, though.
One question we got from the Twitterverse is, what would you guys say is the benefit of limping 100% of the button in Mark's situation? We kind of talked about some of the drawbacks. I don't know
There
if
is no benefit. I mean, the bottom line is having a limping strategy is basically what you're trying to do is achieve. You're trying to make, or you're basically trying to lose less money than walking your opponent with some hands. So you build a strategy around a limp that also can have some type of raising strategy built in. So let's say you decide to limp a bunch of hands that don't want to get 3-bet but have some showdown value, like we were talking about with like ace-4 off, with an occasional trap so your opponent can't just pop you every single time you limp. And then you limp some weaker
Mark folds
stuff
on the small
too.
blind.
And then you go ahead and raise some hands that, aren't great to just give your opponent free cards with. Like, you say you have a hand like Queen Jack suited, you would love to make the pot bigger with a hand like that you're just going to overpair someone with. Or you also have a hand, let's say like 6-4 suited that is only 6 high but gets to semi-bluff, gets to value bet. Basically, its bluffs retain their equity. So what that means is like, if I have 6 high, I obviously am not going to get to show that hand down very often. I'm going to have to bluff with it. But if I have a suited 6 high, I can flop straight draws and bluff. I can flop flush draws and bluff. I can make sneaky little straights and 2 pairs and things like that and win very good pots with them. Whereas limping the button with 6 high, it's really hard to win at showdown without bluffing. So having the initiative and being the raiser gives you a better way to do that.
Well, here, Brian raises up, and thank you for a very thorough explanation.
Yeah, sure.
Brian raises up Queen Deuce. Mark with Queen 10 in the big blind. And you shove or call in Mark's position there?
It just depends on how
wide
what
you think
percentage
your
of the
opponent
button.
is
Yeah, and
opening.
I think Brian's been loose enough. I think my default here would just be to call.
Flop is Queen of Spades, Ace of Diamonds.
Shove some
10 of
high raw
clubs.
equity stuff that doesn't flop as well.
Mark
Like
is first
I
ace.
might ship like a 6-5 of spades, even though because it just has so much equity against
Check
calling
my
range,
mark.
and then shove like all my ace X, all my small pocket pairs.
Yep.
Check. Brian
Both
check.
players connect on this Ace Queen 10
Ooh, my
board.
goodness,
Deuce
that's
on
gonna
the
do
turn.
it. That is gonna do it. That is gonna be.
That's going to put some money in this pot.
Yes, that is gonna put some money in this pot. I mean, Mark cannot have ace queen. He can't have queens. He can't have tens. He can't have king jack. Most likely, he
Can't
would
have
shove
ace
that.
10.
He can't have ace 10. So Brian's
Mark is
hand
gonna
here
bet
is just virtual nuts.
Yeah. 1 to call.
He can't even. He very rarely even has a hand like Queen 10. Queen 10's the best hand he possibly can have.
He can't have deuces either.
No.
He can literally have Queen 10 for
Yeah.
a better hand.
Yeah, that's it.
So how do you play this if you're Brian? And you're operating under the assumption that you have the best hand, and you're trying to maximize your value.
There's 8 million in stacks.
Yep.
So he calls. There's going to be 4 million.
2.8.
And he's going to go to 2.8.
Brian's going to raise 2.8 total.
Yeah, I actually really like raising for that reason. You
I would
kind of
just
get to
raise
crap. You get to crap on him because he
Yeah.
never has good cards, and you do. So I would kind of, bluff him a lot, do some raises, expect to just stack like a.
And if you raise the turn, you have the opportunity to shove the river in a much more natural way.
Yeah. You're building stacks to have a pot size shove left on the river, or slightly less than pot.
Do you feel this hand is about to go shove and then call?
I think it should go call, check call, but that's just because.
All in.
Mark
It's
goes
an all in and a
all
call.
Yeah, Alti just knows. So
Brian calls.
Mark's coolered him and got it in great shape here.
Mark shows Queen of Heart, 10 of Spades for queens and tens. Brian shows Queen of Club, Deuce of
Pretty
Hearts
nice
for
to have
queens and
have
deuces.
only 4%
Yeah.
to win.
Well, it's a 2-outer to a 2. Otherwise,
Here comes the river.
Wow,
it's an
there's a chop
ace.
card,
That's
yeah.
going to chop it up.
Ace and
Ooh.
queens with a 10. It's going to be a chop.
That's a
pot.
dirty feeling for Mark.
Yeah, Brian playing good, running good.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you that I think in Mark's position it's better to call
For
turn
sure.
and then
Yeah.
check call river.
Yeah. Almost none of your hands get to shove.
Is there any rivers you would be folding there? Like if the jack or king of the flush draw on the turn comes in, do you check fold ever?
I'd have to think about it. I'll have to think about the way that my hands are distributed. But probably, I mean, I assume you're getting to call like over 90% of rivers.
Yeah.
Maybe all of them.
Yeah.
Just the fear of like the fluke card rolling off, it doesn't overcome the value that you make from having the best hand that you can have in your range and picking off a bluff shove on the river. There's a premium hand. Alti has a big smile on his face from the lucky chop he just got. It's like
Raise
900.
to 9.
Mark is going to raise to 900K.
Well, it looks like he really likes his hand. I don't know what he has.
Brian calls.
There, buddy. Ooh, that's why he really likes his hand.
Yep. Because he has the
Nine
ace and the
suited.
king.
No, the queen nine suited.
Oh, okay.
Brian's. Yeah.
Here comes the flop. 5 of hearts, deuce
Check,
of hearts,
check.
7 of spade.
Check.
Brian checks.
Mark's going to bet about 1.1.
Mark is going to bet
1.1.
1.1.
1.1.
Brian thinking this one over. Or posturing, I'm not sure, but he doesn't really posture that long. He'll take a beat or something, but...
Yeah, he could be considering making it 2.4.
Okay, so
Brian's
he'll
gonna
pass
fold,
that
Mark
one
will
up.
win the pot.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he was fake thinking there.
Yeah.
It's
He liked
just-
his hand pre-flop. It hurts to fold a hand that you like
It,
pre-flop.
oh, it hurts.
Brian's going to raise to 800K.
Both players with hearts here.
Wow.
Mark is
Folds
gonna
check
fold,
6
Brian
suited
will
with
raise.
hearts.
That's
I'm really
surprising.
flabbergasted by
Yeah.
this stuff.
I think, like we talked about, Mark definitely more of a tournament player in
Yeah.
his experience, and I think some of these situations where he should be peeling, you know, the 10-9 suited, the Jack-9 suited for the 3-bet, he's just a little less comfortable doing it
Yeah, I
than
think
a lot of
you
guys.
know, and
are.
if that, and to his credit, if that is something that he feels like he's a little less experienced at, it might be better just to play a positional game. But if that is something that you feel less experienced about, you definitely shouldn't be limping buttons. You should be min raising. You know, you should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like out of position is hard to play, and that's fair. Wow. Ace and the ace. It's gonna be 900.
Ace to 9.
Mark is going to raise to 900K.
That's not getting folded.
Call.
Brian calls.
All right, so we'll go to the
Go
flop.
flop.
King-8 suited versus aces.
Ooh.
And that'll do it.
Wow.
That
Three of
might
the
just
game.
end our tournament here, Jason.
Wow, wow, wow.
What a flop. I
You
mean, of
still gotta
course,
fade
the
the
board
board
can
pair.
bear, but
Holy moly.
wow.
Brian's going to check.
That's a cooler.
I mean, Brian's only check calling this flop. There's no shot he raises. That'd just be ridiculous.
That would be wild.
This poor guy has just run into it.
Yeah.
Huh? Twice now. He's just been absolutely
gonna bet.
coolered.
Plus, the one chance he had at doubling up, he gets rivered. And
Oh yeah,
chop hot.
yeah.
Poor
So
Mark.
it's
I mean,
running pretty bad.
he's played a really great final table.
Yeah,
and
he has.
He's
Played
moments
exceptional.
away from likely being eliminated.
Yep. This just has to be a flop call. I mean, if you're sitting here with like Jack 6 off with the 6 of spades, which is what you have the majority of the time, or like King 5, you just want to call. So you want to protect
Yeah,
those
you got to
hands.
protect those hands with
Yeah,
something
and
in
you're
your
just gonna
calling
get
range. It's
barreled
nutted.
off against too. Wow, he's just gonna fast play it. It's unbelievable.
Brian's going to raise.
Not going to matter this time, is it?
Yeah, and then Mark, it's
Total bet is going to be
probably
2
will go
million,
all in, but he shouldn't. He should just
600,000.
call here.
Yeah, it's not like he's going to fold on the spades anyway.
Yeah, I mean the
Might as
only
well.
value hands. I mean, basically the only hands that he's repping are 3-5 suited. That okay, if you turn a spade that sucks because you don't stack that hand. But outside of that, he's only repping straights or like top pair, which he can't have because you have 2 of aces in your hand.
Yeah.
Just keep those bluffs in there.
All in.
Mark's all in. Brian will call.
All in by
Let's
Mark.
find out what happens. And
Brian
he's just like, come
calls.
on, man.
Brian turns over a king of spade, 8 of spade, giving him the nut flush. Mark has a set of aces, showing 2 red aces.
I heard unreal from the crowd. Could be a $300,000 cooler. I was right that they were related.
Beard on beard,
Yeah.
right there.
9.6.
Mark is all in for 9.6 million.
Deuce of spades, 4 of spades.
We're going to see a turn card. 4
Four
of
clubs.
clubs. 4 clubs on the turn.
Deuce of diamonds.
All right, there you see it. 10 outs for Mark to win this pot and double up. Otherwise,
All right,
Brian
let's see
Altman
the
is our
river.
champion.
8
No,
of
it's an
hearts
8.
on
That
the
will do
river.
it. Brian Altman has won the Lucky Hearts Open and $723,000 to take home with it.
Congratulations.
Mark Dube, great showing
Brian
at this tournament. An online American online grinder who is now taking his talents to the live arena. Congratulations to him and to both of these guys for playing a fantastic tournament. Jason, thank you so much for coming in here today and filling up the broadcast with some fantastic strategy information. I'd like to remind you guys that we have WPT Fallsview coming up here in just a few days. That's in Fallsview, Canada, and Ontario. Niagara is the city. That's a 5K, and should be a fantastic event. The 2500 is going on as we speak. We also want to remind you about WPT National London. That will be going on starting tomorrow as well. That's a 200-pound accumulator tournament. And, of course, we will be back here at the Seminole Hard Rock in early April for the $5 million guarantee. So thanks to everyone there and at the World Poker Tour for their help with this tournament. To all of you out there, good luck and good night.
Good night.
So we can get him more centered. If you want the trophy right on the table, and then I'll move the table.
No, you got to put it in the middle.
Yeah.
I think he's going to sit in the middle. No, he's got to sit next to it. It's cool. Leave it right there for now. Right there. Right there.
Move those more in the middle.
You want the whole stack?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No. Well, all right. Start sliding.
Okay. Got it.